Live from New York, it's World Riichi League Majors.
I understood that reference this time.
I was kind of hoping you were waiting for me to do that because.
Yes.
Okay, good. Because I thought about doing it and then I almost forgot. So.
But yes, welcome on in, everybody. We are here at Sparrow's Nest and going to be having, I believe, 4 games for you today. I think we've also got 4 more tomorrow, I believe.
Yep, 4 today, 4 tomorrow. And we actually have commentators.
Yes.
Exciting. It's been so much streaming the past 2 months and so much commentary, and then people, they have to prioritize their own live games, so we do have some people playing in live games this weekend, but we are here. I did play in Judansen, and since I didn't win, I get to commentate instead. Woohoo.
It's a nice consolation prize, but I would prefer it if it was for people I enjoy. We're winning games. Hopefully that will be.
Yeah.
We'll be able to see a similar story from everyone else, though, right? Everyone playing today, whether it's in this event or another one. Good luck. Really sorry to hear that, Nanomachina, by the way, in chat. Hopefully you will get well soon.
Yeah, I hope you feel better soon. We were looking at that before the stream started. I did make it to 6 dawn, so I started, to 5 dawn, so I did make it up 1 level. But Yoi Hirano just kicked my butt today.
Ouch, yeah.
Anywho,
we have 2 World Riichi Pros on the table right now. Tamas and Eric. Or Eric. I think it's Eric. We'll fix that at some point, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's the R and the I are backwards,
yes.
But the correct pronunciation is Eric.
Yes.
Nobuki Tomita in the south seat and Kate Lee in the north seat. And I think Eric has green hair.
Always fun. So honestly, if I were to go to a Mahjong tournament, I don't know, that'd be an excuse to have a good time, show off a little bit. Why not? But I will say, Tamas has started with 2 pairs of dragons and the third, and 1 of the red dragon as a third potential pair. It's very exciting, but also the hand looks like it's going towards 7 pairs rather than anything else. And we might even see. I know we are going to see the call for the dragons here because calling multiple dragons is worth more, and we can always get to all triplets as well if we're lucky. But otherwise, everyone else is just building a very standard hand. Here, honestly, the format of the World Riichi League is basically every game matters, even if you're not doing well, because it sort of carries forward across the year, I believe, right?
Yeah, since it's a league, then it's a year-long endeavor, and actually, um, we have introduced the new World Reach League passport, and the first winners will get theirs at the M.LEAGUE World Reach US Tour next month. And that means that they have World Reach tournaments, like leagues all over the US and in Europe, and the passport will get you entry into those tournaments already paid for.
Very good, yeah. So Kate right now is currently one away from Tenpai. Tomita is also now one away from Tenpai, but the weights are a little bit less nice to
That's
see.
Tempai
This
for
is
Eric.
Tenpai for 7 pairs.
Reach.
Waiting on the red dragon. I do believe Tamas has one. Have we seen the
Okay.
other two? I don't think we have. And there's a good chance, so actually, there's a good chance the red dragon will come out if Tenpai gets found by Tamas. But we'll see. End of the day, it is still a live dragon, and we'll have to see if it ends up being worth pushing a live dragon into a reach. I'm not sure Tamas's hand is good enough there, but we'll see.
He's very cautious even about the honors. It's hard to see, I can't really see the discards, so it's hard to tell, but oh, he draws it. He drews it. He draws it. He did have a lot of middle tiles, so the honors did look pretty dangerous to that reach, but I think, is that 2 Ura?
Even better, yeah, 2 Erdor on that north draw. But yes, at the end of the day, it was a 2-tile weight, so it was definitely reasonably likely to come in. And what a good start. Also, yes, I like the green Eric of good luck. Yeah, I'm sure. Green mean like the green dragon means fortune, right? That's the literal translation of the thing.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
a
yeah.
financial fortune.
I mean, if we treat our point balance as a bank account, you know. But either way, we are moving on to East 2. The new Dora will be the 3 of characters. Tomita
Um,
is our dealer.
my point balance and my bank account have the same balance.
Oh. Oh.
So I could totally do that.
So a bit of an interesting start. Got that Dora there. Got 3 pairs, which is kind of awkward to start off with. But, you know, who knows the first 3 draws are going to line up. Maybe we end up drawing more. Maybe we end up getting something around that 3-man Dora. Similar kind of situation here, although we're opening up with 4 pairs for Kate. Okay. So we're getting a correction in chat. Eric's actually got blue hair, not green. It's just sort of the way that the camera is catching it. It's probably zoomed out a little bit. Maybe the light's catching it in an interesting way.
In Japanese, it's both going to be called ao, so
Okay.
that's fine.
Yeah.
Blue is green and green is blue in Japanese, so
So this looks like it's going to be a bit of a pairs round, although Tamas has the flush route as well. Doesn't have to go 7 pairs. Kate, I think, is 1 away right now. Tomita has now got 4 pairs. And I could very easily see, yeah, as I say, we do not have to go 7 pairs for Tamas with that flush. Calling the Green Dragon might hide it a little bit more. Have a little look at their discards to see if it's at all hidden that it's a flush. But either way, it's going to be worth a lot of points. Would we finish it?
I just realized Eric's nails also match his hair, so it's a very festive table.
And with that call, Tamas is Tenpai for Green Dragon, Dora 2, half flush, waiting on the north. I don't think we've seen any norths discarded, have we? It's a squint a little bit in the corner. But if that's not the case, then there are 3 out there for a huge power hand. Our 2 World Riichi Pros showing up. Yeah, Eric here, still kind of taking a bit of the slower route, because honestly, the hand's not that good, but we're also in the lead. Not really worth taking any huge risks. Actually, wait, is it also Chanta?
For
I think
Tamash?
I think it was the Green Dragon and a 1-2-3, wasn't it, that we've called? Which means it's technically also Chanta. I have to check that. Yeah, exactly, Chris, exactly. Either way, though, we do have to draw in that north, and we do see it's once discarded by Tomita. So, if anything, that makes it better, right? If you draw a north and you see it's been discarded once, and you don't have any place for it in your hand, and you're not worried about other people being Tempai, specifically on a awkward or interesting way, I could definitely see it flowing out.
I have two people actually, I had you guys confused as well because I do remember seeing Si-chan games before the stream started. And then when Chris Chung said, oh no, Si-chan said, okay, so Si-chan was was back on the waiting screen. And then I saw Chris Chung and I just thought it was the same person. I'm sorry. Thank you for bringing that to my attention as well.
Yeah, does the C in C-chan games stand for Chris? I'm curious.
I think,
I wouldn't normally ask that question, but now you've brought it up. I mean,
yeah, I think that's why.
either way, it looks like everyone here is mostly just playing relatively safe. The hands are kind of bad, and when you don't have it, you don't have it. Like, there's a flush here for Eric, maybe, but we've got to cut 6-pin. Also, I don't think the South has been played by anyone. So yeah, choosing just to stay safe, try and get to maybe a Tempai, even if it's not necessarily a valuable one, would be very nice to see. Had we chosen the 3-10 9-pin weight, we would have drawn it, but Tamas did not. Because honestly, why would you give up on the half flush? 2 extra hand. But it's always fun when the tile that you could have won shows up. It's like, ah.
It is a backfire for Eric right now. I'm not sure he could have discarded the 9 so, but if he had, he could have maybe used that.
Hmm. Yeah, I do think
Mm,
Eric's definitely taking a safer route, especially because we're playing from the start, from the lead. Don't necessarily need to be super defensive, but there's our north. It's never gonna come out though. Not from Eric. Maybe go 7 pairs also waiting on the north. We could see 2 people waiting on the same tile. But yeah, I did get coaching from Eric once, and yeah, honestly, very very knowledgeable. Also, I've done commentary with Eric before. Actually, why don't we have Eric on our commentary team?
Yeah, he seems very busy. I
That's
think it had
probably the
come up
reason.
before,
Yeah,
but
yeah, I think that's probably the main reason. Like time. This is one away for Kate, but yeah, not taking it because it just doesn't quite feel like we're going to get there in time.
I think the problem for Tamash is that the north is his seat wind, so it looks even more dangerous
That's very true. Yeah,
with these calls. Might have been a bit better to wait on something like south or something, but you can't control what you get.
I think at the time South had been discarded at least once, maybe twice. But yeah,
I think maybe, I mean, it just came out a second ago as well, but I don't know if he even had south as an option.
all right, yeah, there was a chance to switch, but it was only a few turns ago. But yeah, so very recent development.
Yeah.
I guess the other thing is if you play a North that late that you've been holding in your hand after super gearing a bunch, people are going to be like, okay, well, if you just swapped your weight
Yeah,
too.
it might make it look like you switched to like a fake open-ended, like the odd Yamen shape.
I can see that, yeah. But yeah, as far as I can count, I think there's only one North left. And we may never see it. Meanwhile, Eric here can still technically get to 10 pi, can still build a hand, but with only 3 draws left, yeah, it's not worth taking the risk. Meanwhile, Kate still kind of looking at this potential one away, but still not quite there at a position where we can actually win. The 3-6 of characters is basically just a horrible tile, horrible decision to have to make. Eric's choosing not to play it. Kate's probably also going to choose not to play it, and instead just cutting the 3 of bamboo. You know, the right to be afraid, of course, because obviously Tamas does have one of the 3s, and in a different world, could it be that the shape was 1-2 waiting on that 3? Very, very possible, had we drawn the north first. So everyone is making the right decision. It's just not going to pay out for anyone other than Tamas. Although choosing to play Dora. Was Dora played by someone else?
Um,
If so, that was a
see,
wild choice.
this is where I think you might see the north. Or this is exactly what it looks like when the north comes out. Is you switch to
Mm,
something like that Nobeton or.
yeah, exactly.
So he chose not to because it wouldn't make much difference at this point, but he'll take the Tempai payments from everyone else.
Worth a lot less than the value of the hand had it come in, but you have to take the points, right? Even if it's just 3,000, it's still fine. Also, yeah, right. I see. Yeah, because of course there's going to be other things going on in New York as well, not just mahjong. The NBA. I've heard of that. As a British person, I don't really follow NBA, but hopefully, if you follow that, your team is doing great, and or they've at least played a really fun game.
Like,
But
dude
yeah.
is more American than me. And he's not American.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it was a bit interesting, right? I looked at that and sort of squinted for a sec, but it did give Tomito a safe tile. You know, I mean, at the end of the day, it didn't backfire. So we'll have to just have to take it. It's fine. It'll be Eric's dealership, and
As
it's a
a
decent
Brazilian, my
start.
hopes are not up. But what about World Cup, though? You take that back. I'm not taking it back. You know
So
slang I don't know even.
I haven't thought about football in a while, but I remember Brazil used to do very, very well. I don't know if they still do, but because I don't follow football. But when I was a kid, Brazil were one of the best teams. That might be why.
Yeah,
That might be why it's like doubly sad. Perhaps, perhaps.
the first World Cup I actually watched was like mostly because of the Ronaldinho hype.
Mm,
That guy
that's
was a magician with the ball. Like, damn.
yeah,
That
absolutely.
was that was also probably like some of the first YouTube videos I ever watched were Ronaldinho. Could watch him all day long.
Okay, fair. Could I go take a moment just to go look at that 5-pin discard from Eric again because I think that's really interesting. I mean, I was looking at the hand, I was thinking, oh, are we going to try and make the sand shocker here, maybe? But actually, it's probably just a little bit too slow, and keeping the 2-3-3 to maybe go into some other shapes is interesting. It also didn't really backfire because we drew the 3-pin pair as well. So
I think the Sancho we're gonna see is in Tomita's hand.
hmm,
He has a 6-7-8 building up in there. Whoa.
cool.
Um, that's not better for us. That's better. Yes. No, wait. Wait.
Thank you. Sorry, just got a little bit of flashbang but for a second. We're back. We're back.
I think it was fine. It's just us. It's not the stream
Yeah,
itself.
yeah.
We
I'm sure
had
the stream is.
some screen sizing things. It's already like quite small on Discord, so we need it to
Hmm.
be big, big, big.
And I guess that's the other thing as well. Yeah, especially if you're going to be going for the outside hand, which is something I hadn't even thought about. But we were talking about Chanta last hand, right? Eric could very much be going for the 1-2-3 shape, committing to that, cutting the 5 early to try and make the 2 come out and get the extra outside hand value. Yeah, and you know what? That works. That works. I wouldn't rely on that normally, but then I'm not at this level. I'm not a World Riichi Pro yet. One day.
See, listen
But
to
that
you, dude. You're more American than me. Except for that, I have a very good reason for not following basketball, and I'll let you guys guess why I don't watch the NBA anymore. Oh,
is
there's that
because
8
of
for the 6-7-8 Sanshoku. Because of what?
absolutely. There's just not enough tiles. You can't draw your way into a slam dunk. No, no. Yeah, absolutely, exactly. Yeah, you want to keep the acceptance as wide as possible. We didn't lose that much though by having the three man pair. We actually then could pair up either the 3-man or the pair of the dragons in the hand. So it wasn't that much of a backfire really because we didn't lose too much from it. You know, the more I talk about it, the more I'm convinced it actually was a good move. It's just one of these things where it's interesting when at the time you're like, hang on, why are we getting rid of that shape? When you think about it, you're like, actually, yeah.
Is this a Gen problem? Uh, the stream
I
isn't working for me on Discord right now. Is it a me
think that
problem?
that may be a Gen problem because I am still seeing the game.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay,
I'll
I
try
can see it on
radio.
YouTube, but okay, I'm just gonna fix my internet, so I'll drop out for 1 second while you guys figure out why I don't watch NBA.
Discord does eventually do that, unfortunately. Yeah, it hasn't done it for me for a long time, but I've definitely had it situations like that where I've had to restart constantly and hope. What is that Mantu tile? Are we Tempai? Tamas? It's a 5. It's a 5. I can actually see the number on the bottom of on the bottom of the tile. Okay, this will be Tempai for Tomita, but it is not the Sand Shocker we were looking for. We're still going to take it though. Reach Pinfu. Nothing wrong with that. Welcome on in, Murray. We are at a very interesting situation. We have Tomita, who is Tempai in reach. This is not quite Tempai, still one away, but can quite clearly get a nice weight too. Eric's got a huge hand building up, but still hasn't quite made it. This is Tempai, not the best way of getting there, but should the 6 pass, we're on that 6-9 of bamboo weight for reach only. And the reach is going to come out. When you've got a good weight like that, it's usually worth doing.
It's WRC rules. You can have Ippatsu, you can have Ura. There you can. I guess he can't. Oh, maybe I don't know if the 5s are out or the last 5 is out or not. But when you have a triple in there, you can pawn even after
Yes.
the reach.
Yeah. So it's just one chance on the 6, right? So at least it's less likely to deal in. It's been discarded, I think, once by Eric as well. Obviously, I don't think Tamas has discarded it. But when you see 3 of the 5s, it's unlikely someone's got 4-5 as their final shape. It's still possible, but unlikely. Also, 5 being Dora is kind of important when you've got something that I hadn't considered because the child magically disappeared, but 5-man is the Dora. So Tamas does have Dora 3 in his hand. I take it back. Everything I said about the hand not having that much value, it is incredible. Speaking of, though,
Oh,
this is still
I
one
didn't
away.
see.
Could Khan.
Oh, wait, because we don't have a Dora display.
We do.
Wait,
It's just, yeah,
where is it?
it disappeared for a little bit during the hand. It's all good. It's all good.
Oh, there
There
it
we go.
is. Okay.
I think it was I think it was set to the 4 at one point rather than the 5, but it's been corrected. And yes, something to keep in mind. We are going to see a
Oh,
Khan here.
Kong.
Hand is still one away, but two
Wait,
Khan. You're not going to do it one at a time.
she has to draw first. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
do it,
think
do
that
it, do it
maybe
one
she
at a
didn't.
time.
That's sorry. She didn't know that you have to draw first, but I don't think that this should be a penalty. I don't know if it will or not. She's hiding it, so maybe they're going to give her a penalty. But I think it makes sense for this not to be a penalty because
Mhm.
you've not disrupted any part of play, and you can draw and just declare the second con anyway.
Yes.
I don't know what their rules are. I've never seen this happen before, so
Yeah, I believe Dave disappearing into the ether should be a warning. Okay, okay. Thank you. We are our person behind the scene in there on the scenes behind the camera. So I guess it's just gonna be a warning.
Gotta draw her supplementary tile.
Okay, what did we actually draw the first time then?
No, I don't think she has yet. I mean, you're allowed to con 2 in a row, you just have to draw the supplementary tile first, so
Yes.
it's actually not an issue. Unless they declared it a dead hand. A little bit strict, but I could see that happening.
Okay, so what's
Oh,
going on is
there's just multiple judge requests, so, we will get a final ruling in a second here.
there are always new things happening in Mahjong. True. I imagine the life of a judge must be a fun one. Sometimes.
Well, no one's even gonna try and guess why, except for Chiral had a guess, but you guys really don't know why I don't watch NBA anymore? I grew up watching NBA.
Why would that? Why would that?
Okay, except for Eric probably shouldn't be touching someone else's tiles anyway.
Yeah, no. I mean, we can clearly see no, nothing's happened, but it's all on camera. But yeah, at least
I think they're explaining to Rob now.
okay. Yep.
And she'll have to draw 2 tiles. I don't know. I think dead hand is a little bit too strict for this. It's just it doesn't happen that often.
Yeah, I don't
But
think play's necessarily been like stopped or anything like that. Like, like you've not sort of ruined the experience for everyone else, right? Because we're
I
going to do it
guess
anyway.
the issue
But
is
yeah,
like if you were tempai, like you could maybe have drawn the winner and then but I
yes,
don't know. I think
yeah. Obviously, Kate isn't right now. We can see that, but no one else can. So you're giving information away, I guess. Oh, actually, no. That's an option. Like, were you a gambling addict?
I used to not an addict, no. And I was too young to bet on them back then. I do
I know, I know.
enjoy activities like that, but that's not why.
Was it the 6-7 meme?
Oh god, that might be you guys.
That way, because apparently originated from basketball. Like, no, I refuse. It originated from Marshall. I'm claiming it.
Hey, sorry, Nick, can we bring Rob on after the game as a guest to say what was the ruling here?
Actually, that'd be kind of
'Cause
interesting if Rob's willing
it's
to
a
come on.
lot of discussion.
Hmm. Or he can explain it to you. Yeah, that works too.
Yeah. After the game is fine, not like, yeah.
Yeah,
Um,
it does look like
because
it
it
was an
seems
accident
like
more than
she
anything
should
else.
just discard now and it should be all fixed. We
Hmm.
need the NFL refs with the switch for the mic, yeah. It's taking as long as an NFL ruling.
Yeah, I do feel a little
And
bit bad for Kate because honestly, it's one of those situations where like there is a right way of doing it, obviously, but you're gonna
there's
feel really bad.
there's yeah, the only games where you actually have to check the referees have to actually check the rule book in the middle of the game. Um, and
Hmm.
that's mahjong and American football. Like American football, rules are so complicated that the referees literally like call the home base for rulings because so somebody can check the rule book.
Yeah, we've booked a court date for the next week. Everyone can wait. Then we'll go through a trial and we'll see whether the rules are actually violated in any way.
Yes, exactly.
Yes, it has definitely
I don't
been a
know.
bit disruptive. All things considered, I think it's probably just because like there's probably only a small number of judges probably running around all the tables right now.
I think sometimes also people at the table are more sticklers than others. If I were at the table, I'd just be like, just let her draw two.
Yeah.
But it sounds like they're explaining to somebody. I said Rob's in there now, so
Hmm.
Okay,
Yeah.
you guys, I don't watch basketball anymore because they sold the Sonics and they're not playing anymore. So the
Oh, I
Seattle
see. I see.
Supersonics. Yeah, I grew up with the Seattle Supersonics.
That was gonna be my other guess, where there was like a team or a player that you really liked who just sort of ruined it for you. But yeah.
Yeah, and they went to Oklahoma. So yes, also exactly, dude. I also don't want Oklahoma to win. I mean, like if they were the Sonics, I'd want them to win. But they went to Oklahoma and they changed their names as well.
I mean, we did get a correct guess. Hang on. No, right. Yeah, that's not. Yeah,
No, he said he doesn't want Oklahoma to win.
I know, but we also had
Oh wait, did somebody
A
say that?
Shaya in chat saying Jen is it because they moved
Oh,
to
yes, I'm
OKC?
sorry. Alon,
Yeah,
yes,
yeah,
Alon, you're right. I missed that chat. Alon wins. Alon's the winner. Yes, you're right, Alon. Why are you like watching stream and not playing mahjong, by the way?
I mean, you could be playing mahjong and watching stream. You might not be doing either as well, but you can do both.
It seems like Alon should be at Sparrow's Nest. Oklahoma
Okay,
City is objectively evil, yes.
so play is
Okay,
continuing.
and Nick's gonna tell us what the ruling is.
I'm assuming it's probably just going to be a formal warning, but based on what we've seen from chat,
I
but
don't know. I don't
at the end of
know.
the
I
day,
don't know.
yeah.
Okay,
Okay, so
warning with
this
the
game has an
final.
extra 5 minutes on the clock as well because we did lose some time there. Okay,
That's
interestingly
why
enough,
Alon is a genius. Alon literally is he's a card carrying genius. So.
that is pretty cool.
Oh, his mom's. Oh, okay, okay, I see.
Hmm.
Probably shouldn't say that
Yeah,
on
yeah,
out loud, but I'd rather
yeah.
be there.
Oh, see,
I
you should
see.
have. Now we know. Yeah, but still, yeah. Hopefully, you have a great time in whatever you end up doing. But I think it's really interesting that Kate managed to con twice, right? We
Yeah.
had the Dora being revealed, and then Kate just did not draw good tiles with those cards and had to fold from that point onwards. With the two reaches on the table, it was, yeah. I respect Kate for being an agent of chaos, but also things could have gone very, very badly there with the extra draw on the table and two reaches out. Whew, that could have been pretty disasterific, but got out there
Also,
safely.
Chris, the Shohei rules have actually changed for like JPML and some other orgs. They've gotten a little bit nicer. So starting in April, the JPML, I think WRC has not quite changed yet, but JPML rules are if you are Shohei, then you will draw a supplement. You will draw an extra tile, so you will not be Shohei anymore, and you get a dead hand. And then if you're Tahai, so too many tiles, then you will discard without drawing until you have the right number of tiles and have a dead hand. So it's not chombo anymore to have too many or too few.
Interesting. Okay.
I think when I started playing, having too few was a dead hand and too many was a chombo. And then they both became chombo at some point, and now neither are chombo. So,
I guess having too few isn't really disruptive, whereas having too many means there's now one less draw for everyone else.
well,
Yeah, yeah.
if you have too many, then it kind of you could maybe have been just like caught doing something you shouldn't be
That
doing,
too. Yeah, like drawing
and
three and then trying to hide one. Yeah,
yeah, too few, you can't really do that. So
yeah. That makes sense. Makes
I
sense.
think that was the reasoning back then. But
I have definitely played or seen mahjong games where drawing three is a special move that you can do, and you hide two under the table and then try and swap them. Yeah, no, don't do that in roleplay, please. Just you're gonna get caught, especially when you're playing now. We're on a televised table, or even on an altar table. Just don't do it. Just don't do it. Anyway, we move on to East 4. Kate is our dealer. Currently behind, but not by too much. Eric's got a very
yeah, we
good
still
start,
haven't had
potentially.
any wins except Eric's Hanemon in the first hand.
Yeah, Tamash's Ricci would have been very, very good had it landed just now in East 3. think Tommy's hand was just reach only, also in the same way, but yes, we could have seen a potential head bump situation, much as I could go on forever about how much I don't like head bump. But yeah, it looks like it's pretty standard for everyone here. I say Eric has that chance of the 4-5-6 mitral sequence, which is why we're keeping the 5 pin. It's also just a nice tile to keep around early on in the hand. But a lot of value potential on the table. Meanwhile, Twitter just trying to make the best of what they've got, but what they've got, unfortunately, is not quite working out. The 4-5-6 Sandshoku is now becoming less and less likely. We've now drawn the 7 man, which means we've now got 5-6-7 instead of 4-5-6. But either way, it's still going towards a pin through quite fast. And being in the lead, maybe you don't necessarily need to win huge value, just need to make sure no one else gets a chance to. East is
Let
our
me
door
see,
on
Chris.
Twitter.
I was just thinking of something about that. Like, I don't think because she hadn't turned over the 2 1s and she hadn't melded the set to the side yet. So I don't think that would even count as shohai right there. I think it would count as misehai, like showing tiles from your hand. And if it's less than half of the tiles, I don't think there's a penalty.
That's a really interesting way. Yeah.
And then, so she waited to actually like put it over until they got instructions. So I think it would count as just misehai. And maybe if you put it to the side, then that's when it starts to count. But she hadn't done that yet. They were all face up still. And when it was pointed out to her. So I think it has to be at least half of your hand or something like that.
That's usually what we see in things like the other things we broadcast, like the Sankey Cup and Cycus and T-Bal, because we see people knock over tiles all the time. Like even 2 or 3, that happens. That happens quite a lot, right?
Yeah.
Even in the Japanese professional leagues. So yeah, makes sense that were you to knock some tiles back.
Well, that's how I would interpret it. But
Hmm.
so Nick said that it was rolled back to the point where she drew the first con tile and the decision to con the 1M was forced. So it said you can go back and draw it, but you can once you draw it, you can't change your mind about conning the 1M, which sounds fair to me.
Yeah, honestly, end of the day, we want people to be playing mahjong, and I don't know. I feel like the community is friendly enough that as long as it's not too disruptive, which it ended up being, but not really because of their fault,
Kenpai and Reach from Tamash.
waiting on the 7 Babu only. So not the greatest wait, but definitely first Tempai, and usually that's the EV move when you are first Tempai. And there's not really much in the way of upgrades available to you. So having a little count, we see 1 of the 7 of Bamboo right here. Think there's still 3 left. Unless I'm missing something. That's 7 in the discards. I think that's a 6, right?
Yeah, I can't see the discards.
But either way, oh, that 8 is really, really good here. Technically, I think was it 1 away? I'll have to check that one again.
I think that
Yes.
maybe she went back one with the. It's definitely I think a one, so discard to be safe
Hmm.
and not really advancing the hand.
That's a good point.
Cause
Yeah. Okay.
yeah,
I misread the middle bamboo tiles. My apologies. That's okay. Though. Nice little side grade for Tomita, but again, probably just playing safe to this reach, which makes a lot of sense to me.
and Eric is also tempo waiting for the middle 6 pin. Did not reach. Trying to decide to keep going or not.
Yeah, it's all inside on a bad weight, but you are not the first player there. And I'll have to look at Tamas's discards. Does it look like it's valuable, or at the very least, it's got
Mhm.
something exciting
Mm,
inside it?
It looks like a pretty typical,
It looks
like,
pretty standard, yeah.
yeah, sequence hand discards.
Nothing to keep in mind is, of course, we've got two repeat counters, 3 Riichi sticks. So that is going to be 3,600 points, even if you just win all inside. Something you've got to factor in, right? Because, oh, and there's our 2-sided weight. 8 to 7. is safe enough to push. I would be playing to 7 here, but only because of the points in the pot. It doesn't feel good, especially from first place, but points in the pot. Eric, though, you know what? Eric's a lot more disciplined than I am. That is one thing I will definitely say, especially from the lead.
Defense wins mahjong tournaments. I think that's a saying. It's it's gonna be a saying now.
I mean, it certainly is winning currently, for sure.
That's another. Okay, we're just today. The theme is finding all the similarities between mahjong and American football, because they do say defense wins Super Bowls.
Okay, okay. I'm very uniquely unqualified for this. I know nothing about American football.
Seattle still is an American football team, so
Hmm.
that is my entire wardrobe, all Seahawks clothing, and they won the Super Bowl.
Honestly, quite an achievement. Ooh, this
That is
is
Tempai. If she
would have
chooses to
yeah.
take it, she'll take it. Except for I think that's free 10. 1, 2, 4.
I think at this point you're not expecting anyone to actually win it. You just really want to get the tempo payment, and that will be enough to gain position for Kate. So yeah, makes a lot of sense. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, the door indicator just apparently has a minus zone today. It's being worked on, but we'll see. Hopefully it'll behave. But yeah,
There's 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait, but yeah, the one she had discarded, so it was. We'll get the Tempai payments though.
absolutely. 1,500 points for
And
both Tamas
Tamash. Yep.
and wait, hang on.
Mhm.
Sorry, Kate was tempo. Okay, okay, there we go.
Should be
Was
another
corrected rather
500,
quickly.
I think. Right? Wait, that. It should be 1,500 from Tomita
Yes.
and Eric to Kate and Tamash.
Yeah,
1,500 each.
I think it was minus 1,000 plus 500 plus. I, I'm going to assume that they have figured it out. Worst case, the points on the table will be correct. So we'll look and see if we can see what it says on the odds table. But yeah, I think originally uh, they took points away from Kate and then gave points back. So yes, this is a slight
I don't. To me, it
recalculation.
looked like yeah, 2 people got 1,000, and then after that, 1 person got 1,000 each. But
Okay.
hi, Rob. We were just interested in your in the judgment. We were watching the video for a long time, so
Hmm.
uh, I guess like some people thought in the chat it should be counted as shohai, and I thought maybe it should be counted as misehai, and that's why that would merit just a warning because it was less than half the hand. But if you have any more insight, everyone's interested in hearing it.
Either way, though, we are in for a very exciting East for repeat one because we have 3 Reach Sticks, 3 Honba. Cade interestingly gave up on the potential 789 mixture sequence on turn 1, which I think may have been a little bit of a sort of I've got a little bit flustered based on the last hand and how that went. But hopefully it doesn't
All right,
backfire in any
that's
meaningful way. It doesn't look like it's backfiring at all as we keep drawing in nice Pinzu shapes. Tamas has gone a long way to go, unfortunately. Tomita's getting there. Definitely has that Yaku high. If we're just going to go relatively cheap, going relatively cheap is not a bad idea, especially with 3,100 points on the pot. So I do think if Eric plays the Green Dragon, I would call it in Tomita's position. Cash in that bonus. Maybe try and get an extra 1,000 or 2,000 points of my own hand value. But more importantly, that alone is enough to get you into second. And yeah, we are getting an adjustment, a correction to get the scores back into where they should be. Yeah, the scores on the odds table are going to be correct. So that's worth keeping in mind. Players will have tracked it. And yeah, absolutely, it's exactly what we see. Tomita does call the Green Dragon from Eric. Planning on going very quick. I think Eric's going to be doing the same thing, but maybe with a bit more of a focus on defense because we do have that lead. Still, the lead gets 4,000 points bigger just from the pot there. It's going to make you a little bit more comfortable, for sure. Time's still a long way to go. Tomita calling for Tempai now, waiting on the 3 of characters. We do see one right here. And yeah, Eric's one away too, but it's kind of awkward in the sense that if we do call the white dragon, we lose our pair. So maybe we end up staying close and just having to reach with the white dragon as our pair. As it stands, though, I think I only see one of the 3 of characters out. So it's a 3-star wait for Tomita, with a chance of the Pinfu, well, the Pinfu shape upgrade, the Rianman. And we are going to see, as I say, reach only. Pinfo, I like to call it. It's not quite Pinfo. It's a fake. It's a fake. But 2-sided weight for Eric. Very, very good. Chance to swap weights for Tomita. Not taken. But yeah, our weight right now is going to be the 1-4 of characters. There is a 1 and a 4 right here in Kate's hand. The 1 is sort of sitting there, unfortunate, looking quite sad. But I don't think Kate's going to be pushing that. I think defense is probably going to be the right thing to do. Discretion, the better part of valor sometimes. And the hand's still quite far from ready. It's getting closer, but... Oh, no, I'm wrong! The 1 comes out! Eric will take the win. Didn't flip earlier, so it is just going to be...
Just 1,000 with 3 continuances would be 1,900.
But more importantly for Eric, all of those Riichi sticks go directly into his bank account. Should use bank account. That's not. I don't like that. I don't like that metaphor. I've decided now. But still, really securing that lead as we go into the south round. Hamas will be our first dealer. And what are we going to see? In East 1, it was very exciting. Eric won a massive hand and got the lead. Maybe things will be different in this hand. Do you see we have the south is going to be our door, and we have 2 sitting here right now. This is the recipe for a lightning fast hand. If ever I've seen one, just have to find that 3rd south. For South wins Dora 3. Dealer Mangan at minimum. Either way, opening up with the east makes sense. It is a door indicator. There's one less of them out. There's a south hiding in Tomita's hand. I don't think we're going to see it. I don't think it's going to happen. Eric's still got a bit of work to do. Kate also the same. So really, it's going to be a question about where that last south is. Like if the boogie does draw it in, suddenly they both slow each other down, and both can have a lot of value here. Trimming up the 8 of bamboo is not going to be too bad. Also,
It's very fast hands.
yeah, Eric's one away already.
Okay,
It's going to be
is also one away.
Yeah.
And that is a lot of triples and pairs for Tomita.
Yeah, Kate is one away, but it's just a little bit awkward, I think. Oh, okay, really nice fill in here. Still 2 away, I believe, for Tamash, but when you've got Dora 2, and you can call the Dora if it does come out from anyone, don't think you necessarily mind being a little bit further away. The 2 doesn't help us, unfortunately. In fact, actually, Eric's Tempai, right? Waiting on 5-8 of bamboo. I just need to check that again, but I think we missed that. Speaking of Tempai, We have a reach from Kate. I
Mm,
believe
I don't think it
3-6
was.
pin is the weight.
I thought she had called tiles.
Hang on. Was that not a sideways tile?
I think that she just discarded it kind of funky
Okay.
and it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
her
it,
hands were
it was
short.
correct. It was corrected. It was corrected once the camera moved. Good point. Good
Yeah,
point. My apologies. So yeah, 5-8 is the most exciting weight right now in Bamboo for this particular potential pure sequence for Eric. Obviously, we see 3 of the 8s right here. And one of the 5s is in Eric's hand. I think one of the 5s is in Tamash's hand as well.
he locks
It's
in
not
the
the
open-ended. Ooh, is she gonna call here? I don't. Yeah, good. I think the call doesn't actually get her closer to Tempai.
Hmm. But yeah, I think it's only a 4. I think it's only a 4-tile weight for Eric right now. But it is a very valuable hand should it land. Especially. Oh, wait, no. Wait, Eric took a step back. Hang on. Take it back. That West appeared when I wasn't
That's
looking.
Tempai. Now Kate's
That
Tempai,
just
waiting for the 8-mon.
Tamas won away. Yeah, how many 8-mans do we see? Oh, that's the
That's
perfect
the
draw.
draw. That's Tempai.
Now, the question is, do you Dharma this? Yeah, exactly. Because it's still South Dora 3. It's still Mangan as dealer. You don't necessarily need to tell people you're
That's
ready.
Tempai.
Goodbye for Eric. Heading on
5,
5-8.
8-mon for Eric.
We
Kate's
see
waiting
a
for the
lot. Sorry.
8-mon.
It's 5-8, 5-8 so. But
So yes, it was so. And she
but it
deals
doesn't
right.
matter because Tamas gets the win. The Dharma Mangan. I don't think that line would have come out if Tamash had reached. So choosing not to, especially when you've got a huge amount of value, it's one of the perfect textbook times about when maybe choosing the Dharma is a good idea. Doesn't get you first, but what does Riichi really add to that other than reducing your win rate by about 20%? You know? Because people are going to be more defensive to you.
One of the best times to Dama is when other people have called and people are paying attention to them or reached. So
Yes.
if you can kind of stay below the radar, it's a good time to Dama.
I think also just forehand, right? It's one of the textbook times. When you've got forehand and the reach only bumps up to 5, does it really help you going from forehand to 5-hand? Especially with like Bang and Roundup.
I
Obviously, if
mean,
you
if
flip
you planted
Aerodora, then
sumo,
if you
like
sumo or flip Aerodora, then yeah, you get the Hanuman, of course. But
I mean, if you reach with 4 Han and you sumo, then
yes,
if you reach with 4 to get 5 and you sumo, it's already Hanemon, but
I feel like Tash is going to be happy with the 12,000 point dealer Mangan though.
Are we seeing a Kokshi attempt here
Maybe I
in
did look at that and I
Tomita's
sort
hand?
of squint a little bit. Yeah, it's possible. It's gonna not have much time left. Obviously, Eric's one away. The weights are kind of awkward. We need to beat the 2-man and the 8-man, two specific tiles to make that happen. But one away is one away, and this early, you never know what the next tile could be.
Looks like a Kokshi attempt to me. It's 4 away.
4 away.
4 Gen Shanta.
It's a long shot, but at the same time, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. So we'll have to see. And the discards do. Oh, 3 away. You know what? It's becoming a little bit more real. But people are going to be looking at those discards and thinking, okay, something's up now. Maybe it takes like 4 or 5 discards to get that sort of confirmed, but you're looking at that and you're like, okay, okay. Still going to be seeing some honors and terminals get played, but I feel like they're going to dry up very quickly.
We have the 3 9s in Tamash's hand, so the Naimon is going to be a bottleneck.
That's very true,
The
yeah.
last one's here in Eric's hand.
But I'm going to see Kate calling this. just to try and move along, get to a faster win. Can still accept Dora, of course. We draw the 7 man. That'd be very nice to see. But Tempai waiting on the 6, and I believe the 8 of Bamboo.
And north is Kate's Seatwind, so she gets Yaku for that.
Yes, exactly. Another pair. They're not ideal, but certainly not unwelcome. The 7. Okay. We did want A7, but I wrong suit. But at the end of the day, it's still going to be a nice 6-9 weight instead. Would have been nice to see the 7 man for the extra Dora. But, Mahjong's a game about asking nicely and sometimes receiving, but not always, Speaking of
Oh,
Tempai,
that's
Eric.
I haven't been asking nice enough. Is that my issue?
Oh no, the 7 came right afterwards. Oh, that's unfortunate. Eric did just hit Tempai, by the way. Chose not to reach because the hand, I think, was waiting on the 8, and Eric currently does not want to be the one dealing into a big hand here, when Tamash is right behind. Also possible when you see a Kokoshi attempt, that also might be, you know.
Still
Oh no, I'm
3
wrong. I'm wrong.
away.
Why did I think it was 444 57 444 79? No, it's five. No, one away. One away. Apparently, I can't read. That's on me. Another pair. I mean, 7 pairs all outside would be interesting.
Yeah, Honro Chitoi.
All yeah. Whatever. What WSC calls autonomous these days. Let's find out.
It's a great question. It's a great question that our listeners can't wait to hear the answer to.
Like, obviously, I've heard it said so many different ways, but how does specifically WRC refer to it? Common terminals. Okay. Makes sense. Makes sense. Now I know. I will try and remember that. It's such a rare Yaku, and that doesn't often come up. So I know
It's
how a
I
lot of
think
clients call it.
it's more commonly triples, I think, but oh, there was a false
Yes.
roll. Okay, so we had a chombo here.
Oh,
I was
unfortunate.
wondering why it didn't look like the hand was quite over yet, but
Mm. I looked away for 1 second and I missed the. Aw. Either way, it happens. Chombos happen.
I was on
I'm sure everyone
Tomash's
has.
6-mon discard. I think it must have been maybe there was a switch from a pair weight to an open-ended weight,
Mm.
and maybe they forgot that they switched it and went on the pair weight, the old pair weight.
Yeah, chombos do happen. Unfortunately, it's it's unavoidable, especially when you're on the televised table. Exactly. So never feel bad if it happens. Like, you can feel a little bit bad, but like don't completely beat yourself over it. Just sort of pick yourself up, move on. I've heard tales of, I think, even players like Gemma, like making chombos at live events, just because people make mistakes,
I
especially in a
have on
high
my
pressure
Twitter
situation.
that I have that I'm in the chombo research and development department because I make up new chombos all the time.
Oh, interesting, interesting. You're the study subject.
Yeah.
I like that. I like that. But yes, so yeah, never feel bad. At least you know, don't get hung up over it. If that makes sense. Just move on. Try and make the next hand even better than the last one. As we move on to repeat one of East one. Oh, sorry, South one. Honestly, I used to make that. Used to make myself a lot, but not for necessarily 6 7 8 of Bamboo. It'd be Manzu, and only when other players discarded it was sideways. That was one of the mistakes I used to make quite often. Be able to tell the difference between like the 5 and the 6 when it's sideways or upside down. That's something that I used to make. But that's my own confession.
I think
But
I won Renho once when there was no Renho, and that's like one of my
oh,
biggest I wanted to cry. Because that was probably going to be a Chiho.
That would have been really exciting, yeah.
Mm.
So while we've been chatting, we've been yapping a bit. Tomita WRL is in Tempai, waiting on the door. 3 of bamboo. So it's reach only, but it will be reach door 2 if we end up pulling in the 3 soul. Potentially very, very, very strong. Getting Nobuki back into the play position where maybe we can get into the top 2. How many of the 3 of bamboo do we see, though? I think they might mostly still be in the wall. I think there's still a decent chance of this coming in. There's one here, obviously, in Kate's hand. And it's never coming out. This never's never going to happen, but that does mean, as far as I could tell, there are 2 out there somewhere. So maybe reach some more. Door 2 could be in Nobuku's future. Meanwhile, obviously Eric is Tenpai as well. I should probably call that out. Eric is waiting on the 5 of bamboo for all inside only. Not necessarily going for any particular big win or anything like that, just mostly trying to shut down his reach by staying Tenpai as long as possible without having to commit. And there's the 5. It will deal in. Eric will take 1,000 points. Unfortunate for Nobuki, but it does shut down a potentially very valuable win. And gets the reach stick, of course, which is always quite nice to see. This will be Nobuki's dealership, though, going into South 2. Only 16 minutes left on the clock, but a chance to win a lot of points and get a big comeback going.
Just
I usually
closing
cheer
some
for the...
things on my computer because Discord's running a bit slow. So apologies for leaving it all to Chiral.
It's all good. But yes, after having the potential big of a hand shut down, it's going to be a bit more tricky to get back into this game. There's still time left, though. Obviously, with the dealership left, you can keep winning until that clock runs out. I like to cheer for the underdog. I would really like to see Kate get a big hand and start coming back. But Nobuki is probably the person who has the most reasonable chance of getting back into first from behind of the 3rd and 4th place, because of the fact that we only got 15 minutes left and we may not actually see South 4. I don't know if the 5-minute extension was added onto the clock in the top left corner or whether it was... yeah, okay. I just sort of assumed that you'd already added the 5 minutes. Okay, that's fine. Then it's actually going to be 20 minutes on the clock. Okay, thank you. Okay. That's the clock everyone at the event sees. Thank you so much for clarifying that. Okay. So maybe we'll get to South 4. We've got 5 more minutes. Okay, so looking at things, Tomita's not quite had much of a development, unfortunately, in the first few discards. Eric's hand is, like, it's okay. It's building up somewhere. I think we've had a lot of aggression here. We've had Kate and Eric both calling. Tamash is building a decent hand, but it's just a little bit... feels a little bit slow currently. But either way... could be seeing potentially a 1-2-3 side shocky from Kate. It's a long shot, but with the calls, we'll see. We'll see. Especially with the Dora as well. Looking for any excuse to try and squeeze at least a little bit more value out of this hand. And I like the keeping of it.
So Eric is going for Sanshoko again with possible Chanta. Junchan?
Yeah, I did miss the call from Eric and Kate, but I'm assuming it's Yakuhai.
I think no, Eric just cheated. I think a 1-2-3
Okay.
mon.
Okay, then yeah. That would explain quite a lot. And actually, that would be then me Tenpai for the Sanshoku. Not a lot of value, but at the end of the day, I think Eric's priority is just making sure that no one actually gets to keep their dealership, and we move on as quick as we can to South 4. Really nice fill in though for Noaki. Still some ways to go, but every step closer we get, it's a chance to win and continue that dealership just a little bit longer. Ooh, decision to be made. I think that's the correct thing. It's often hard to balance. We want to keep the 2-4-6 or the chance of tripling something up. Honestly, without being able to call, maybe. Hmm. Now, at the end of the day, because you have the pair of the 6, no matter which way you're doing it, it's probably going to be a 2-4 or a 4-4, and then a pair of 6s. So it's not ideal either way, and we can always switch over, as we just saw, if we do end up drawing something around that Demansy. So yeah, I like that. It's good. Yeah, Kate's still one away, looking for a pair. I'm sure it will come at some point. 4 is a miss for Noaki. But choosing to cut the 4 pin earlier, losing a little bit of efficiency, but hopefully masking the potential weight on the 5 later on. It would be pretty disastrous if we were to draw the 4 immediately afterwards, but I think that's not going to be a problem. Now Tamash has drawn the 4 pin for us.
Just choosing between the 4-5-5 and the 4-4-5 in two different suits.
Mm.
Chooses to lock in the Sozu open-ended weight.
And Kate has chosen to play a little bit more safe from here on in, which makes sense. And you're seeing a lot of defensive play from Nobuki as well.
I think
At least everyone's
Tamash.
hands. Sorry.
Oh, that could be Tempai now. Waiting
It
for the
sure could.
7 pin. The 5 pin came back. He had locked in the open-ended, and then the side that he didn't leave the pair for filled in first. And now he could have a Suji trap reach. He will not reach, just discard.
I think some of the situations are because you are so close to first. I don't know. It's tricky.
Yeah,
Okay, chance for a
I don't mind the Suji trap reach there because like a lot of people are going to think, okay, the reach declaration tile is really dangerous, but Eric and Kate are kind of in positions where they either can't or won't give it. They're looking for reasons to discard things. And
yes.
so if you give them a Suji, then they will accept that and discard it, I think, in this situation.
Well,
But
Eric would
instead
have
Eric
dealt
could
in on
draw it.
the yeah, Eric would have dealt in on the 7 pin had Tamasha reached, but
I think he would have. I think he would have discarded it because he was
yeah.
Tempai and
But still, the 1-2
or
Sanchoku open,
mhm.
so not worth too many points. But I think the most important thing for Eric is that there is now only 2 hands left potentially of this game. It is sort of classic, right? When you get that early lead, like being able to defend the lead, it's one of the most stressful things for me because you're like, oh, I need to win this to make sure no one else can. But if I push too hard and deal, then I'm going to feel really silly.
Yeah.
Eric obviously showing us how it's done, keeping the game really under control. Honestly, no one else really having the time to be able to build anything nice. This is a pretty rough start though for Eric as dealer. Yeah, I think that's probably also very fair as well. The something being twice discarded and once
Yeah.
as a door indicator.
Yeah, I can't see the discards. I am trying to like see through the overlay, but
Yeah, I do squint occasionally. It's tricky. It's fine though. It's all good.
It probably would have made it even more likely to come out. Oh, it's Suji. But also, there's no way they would wait on this Suji with only one left.
Yeah, we're getting told that soon enough we'll get an extra camera angle where we can see everything. It's in the works. It's in the works, guys. Trust. So it looks like Eric's going to be going for an outside hand here. Honestly, that the hand kind of the draws were not very good. I'm trying to find a better way to phrasing that. So going for an outside hand means you could theoretically call if you need to, but the very worst, you're going to have a lot of terminals and honors to fold with. And yeah, that's what we're saying. Also, maybe we're going for orphans. That could also potentially be a thing. But I feel like Eric is going to fold that the second anything dangerous shows up. There is no pressure to get the orphans and actually win. But also, what if? you know, what if we just kept drawing terminals and honors? Yeah, that's not it. Gonna have to take a little screenshot and find out exactly what we're missing. You guys on YouTube could theoretically pause the stream and have a look. You have powers I do not. But I'm really curious to see what we actually have. In the meantime, though, 6 man is definitely a very nice fill in. Nobiki.
Oh, they have score charts on the table right there and on stickers. I did not notice that. I mean, I did not know what they were.
So we're missing green, east, uh, green, east, north, and 1 pin for Jen Shanten for Eric. If we are going to be going for the
It's not
Kokoshi,
going for
I think we're not
anyone.
anymore. No, as I say, there is no reason to force that. There is absolutely no reason to force it because
Well,
why
it
would
is a
you do it in the first
league,
place?
so
Yeah, true, but like, come on. The important thing is to make sure you defend your lead, right?
yeah, it's very
Make sure you
easy
get
to
that rainbow to the
fold,
first.
though.
Yes, that's true.
The only thing you're worried about is a big sumo from Tamash.
Mm. Speaking of, it's not going to be big, but it is going to be. Actually, wait, where's Sayaki here? Ah, Itsu. Itsu, of course, of course, of course. The pure straight, 1 to 9, leading to 7 man for the final shape in that pure straight. It is definitely a Yaku I don't always think about. Sometimes it's hang on, like sort of the extra that you accidentally discover sometimes. But yes, opening for Itsu when you've only got one shape left to make is definitely going to be an interesting choice. And also just making sure that Eric doesn't get to win on their dealerships that you actually have a chance of overtaking in East for. Sorry, in South.
Okay, Nick, I have homework for you because I know that there was a World Reach League event in April, a minors at Sparrow's Nest because we streamed it, and it's not in the app. And I think there's like an archive button or something that has to be pushed, and it has not been pushed. So,
Interesting.
homework. Thank you. I think Anne knows what the issue is if you tell Anne.
All right. Well, just want to say that while we were chatting about that, Tamash did get to tempo winning on the 7 of characters. We see 3 of them in people's hands though, so unlikely to actually get to be the win here, but at least it's going to be tempo. It's going to be worth points. I don't see anyone dealing in here. I could theoretically see Nobuki getting back into a ready hand. It's one of those situations where like I want to be more aggressive, even though it's obviously a bit dangerous. The gap between you and Kate is quite high, so maybe like don't worry about dealing into a small hand and just try and get something good, so that you're in a position to maybe get second in South 4. We'll see. The hand's good enough though, and it keeps getting better. One away. I wonder why the 1-2 man is seen as dangerous by Nobuki. Either way, though, it is one away. Just unfortunately, oh no, it's not. Oh, we see. We already cut in. We already cut it to 4 for some reason. Okay, that explains it. Just feels a fruit in shape. But yes, I do think Nobuki is at least likely to get 2 Tempai. That is, in fact, the Tempai. That's the best side, too. We have Pinfu. Reach Pinfu. No door or anything like that. But
It's
they're
too
in a
late to go
position.
for that flush now.
Wait, hang on. The door just got updated again. Maybe they're outdoor and I just wasn't paying attention. Very, very possible. Let's have another look. And one thing to keep in mind is that there will be 5 minutes added to this game because of the hold up from earlier. So we are waiting on the Dora, but we don't have any Dora in the hand. 2-5 of dots there for the wait.
I think
Eric
it's
does have
very
a
unlikely that Eric would even get to Tempai, so we will go to South 4 after this hand.
yes. The question becomes how many times can Kate keep winning? Yeah, Eric's not going to be playing that 2-pin under any circumstances. I just don't see it. Playing a live Dora to a reach from first? Nah. But I don't see Kate playing the 9-pin here either, sadly. But yes, so it might just be that Nobuki is our only person Tempai getting relatively 4,000 points closer to Tamash, which is going to make South 4 interesting for them. They will have a chance. It's not going to be a good chance, but they'll have a chance of sneaking into second place. And as I say, Kate still has potentially infinite possibilities, or at least 5 minutes and 40 seconds of possibilities, you know? That could be 2 really lucky hands. Kate can still get back in this. Especially with that dealer bonus. So yeah, it's
Just
as
Tommy does Tempai.
going to be plus 3,000 for them, minus 1,000 for everyone else. And we'd like to say 10,000 points is the Mangan Sumo gap. It's not quite there for Nobuki, but a direct hit on either Eric or Tamash, and maybe we can get into a good position here. Yes.
And we've started the reclaimed time. So
5
that
minutes on the
red
clock.
clock will go up to 5 minutes.
Yes, exactly. If I were Kate right now, I'd be like, I need to build my wall quick. This is my chance. Ardora will be the Tour Bamboo. 1,300 points available to whoever wins this hand. Actually, with an extra Riichi stick, that would then theoretically put Nobuki in Mangan Sumo range, right? Something to keep in mind. Something to keep in mind of getting ahead of Tamash. 1 Riichi stick is not enough, but 2, suddenly, you have a win con.
Yeah, it just needs one person to declare reach. And not himself.
Yes, not himself. Exactly. Looks like Eric is just going to be building south only to try and speed this hand along to an early conclusion. Tamash, does Tamash have anything? Have to have a look around. Go back around. Looks a little bit messy, but could certainly get things going. Yeah, the gap between Tamash and Eric is okay. It's not nothing. It's not insignificant. But just build forehand and you're fine. Surely it's not that difficult, right? Wink.
Mahjong easy game.
Hmm. When it wants to be, it is. But yeah, Eric does get the South triplet call and is just going to be moving this hand along as quick as we can to try and stop anyone else from having any chance of overtaking. Yeah, just match your tiles, easy peasy. Exactly.
Match the tiles, match the suits.
Yeah, one thing I like that Eric's doing right now is even though we have that really fast south call, we're still keeping the white dragon as a safe tile because you don't need to win the hand. You still have a keeping a way out if something does happen. You're like, oh no, at least for one turn. I love that cutting door as well early.
Mhm.
You could keep it yourself, but honestly, if you're just trying to go for speed, I definitely get that. If someone does call it, then you know who you're folding against, I guess. But yes, always a decision when you cut Dora. Do you cut Dora? And when you don't need value, cutting it early means it's less likely to be used by other people, but it's always a risk, right? So it's interesting to see how people balance that. And it looks like everyone else is just kind of still a bit far away from ready. Nobody could be building something good here. Like, we've got the potential 567 or 678 Sanchoku. There's a lot of value on the table there if the right draws come in, but it feels like a long shot. Kate's actually one away from Tepai already. So maybe my prediction of a win or two as dealer, if we could win quickly enough, of course, the game doesn't end.
Is it +1 or +0?
I can never remember. This is a good question for everyone else. Yeah, if we were to go for 5 minutes, would the hand end at this hand, or would it hand at the next one? Assuming that Kate were to win the hand with this one away shape here. I personally might have cut the 3 so just so I want to be able to draw in the Dora, but I guess it is depleted a little bit. So nobody he's going for a relatively cheap win. It's not going to be changing the score situation, but at least I guess gets you a few points. Kate's still on away, unfortunately. I'm going to feel really bad if Kate does draw the 2 of Bamboo Dora. One away for Nobuki as well. Yeah, the 4 of characters doesn't really do anything for Eric, unfortunately. That will be Tenpai for Kate. With a nice 3-sided weight. You have to kind of hurry up at this point. You want to get this hand ideally finished before the 5-minute timer, which is obviously it's probably something you'd never be thinking about in a live game, especially if you're sort of not as experienced playing on tournament formats. But yes, we are past 5 minutes now. I guess we'll find out really quickly, really, if we have another game. If Kate manages to win this, still really nice reach, really good hand, really nice 3-sided weight. Have to quickly do a bit of counting. If it's 258, oh man, I think we missed a few things. This is last hand. Okay. So now time has run out. The game will be over no matter what happens at the end of this hand. Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Thank you.
So yeah, a chance to get a few points before this match is over is always be welcome. Meanwhile, because a chance to change the shapes. This is where you have to sort of start thinking about what's going to deal in, what's not going to deal in. Choosing to actually deal in Kate's reach here. I don't think it overtakes. I don't think it drops Eric down enough, especially not after flipping earlier. Because it was just reach only on a nice 3-sided weight. Could have been very valuable had the Uridor been flipped, of course, but as it stands, Kate gets a few points back. Well played. And Eric dealt into a hand, but not enough to lose first place. So it will be Eric in first, Tamash in second, Nobuki in third, Kate in fourth.
The World Riichi Pros represented for the first game
Yeah, Eric with that
today.
really, really nice first hand. Like Tamash could easily have won. I think there was that nice 6-9 of bamboo weight with Dora 3 we had going on when Tamash was in like I think was it Dora 3 or was it Dora more than that? I think so. The car it may have been more with especially if we flipped Ura. But yes, there was a lot of value in a lot of Tamash's hands that just didn't quite manage to get converted. So could easily have been the other way around.
Yeah.
But yeah, well played everyone. Honestly, this was really fun. Unfortunate for the Chombo that happened, but you know, again, don't beat yourself up over that. It's fine. It happens. Everyone makes
It happens.
Chombos.
Yeah, it's all good. All right, and that means that we are going to take a break. I think we have another game. The next game is scheduled in about 7 minutes. It might be
Okay.
a few minutes longer than that. And I think if Corak woke up, he's going to join me. If not, I might have to rope Chiral into doing some more today. But I think Chiral is going to wake up by now.
I'm good either way.
All right, well, we will be back in a few minutes. So stay tuned.
Yes.
And
You
we're
guys ready
back.
for game two?
Sounds like people in New York are getting ready for game two. We're gonna have oops, Arturo Asmal in the east seat, Will Song in the south seat, Richard Shu in the west seat, and Calvin C, a World Riichi Pro, in the north seat.
Good luck, everybody. Hopefully, it'll be just as exciting as game one. Actually, looking pretty good for Arturo's start here. Potential 2-4 Sanshoku. I'm looking at that. I'm going, ooh, I'm getting excited. The 2-man on its own is a little bit sad, but plenty of time to draw the 3-man. And for dreams to be real. By the way, it's just a very good generic start. We're skipping ahead to Calvin right now. Oh, we're back to Arturo. Okay. I guess the other problem is with that 2-3 Sancho is that we do have the one of Bamboo being our door. It's something I didn't know at the time. So we are going to choose to use the 1-2-3 over the 2-3-4 if we have to make a decision. The guaranteed Dora 1 is better than the chance of 2-hand from Yaku. But we'll see. We'll see. Dora 1 is not... Having a Dora isn't a bad problem to have. Let's just say that. Speaking of Richard here, with that one of Bamboo and also potentially 1-2-3 Sanshoku, but not going to be forcing that, of course. Have a look at what's going on in the right side of the hand. The hand was covering it up. Hairstyles right here for Will. Will in the south seat, which is very nice to see. Okay, I think the one of Bamboo is just sitting there, unfortunately, without any friends. But that's still pretty good. Yeah, Arturo is a very, very strong hand. Richard's shoulders blocking, I think, the last two tiles of the hand. But we'll have to just make do for now. Really nice draw for Calvin as well, tripling up the 4 of darts there. Wondering if there are any other potential. Oh, really nice draw in here as well. Filling that 7 into that 5-6-8 shape. Okay, so Calvin probably could go for something like 3 kill triplets, but more than likely he's probably going to be using that as a nice build up for that. Oh, you can trade. You can trade in if you would like, Corak. I don't mind. But otherwise, let's keep going for now. Will with potential upgrade to an all inside hand. Definitely be something to consider. Going to keep the 1-3-4-5 for now as well. Well, just because if we do find a pair elsewhere, we can always use the 4-5 as a potential sequence. A lot of good decision making being made there.
It's a really wide hand for Will here.
Yeah, exactly. More than likely going to go
Just
for the
one
all
away there.
inside. But yeah, one away and so many different ways to get to that tempi. Really would like to see Richards the right side of the hand, but we'll come back to that. In the meantime, Arturo also actually it's still 2 away, I think, but not too bad to begin with. Got a nice little side grade up to that 3-sided weight in the Bamboo.
It's a perfect one away shape now with that.
Let's have a little look at the hand here. Wait, did you say that the keeping 2 was better, Jen? In
I
Arturo's
just
hand?
said it was, and no, I didn't say anything about
Okay.
that. I just said Will had a perfect one away shape now.
Hmm. Yeah, because I was about to say I don't think it would be better. Other than the door acceptance, I think honestly,
I also did not deny that. I
yeah,
just hadn't said
yeah.
it. That's all.
No, that's fair. I thought I didn't hear you say it, but then I looked at chat and I was like, oh, hang on. did that? I didn't realize I was saying that either. Did I miss something? No. Okay. Either way, welcome on in, Corak. But yeah, Dora 2 for Calvin, looking very, very, very nice with that nice one away here. Okay, right. Because yeah, I mean, again, it accepts the Dora. So if you did,
There's by reach.
yeah, if you did in fact draw in the Dora one of Bamboo, it would have added a lot of extra value to the hand. So that's maybe why you might consider keeping a 2. But that's really the only reason, because it is obviously less efficient to do so. So you're weighing sort of the efficiency, the chance of getting to the next, chance of getting close to Tempai, with the chance of actually maybe just drawing in even more Dora. But yeah, Arturo really has unfortunately kind of stalled a little bit at this point in time. So in situations where just really want to get rid of all the weaker shapes in the hand, but yeah, I think at this point you just want to be maybe thinking about defense when it's not quite gone the way you wanted it to. Like, that's okay, but never feels good.
Yeah, you gotta know when to step back.
Yeah, when to walk away and when to run, as the song goes, right? One away for Arturo if we're willing to play the 6-man, and we could also can it. That's definitely an option as well. We don't have to play it. We can always just add extra value to the board and then get an extra draw, which
It's a 7 like I
is
already released.
yeah,
But
it's not.
still, just one away.
It's definitely not a useless draw. Just isn't maybe the one you necessarily wanted to be seeing. Chance to call for Tempai here, but choosing not to because we'd had no Yaku. And with the Dora 2, you definitely want to be able to cash that in, even if it's not that likely to happen. We're running out of time. Yeah, Arturo, unfortunately, that curse of the 1, 2, 3, 4 of Bamboo didn't quite get there. Will does, however, yes, with just the Pinfu only. But sorry, Pinfu Dora, we did for the era, right? The era was the 6-pin. Can't quite tell. I hope it's a 6-pin.
Looks like it was.
So yeah, thanks to that card, we did get a little bit extra value for Will. Very, very nice. And it'll be Will's dealership.
I think we have a new commentator switching in.
Hello, everyone.
Welcome, Corak. Good
I
morning.
said I'd be here by noon, so it's actually a little early, but it looks like the game started at 11:30. Anyway, take a look at these
It did not.
hands.
It started at like 11:50, so uh, they're a little late. You're a little early, so perfect timing.
There we go. All right, well, that is not an ideal hand. A couple pairs, but maybe some sort of distant Chanta. 79 Sanshoku, just not good. East pair I saw in the second hand. That's a Pinfu hand. This is also a Pinfu hand. Have the Penchon there created with the 8-9 in Sozu. This has a 6, and it's really awkward all over. This is what I saw earlier. The East pair, probably the best hand of the bunch. These are not ideal, but we'll see if they develop. The 3 is a really important draw there. You have a 1, 2, 3 Sanshku draw potential. You also have the door acceptance with 2, 3. 6 pair up. Now that's another pair. Probably not Shitoitsu just yet. 2, so you have the overlap on the 1, 2, 4, 5. 9. Well, yeah, 6 is the only thing that doesn't really fit, but those shapes are not ideal. 2-mon, good floater. We'll go ahead and keep it. 4, so actually that's a really good tile because they don't have to worry about the 1, 2, 4, 5 shape because you can just turn it a 2, 4, 4, 5 and you can adjust to Tanyao. 7,
Nice,
perfect
Helen.
fill. There's an 8. Well, now yeah, this should just be the 2 here. You have several options with how that hand could develop. 3 is a perfect fill. Yeah, as mentioned, the 1 goes out from the 1, 2, 2, 4. 8. So this is Ishan 10. Should just be the 9 here. Could go with the 3 and Sucky Giri. That's going to be the play here. Another pair. Let's give some Tanya routes. If you can get the Dora, there's some real value plays, but without it, it's just going to be really cheap. Another 8. Yeah, I like the 9 here as well. You can go with the South pair, but everything's a mess. 3, that is the perfect draw here. I like the 1. Do it. Yes. Because the hand just
You
never
do it,
worth anything
Tanya.
unless you get the Dora. So a 1-3 Kanshan is just so bad.
Another Kanchan drop.
Ooh, that's an interesting draw. Also, you have to think about Suanko type plays, but no, it says it's Tanyao.
Yellow time. Yeah, I might have gone with the 8 and sort of push them
Yes,
to
I
spare.
absolutely would have gone with the 8. What was that? Shumpol 2-7 Tanya only? Have to take a look at the hand at a bit again. Yes, that is Dama Tempai 2-pin, 7-pin. 5. Then you have Sononko routes. You would have cut the 8, but we'll see. Oh, there's our 2. There's our win. Pretty sure you're not supposed to grab the tile and put it in front, but Calvin gets back to the original 30,000 start, and we are in East 3 now. North pair, it's going to be Pinfu eventually. The question is, can you get Shanta out of it? The answer is probably not. That's just Chitoitsu. Take one look and see all those pairs and not much is connected. Oh, well, what about just having 3 Dora? I'll take that hand. 2, this is definitely Chanta. Would love a 3-pin. Of course, we know 3 of them are locked up in another hand. This is something that often happens with a 3-pin Dora, or 3 of any suit Dora, is there are a whole bunch of people that have 1, 2, and you're just stuck waiting for that 3 the entire hand. There's going to be a 7. This will be called. Says, I do not want the Shitoitsu route. We're going for Tanya only. And another call going for the Junchan route.
Atura looking for either a value tile to pair up that he can call or a Tanyao hand. Looks like it's going to be most likely Tanyao.
Well, that 9's a really important draw because now you can potentially just wait 1 pin Tonki. Will not be as wrong. Oh no, I said it was Shitoitsu, and now it's the classic pawn and everything in the hand is a pair. That goes the 3. 9 does nothing here. 4 is a great draw. Much wider Ishan 10 with, of course, all the value. 5 pin goes out. 4, nope. That is a mess. I don't think that's Tempai, though. That
That's
should be.
A 6-9 3-way
Right,
or
of
the
course, would not
2-4
win on the
2-5-way.
9. Yeah, I think I like the 2-5 more. And does agree with me, takes the 2-5.
You're already using one of the Dora anyway, so not many tiles to win
Oh,
on with the
there is the
intensity.
6. Of course, part of that is because the 6 was cut, so you know it's safe there. Everyone is definitely leery of the hand that is called door. It doesn't necessarily think there are 2 more hidden, though. I see 2 of those 2 so locked up here. 8-pin isn't it. 7 so. You can see the long pause does not like it, but goes in country. Pin, nope. 5 mon, nope. 5 so
There it
says,
is.
okay, you don't give it to me, I'll drop myself. On God.
2,000, 4,000 from Richard, and 2,000 from the other 2 players.
We're going to jump into the lead with that. And we're in East 4 now. Pretty good starting hand. 2 through 4, 3, 4, 5 Sanshku routes in there. Hatsu's the Dora, so that's always, you either have it or you don't with those dragon honors. And I don't see any of them in these hands.
Yeah. All in the wall still.
Hey, isn't it? Goes back. Shaw, that doesn't help. Bunch of useless wins getting dumped. Haku, of course, that is not helpful either. Will be held for now. 4, much more flexible shape now in the Pinzu with the 3, 3, 4, 6, 7.
Flexible, but still everyone's hands are pretty messy still. This is a slow hand.
Calvin probably has the best of the bunch, but yeah, they're not good. The important part is no one also has any value that I'm seeing in these hands. The Itsu's the best route here, but even that has a lot of work to do. Now goes the 8, doesn't like the penchant. 5 at least connects to the 6. Oh, Nora, okay, that you can see the long pause of the wait a second. I guess I have to play this differently now. And when your hand isn't good, drawing that lone dragon honor is not a bad thing. Because it means one of 2 things. A, you block the person who actually needs it, or B, it's in the wall and you have a really good chance of pairing it up. If your hand's good, that's when you don't want to draw those. But when your hand's bad, it's actually a pretty good thing to have.
Richard decides to keep hedging the full straight. It looks like it's going to be more of a Tanyao hand though for Richard.
6 is a nice fill. 7 completes the shape here. That is not Tempai? No, it's not. Oh, it says it is Itsu and I don't care. I respect it. There's going to be a pawn calling down for Tanya Ishunten. 6 is a nice pull. Still a long way to go. 1 pin useless. 9. Well, that just has to go back. Goes to the Sekigiri 5 instead of the 9, though. 3, that is Tempai cutting the 7, so waiting on 4 pin.
Not sure if he's Okay, he saw it.
Yeah, it's like, do I have? It was more a do I have to? That is not the
Yeah.
tile I wanted.
There are some upgrades, but it's just so slow if you take the roundabout way for that one.
Oh, where does he one so rejects the Ishanten. Formon extends the Monzu here, but now you have this leftover door. The problem is the hand's just not good enough to do anything else. I kind of like just one mon and not worrying about it. 7 so is also an option, but throws the 4 back. Ooh, that's a perfect draw with the 8 mon, completing 7, 8, 9. Now, interestingly, the 6 so could have been pulled and then could have been on the Tonki 5 pin or the Furi 10, 2223 Tanya weight. I kind of like pulling the 6 there and just taking the flexible Tonki because it can swap to whatever I want.
Yeah, this is when we didn't see any door at the beginning, and everyone's gonna get one, and they can't discard it, and also can't use it.
Well, that is the other part, is when you have a bad hand, you hold the door, everyone else is scared that you paired it up. And all of a sudden your bad hand would turn into a very good hand. You can see, well, just staring at the hand for a while. You know, Richard says, it's Itsu. I don't care, Wall. Now give it to me. Kargiri with the 6. Another 5 so. Interestingly, if the 5 so would have been kept, there was a Dora Tonki route. Hey, does nothing. 3 so. Well, there's a Kanchan. Should be the 2 mon with 5. Nope, goes with the Sozu continuation. And the 4 cleared recently. It's you can probably just cut it here. This is one where Richard's thinking, wait, do I have to really play for Tempai? This was Itsu. I said it was Itsu. I made every decision I could to make it, and this is the problem. Oh, out goes the Dora. Throws the live Dora to keep Tempai. That's going to free open all the rest of these hands that were blocked by it, if they notice. There goes the second. $18. There goes the third. So now the door is dead. 6, still nothing.
Yeah, I mean, there's 2 key
Yeah.
tiles that he needs for it, and when you don't get them, you can't. There's not much you can do.
Right. You'd even consider calling earlier, but they just never came. And there's going to be a call down for Tempai waiting 2 mon donkey for Yaku. And you can see Richard just spinning the tiles, the visible frustration. Switches out, and we have 2 players Tempai, I believe. There we do. Will and Calvin pick up 1,500. We'll have a repeat, each for 1 now. Calvin Dealer again in third place, but first is certainly within range.
Just made change so that he can put the continuance marker out on the board. Richard is currently first place in the tournament after 1 Hanchan, and Arturo is third.
standings aren't hugely important after one Hanshan, but I'll say everyone else in the tournament always wants to see whoever's in first get knocked down. But it looks like this is an East pair, maybe call and go. 8-so creates a penchant. That is a mess. So, bunch of pretty bad hands. This is probably the best of the bunch just because you can call it. But we've seen some just really bad hands this Hanshan.
Eric, who we just saw on the last table, is currently in 6th place.
One goes back. 8 creates a 6-6-8. 7 pair up. Could go Tanya potentially now. Also, the door appears to be south. Haku doesn't do anything. And I go ahead and cut the 8. Trying to greed for another Yakuai, maybe switch to Toy Toy. Two pin. That reads Tanya. When I draw that 2, I'm not really thinking anything else. I feel those open Tanya hands can get you in a lot of trouble, but sometimes you just have to go for them. 5 creates the Ryoncon, does not keep the 1-3-5-5 shape. June pair up, can now call and go. 3, well, maybe this one's it too.
Nick says if Corak's job ever lets him go, he should be an MLB broadcaster. Major League Baseball.
Yeah,
That was my dream when
not
I was a
actually the
kid.
first person that I said actually you sound like completely like a baseball commentator.
That's why I
3,
practice
okay.
saying things. If you discard the 1, it's low and outside.
Well, that's just it. You're just working with what you have. A tune pair, just kind of wondering where is the third tune? It's got to be somewhere. Is it in the wall or Mochi Mochi? There is one out though, so that's your real answer. The tune pair not as good when one's out like that. 9 goes back. 5 pair up could move towards Shitoitsu. That's Ishanten. Shaw pair up. Ooh, interesting. This is not the West player, so it's not that useful. Throws it back. Can't even see what that tile was. Okay, it was a Monzu. 8 pair up. That is Shitoitsu Tenpai. Will Dama here waiting on 4-mon. I agree with the Dama. Two of the things I hate most combined in the same hand, Shitoitsu and Dama. But when your weight's a 4-mon, you have to figure you're going to do better than that.
I think a 4-mon Tonki should also count as one of those worst things.
I'll take her in a talkie. Now that's a Furi 10. Otherwise, it would be a really good weight. 7's a perfect fill. Now Ishan 10 for a potential Itsu. Chewed. Okay, well, that's going to come out, and that should be called because that is the last tune. It is not taken. Of course, it's not taken. Duh, because this is the Shitoitsu hand. That's why. I have taken calls like that in the past when I was really thrilled with them. You saw the belated Subagiri Riichi of the 5. I think the determination was, okay, now that the tune's dead, I might as well just take what I have. Seven goes.
The other thing
Actually, the
is,
4 is not a bad weight here.
as you change out the weights, then it
Tenpai.
sometimes gets harder and harder to win anyway.
This is a, do I really have to chase this down with an 8-pin Kanchan? And the answer is yes, I do. Interesting that opens up the 4-mon Nakasuji to the first Riichi, because the 7 has come out and the 1 has come out. But I think this is just East-East. Oh,
Nope.
out goes the 4!
I did see that Suji. He's looking for a way to stay tempai, and Calvin will win another hand.
Riichi deals into the dealer here for 325.
No Ura. No Dora.
But yeah, that's one of those where when you hit Ura, you definitely notice the difference between 4,800 and 12,000. But Calvin is dealer again. East 4-2. Take a look at the hand. I like the Pinzu, and there are other suits allegedly. Maybe not enough to go Honitsu, but you should at least be hedging it. I think I'd have gone with a 9 so, but keeps it because of the 7 so door acceptance. This hand is just a discombobulated mess. We'll see what connects later. So I feel this is one where everyone's going to end up going Honitsu in different suits.
Also, the thing about Calvin is starting with the West. When you are hedging the flush like that, you do want value tiles a little bit more than the guest wins. And if you don't get the value tiles, sometimes it's not even worth the. It's only a 2,000 point Hoitsu.
Yes, can be helpful there. 1, 2, 4, 4, 7, 8. Not ideal, but we'll be taken. This is a Ryokan created with a 135. Still looking for that Hatsu here for Richard. 6 into the 5. Maybe not Chinitsu now. Maybe you just go Tanyao. 6. Out goes the 9. 1, 3, 5, 6. 6-pin, very good floater, but still just really looking for the Hatsu. Out goes the 8. Interesting. I think that actually works with the shape pretty well. There were some honors I definitely would have got rid of first. 6, 7. Now you have a 6, 7, 8 Sanshoku if you end up being completely blocked. 2 pins now in Anko. Pei goes back.
Corak
5.
is the trendsetter. 6-7 came from Mahjong, and it was actually Corak who started the entire 6-7 craze in America.
Something like that. 1 so fits in, possibly Peiko. 8 Mon pair up. Now you can actually just call the Hatsu and your shapes are filled, or rather established correctly, but waiting for the Hatsu. When's it going to come out? Arturo has been squeezing it for a while now. Was probably trying to hedge the Honetsu, but it's just not there. 6 so throws it back. It's just really holding that Shaw intensely. And it's hurt Calvin's acceptance quite a bit. Ooh, that is Ishanten. Wait, no, it's not. It's missing a pair. So it's a little bit further than it looks. 8, so unfortunate. That 668 shape would be really nice. 1 pin. I think it just needs to be Hatsu. You can go 1 mon if you're really scared. Ooh, cuts the 5. This is really bad acceptance, but if you're reading the 3 mon is good in the wall, then it can pay off. 7. Well, that is the wrong side of a Manzu Penshan.
So 1 away shape here.
That's an
Grace
Ipeiko
to Peiko.
confirm. Yeah. Although there was a pair in the hand, the 1 mon, of course. So that was Ishunten before, but now a value upgrade. The 7. Oh, and this is why I didn't want to cut the 8 earlier. 7 again says, you thought you got rid of me? No, you didn't. That is
That
Tempai,
is
Riichi,
Tempai.
Pinfu, Ipeiko, Dora 1, 5 so, 8 so. Will waiting for Mongon.
Insta reach.
Another pair here. Now you just have to abandon shit. This head is not worth fighting for. Probably trying to decide what the safest tile is. And goes with the Hatsu. It is called, so we will have a fight here. but it deals in, and that's just Mongon. We're going to pick up the 8,600 from the Riichi Pinfu Ipeco Door 1. Calvin drops into third off of that. And we are into the South rounds.
Cruising along in this game.
Six-0. Very nice Dora if you get them, but this hand seems a bit short of those. Shape's pretty good, though. I'm not going to complain about that as a dealer. Not too much value, maybe a little too many pairs, but everything's connected at least. Your blocks look pretty clear. The double float of the 3-so 4 mon. Okay. This hand I like more, though. Why? Because it just taught you out with Dora, maybe a Peiko, maybe a second Dora. And this hand gets a Dora and doesn't know what to do with it.
Yeah, there's just does not fit in right now. Gotta hope something sticks to it.
It's generally what you do with floating Dora. One mon goes back. Tone, nope. Tuso actually connects with the 3-3 here, and yeah, just Sucky Gary cuts the 3-so. Going to play it at least 6 block.
The only problem there is if he gets the 5-so, you have that. That's great with the Dora, but it's the double acceptance, overlapping acceptance there.
Well, you don't have to worry about that because the 5-so is now dead. All 3 of them stuck in that hand, and the Dora indicator is number 4.
Phew, what a relief.
Of course, you won't know that at this point. Atsu pair up, maybe call and go. Going to hedge towards the Onitsu play.
Oh, we got Richard fans in the chat.
5. This is Ishan. 10 should be 2 on 2 on. Could cut the 5 for a little more acceptance in there, but yeah, it just goes with the 2-2. Definitely the most straightforward cut.
Welcome, Joris. We're glad that you started playing Mahjong, and we're glad that you're watching us. This is the World Riichi League, so if you practice a bit, you can find that's happening all over the US and Europe, and you can find some and play yourself. I think that Will just saw, right when he was discarding it, oops, that was the open-ended gut shot. He could have got rid of the 2 mon instead first.
So that was a nice fill here. 4, 6, 7, 8, 8.
The one right here. Luckily, he did not draw the 4, so home free.
Yes, not immediately punished. Sometimes the wall is merciful. Just not in my games. At least that's how it definitely feels to me.
Yeah, my wall likes to tell me right away what I messed up on.
2-so, nope. Speaking of 2-so, nope. Yeah, there it goes. Shaw, this is a Ishan 10 now. Not ideal with a pen shot, but if you get it, you probably just take it. 9 pin. That is
Alright.
Tempai. Not
Never
the
punished.
ideal draw, but we'll go ahead and take it. Riichi Pinfu Door 1. Fremon, better shapes now, but just going to cut Hatsu. Shaw. And you know those extra. Oh no! Is that on the Tanya Ipeco, but it was definitely the right play to throw the stick in as it was.
Yeah, I'm just wondering in that situation, is it better to discard the 8 for reach or the 5? I kind of like the 8. He chose the 5 this time.
When in doubt, I'm always going to cut from the outside.
High and outside. The baseball lingo.
Well, the part of the outside is you can be off to one side of the hand, i.e. the 1, 2, 3 side, or the other end of the hand, which is the 7, 8, 9. You can be outside left or outside right. But we see the South not doing anything. 9, well, There goes our 6. Of course, that's Gimbutsu.
Oh, there was the Sanshoku.
Oh, and we're going to see a chase here. Shumpon 609, so Shumpon. Riichi Dora 2 or 3. Of course, here are the last 2 9s, so here's one of the 6s. This lead is not good. 1 6-0 left in the wall. But the 4-7 kind of dying with Calvin holding 4 of them. Still more of those, I believe. No, is this 1 versus 1? Always an awkward position when someone chases that you didn't think was fighting. You're like, wait, I didn't have safe tiles at that. That's not fair. Yeah, I believe it's 1 versus 1.
We have a better view of the discards now, mostly.
Nah, you can't. I don't think you could make that cheat. You get yourself in a lot of trouble. 8 so, that is not the deal in tile. 1. That is Tempai if you chi and cut 4 so, or more likely 9 pin. I would definitely call this and cut the 9. Yes, gets to Tempai here.
For Sotanki.
With no Yaku, but there are just a couple draws. Oh, there's the Dora! Out it goes. Riichi, Dora 3. The Chi changes the draw order. And that is a Mongon. You see, sheepishly drew the Dora and threw it, knowing that is a very bad tile. And we are in a dogfight now. 4th place is Calvin at 27,000. 1st place Arturo at 32,900. So just a few thousand points separate 1st from 4th. That drastically changed the dynamics of this game. Will, though, off that deal in of the dealer Mongon, has a dealer hand here. Isn't that bad. Looks like a Tanyao type hand. And may be able to get back to 1st if it comes together. 8-mon is Dora. This is a Pinfu type hand. Shapes aren't great, but the 2-mon would really help. This needs a little bit of work, and this is a complete mess. Does have the Dora Penchon, a couple decent floaters, but not what you're looking for. Another one of those hands where no one has a good hand. It's different levels of meh.
What's been the theme of this Hanchan so far?
This is the type of game where you end up, whoever ends up winning gets 1st and says, man, I had really bad hands. Then you talk for the game. No, we all had bad hands.
Yep. Watch the VOD.
Eight gives the Peiko option with the 67788. Haku will be held over the 1. Looks like a 4 so for 455. 9 pair up, but that is not ideal because the door is the 8, so you don't really want to cut that penchant away. South goes back. 4 so, well, get an Anko. Could be Tanya, but it could just be a Riichi. Hatsu pair up. Okay, that solves a lot of problems. You get the 3rd, you can call and not have to worry about the rest of the hand. This is a double south. Richard may hold it for a bit over, say, 8-mon, but 8-mon's Dora, so you can't really cut it. Thinking about the 1-mon here. 2-pin. That actually fits nicely in his hand. Should be the 9. Out it goes. Hatsu. We'll see if that comes out. Not yet. Now goes the 3. 8, 9, 9 created. Tumon. Likes the shape slightly better. You see the interruption with the 5 call. Maybe going toy here. 2, 3, 4. Hand getting a little closer. Still said extraneous Dora, though. 4-pin, another pair, but that is almost nothing here. 4-mon goes back. 7, perfect draw here. Well, I should accept the Dora. Get rid of that 8-9 shape. Now it's a 7-8-9. Also potential Arianman 6-9 way later.
I think that's gonna be it. I don't know if I even want to draw Dora first and waiting for another Dora indicator.
Oh, well,
There it
just draw
is.
another Dora. I mean, I don't mind the 8-9 Shampone here.
I mind it. There's already a 9 right there on the board we can see.
We just saw a hand with Dora Shampoo that hit the good.
There's the last
So
9.
yeah. And he has no reason to keep this. And now the 9 Shampoo looks really bad.
Yeah.
It is just Dora.
But even the Arianman looks bad.
Ooh, Anko here with the 2. Could go Tanya or can cut the 6-8. Goes with the 6-8. Really wants this Hatsu. And we've seen Will squeeze some of these honors very late. One so extends the Sozu shape potentially, but it already has a pair, so it doesn't do a whole lot. Ugh. Goes with the 2 here, keeps the 4-4-6, as well as all of the Pinzu. Haku is nothing. Perfect fill. That is Tempai. This should just be a Riichi. Riichi Dora 1 waiting 4 so 7 so. Another pair here, but this is the other problem. Is now you've been holding this Hatsu the whole time, and now it's a very dangerous tile.
South pair up for double south.
Well, there is the third south, and it will be called, given the reactions at the table. That is Tempai. Doesn't
Nope.
take it, though. Does not want to shove the Dora. I think that's one of the few positions where you're allowed to shove Dora. Would you just have Mongon Toy Yakuai? There aren't a ton of times you can just shove Dora into a Riichi like that, especially later
Is it
Riichi.
greed or
No, I think this is caution.
caution?
You also have to realize that dynamics are different when everyone's playing a very tight game. The scores are very close. That you don't want to be the one that just drops back down in South 2.
Yep.
But at the same time, it is, at its heart, a game in which you have to be willing to gamble at times. Five pin doesn't do much. Thinking about is it safe? The answer is yes, good enough. Tumon isn't it. Back goes the 5. 3 so. Finally, the Hatsu goes out. Seven so. A lot more ways to call for Tempai. Oh, this is Doratonki, by the way. That is Tempai. Now, the question is, which weight do you want? Or more specifically, which tile is safer?
Yeah, and not even there's not enough draws left to really worry about the weight. Just want this tempai for the exhaustive draw.
Plus defending the dealer turn here. Out goes the 8 and breathes a sigh of relief. 4-so. Yeah, that's not tempai, though. You could con for a draw if there's any left. Any tiles left. I think there was a draw left.
Get your elbow off the table. It's
That's
tempai.
oh, it is. Yeah, that's the
Yeah.
4-4. Yeah. So you have a 3-4-5, a 4-4-4, and an 8.
Yeah, I thought it looked like tempai to me, but the arm got in the way and
Yeah,
I
it
couldn't
was
double
causing
check.
us a bit of trouble, but it is an actual tempai.
So he was just making sure that he could discard safely on the last tile to get the tempai payments.
Yes, there was no other draw, so you can't con anyway. Ooh, north and south pairs here. Most specifically, the double south for Richard. Door acceptance potentially with the 5-pin floater. 4-pin is Dora, and 2 of those fit in nicely here. 3, 4, 4, 6, and another Dora pulled in. 2 completes 1, 2, 3 in Manzu. Shape's looking much better now. Isn't it funny how hands just all of a sudden look way better when you feel your worst shape?
It's like putting on reading glasses. Whoa, look at this. This was a hand.
It goes from, well, ooh, I do not like that 2-so cut. I feel that's just a missed Sonshu hedge. 4 completes a 4-5 weight. Now with the 2, 3, 4, 4, 5.
Yeah, Kenny, the reason that we don't have the weights on the screen yet is because M.LEAGUE has about 4 times the number of staff that we have, maybe more. I got to visit the M.LEAGUE studio last week before I think the second to last day, maybe the fourth to last day. Hours before the M.LEAGUE broadcast starts, there's already 10 people working just on the visuals. It's something we want to add, but we have definitely a more limited staff. So if we achieve that, it will be way, way more amazing than the fact that M.LEAGUE achieves it.
Yes, we are working on a much less, let's say, less budget than the professional M.LEAGUE broadcast, but we're working to get that. Of course, a big part is just having the number of people on the floor itself to be able to view the hands. 4-so, a very nice extension here. Cuts from the Manzu. 7-pin Onko, that is Ishanten. You see the call here of the Chun, can move it forward. 4 Mon extends the Manzu here, can just go Tanya instead. 3-so. I think it's still just 5. Yeah, there it goes. 8-so goes back. South. It's just a what do I want as my safe tile discard. Goes with the 1. Shaw is useless here. 6 connects with a 5. Now I wide. Ooh, what about just a third Dora? Wait, is it also Toy? There's a ton of value brewing. You see a Chi for Tanya Dora 1. Ooh, what pair do you want to cut? Goes with the North. Could have also gone the 3-so.
I think the good thing about North is that it's going to be safe. So even if somebody tempais after you discard the first one, it's going to be a lot easier to discard the second one than with the 3-so.
That is not Tempai. Possibly Peiko draw, but guaranteed good weight unless you pair up the 2 or the 3. 1-1 isn't it still is Shunten. But it will be taken. Now 4-7 so. You see a call of the double south.
I mean, just keeping the open-ended weight.
Yeah, you don't really want to go for the Tonki when you have that much value. The boost from Manga to Hanuman isn't that much better, considering you're going from potentially 8 tiles to 3. That 6 looked like a fold. That is Will reading. Something very bad is going on. 6, that is still Ishan 10. Out goes the Chun. That seems like the reasonable play here. That would have been Tempai, but Will had already decided to fold, sensing something's very wrong with Calvin's play. Because why is 4th place making a call like this? You have to assume there's some door in there somewhere. That is also Tempai. Could take the 5-7 Champon, but that is not the draw Will wanted. With the 4-pin, I think it just goes in. Here, it's a tough decision.
I mean, it's tough because he had
Sucks it
discarded
up,
the 6
throws the
but
Riichi. Yeah, that's because that actually would have been a
an 8.
Pokémo.
Yeah.
So did miss on a Riichi Patsumo Pinfu, but will now be dealer Riichi Nomi. That is Tempai. You can just cut the 2-so. That is the play waiting 4-7 Mon. Four seven Mon versus 4-7 So versus the dealer Champon on 5-7. I have another call for Tempai. Is that Sanshiku? It looked like with the 4-5-6. Does not like the tile. Of course, we know it does deal in, but it's to the cheap hand, I believe. Can go 9-9 if you're really scared, and does. Dodges the deal in here. Oh, there's the deal in. I don't think you can ever get away from this. You're in 4th place. You just have to shove it. No? Wow. It does manage to get away from it. Just does not like the 4-7 line. 2 players fold off of it. It's mostly because there is that dealer Riichi out there. But I'm very surprised Calvin did deal in. There's a pretty reasonable argument that the first fold made a lot of sense. But we do see Arturo and Will picking up 1,500 each, and now the pot's getting pretty juicy.
Will gets another turn at dealer. Boards are still really tight. Calvin has dropped pretty far behind, but he,
There have
as
been a
the
lot
last
of
dealer, has
draws
the
in this
advantage.
game. So if you're not getting those Tempai payments, if you're paying out 1,500 or 3,000 a lot, those add up.
They
Especially if
add
you're not
up
winning
so
a ton of
fast.
hands
Yes.
to make up for it. Ooh, I like this
This
hand.
is a hand. Yeah.
That is Ishan 10 from turn 1. Misses the draw to make it a double Riichi. Pinfu hand has a Dora. Floating Dora in this hand. 9-pin pretty useless. 2, we have the 1-2-2 shape. 8. Now you have an 8-8-7. Ooh, I don't like that because I think you just take the 6 Kanchan and potentially use the 8 as a pair. You have so many honors to get rid of in a hand like that. 5-6, and getting better there. and immediately punish. That's how I feel the game tends to work, is if I do something that I know immediately is questionable after the tile comes out, the wall says, yeah, not only was that questionable, it was wrong.
Yep. Happened today and Jude Allison. I was 1 away and discarded my 4-mon in turn 4 and drew a 5-mon, then a 6-mon, another 4-mon, and a 7-mon, all in a row.
Yuck. And the problem is with a situation like that, even if you do get Tempai, everyone's like, well, I bet you're not waiting on Bonsu.
Yeah. I mean, I don't even think that was wrong. It was just, I mean, I was 1 away from ready. I had my blocks.
Oh, okay. Well,
Just said,
then it's just
this
the
is the
wall
block
making
that
it
you're gonna
tougher.
get.
Tempai!
Yes.
Would have to cut the door here, but it'd be Riichi Peiko. Goes with the one so though.
I like
Wants at
this.
least Tanyao. If the
Tanya,
Tuso were
you can use the
live, I
door.
would definitely take this. I think it's because there's a Tuso out, so you're talking a 2 out wait. Which that early has a lot of improvements, at least in
And look at
theory.
that.
And there it is. Riichi, door 1, waiting on 8-mon.
Yeah, not a painful, but worth, I guess worth the same, but maybe a few more weights.
Yeah, you
In the
figure
wall.
it gives you a better swim rate. It gives you a worse road rate because it's right by Dora. But you really would prefer to swim when you. Oh, well, there's our 2. Now we happen to know that the 8-mon is also 3 out at this point. Because, of course, there was that backfire from the aforementioned 5, 7, 8, 8 hand. And I don't know what happened, but Calvin just hit the jackpot.
He has to decide a block to release, and I'll go with the 8 pin for now.
Okay, looks like we're adjusting the scores there. It's actually Richard who's way behind. Sick could go 1-2, and that is the play. See, this is the problem. It feels like that 2 eventually would come out here. 3. Oh no, you cannot con that one. This is probably just a cheat for Tempai. The problem is Richard would love to keep this closed. There's so much value, but I think you just have to take it. The pot's too juicy. Oh, waits on the 2-mon instead. Rejects the 3-sided weight. Does not want to throw the 2.
Interesting.
Well, because the Riichi tile is in the area, but no, I'm taking the wide weight every time. If you deal in, you deal in. Because now what do you do? And this is the problem. Is that's right by Dora. It deals into so much. And now it's Tonki versus Tonki. Actual
is it
head
because
shake there.
I think it was because he was free 10 twice.
Yeah. At the same time, I wouldn't care.
I missed those discards a second ago.
Oh, Sumo gets the last one of the wall reach. Sumo Dora. And I don't know what the Ura is because I didn't see it. It was something in pin, so I think it was an 8-pin. So no Ura. 2,200 all, though, would be a nice pickup, put Will into first place. And, of course, gets all the leftover Riichi sticks. And there you see it, Will in solid first place here, 39,300. South 2-3. 9 pins the Dora. Just feels Tanyao. Nothing fancy here. Just play efficiency for Riichi Pinfu Tanyao and see what happens. This is a whole bunch of Pinzu. It could be Onitsui, and Pinzu could also be Junchan. It's a Pinfu hand. This is also a Pinfu hand. 9 pins Dora. One so creates another Kanchan. Friso fills the pension here, probably trying to decide what to do about the honors. 7-8, 6-7-8 Sanshigu potential. Ooh, 7's is a great draw here. Accidentally reveals the 7.
They're cruising through the east round, but the south round, Will has just taken over. And I don't think we're going to finish the whole game.
We have probably time for this hand and one more, unless they're very fast. Six, seven, eight. That is not Tempai. It's Ishunten because the Shumpon. 4-mon. Actually, a really good floater. I kind of like Zaitso. Yeah, there it is. I feel it's 8-so or even the 1-3. I don't like cutting from the Manzu in that situation. 8-so connects loosely with the 6-6. And now they see the 3-4 and they're going, uh-oh, that hand's probably fast. Tune has been called. It's just Tempai now, waiting 5-8 pin.
There is an upgrade in there. Possible Sanshoku.
Not, well, doesn't matter, just Shubo. Sheepishly draws the tile, hates it. You can see the pause there of the wait. Is there a June shot upgrade? No, there's no shot upgrade. No, there's not. Just gets it, and that will shut down the dealer here. But Arturo's certainly within striking distance still. 8 minutes left as we head to South 3. So that was a fast hand. This may not be the last one. It'll depend how long his hand goes.
We started seeing a lot of exhaustive draws, which really drags out the hand because you got to get through the whole wall.
Exhaustive draws are, wait for it, exhausting?
They are. Especially when people are thinking for long periods of time.
Because there are large tempi decisions to is where they take the K10 pushes. We saw a whole bunch of really tough choices. There's a south pair, maybe call and go. This has 3 pairs. Might need to be Chitoitsu, but out with the 4-5, you just play regularly. South pulled in here. Will come out probably in a couple turns. West pair here, but that's just a pair, not a Yakuhai. Speaking of pairs.
Yeah, south
Okay,
and
Toitsuba achieved.
Pom, 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 pom. Shun was pawned.
7, okay. Completes the shakedown in Manzu. Toitsuba being an everybody gets pairs hand. Seven goes back. Ooh, that's a fun draw. Out goes the Haku. 5 pair up. 9, so gotta go from the Manzu instead. 7 Mon. Let's say everyone gets pairs, and Will is the exception here with 1. But there's the Pone of the South. 6, that's an Ipeco. Out goes the 9. Gonna hold the safety. Ooh, that's a choice. East, East, max greed. Pretty sure that was not the most efficient cut.
I think Will is just folding from the start.
I think they're getting another hand in. But the
Will
idea
in
here
first
is,
place
yeah,
does
we're just
not
gonna
want
cheat it
to.
down. Okay, so she's going for the Tanya Dora 2. That was the decision.
And Will just trying to keep his first place and not deal in at the very least.
Yeah, but I don't think this is going to be the last hand, so. Oh, the other East. Of course, wouldn't have drawn it with the call orders, but still frustrating to see it. 7-pin goes back, still East Shunton. 4 can always shift up, but that seems like a fold. You see the 4 taken? Yes. Goes Tanyao. Tuso goes back. 6, that has to be Tempai. 4-7, yes it is. 4-7, so of course 4 being the Dora would be Dora 3. 7 so is Tanya Dora 2. But doesn't feel like the 7's coming out anytime soon with 3 of those locked up. Yeah, Will just wants nothing to do with this hand. You know, the other players are desperately like, hey, can we speed this up? We want another hand.
Yeah, it's basically a high pie fold.
That is not Tempai. Too many pairs. 5 pins the normal cut here, but the 4-7 isn't great. 9 mon does nothing. 6 mon does nothing. Will continues to fold. 6 pin. Nope. 2 so another one of those. 3 pin doesn't do it. 5, oh no, the 5 pair would have hit. That is Tempai 3-6. For Tanya Dora 1. So it's Tanya Dora 1 versus Tanya Dora 2 or 3. And the last hand still Ishunten, I believe. Now it's Tempai. Waiting on 6 mon. Oh, that's the Dora. You can't throw that, can you? The problem is Richard is in 4th place. Throws it, deals into Tanya Dora 3. Arturo going to jump out in front. That's a tough position because you know if it's going to deal it a lot there, and it's going to be very expensive, but it is it's your last dealer turn. You're at a deep 4th. If you don't get Tempai, you can't do anything. That's a really tough spot. If you had higher UMA, you always fold, you always shove, but WRC UMA at 15-5, it's kind of borderline there.
It wasn't that didn't he found the fold last time with an even shorter hand, I think. Wasn't that him with the 9-pin a couple hands ago?
Yeah.
Mm.
Well,
You
there was a
can't
dealer Riichi on board, but
yeah, but
anyway, it's
you have
unfortunate.
to you'd
Well,
think that
so
the
this is
wall would give you some spaces where you could push, but he's just drawing the winning tiles.
yeah, it's much harder to win the game when you just keep drawing everyone else's winning tiles in Tempai. Regardless, now we are in all last, so we did get to South 4. We may actually finish this on
We made it.
Sean.
I
Timer
didn't
will
think we would.
definitely expire in this hand. Well, the game may not have reached what would have been its finish if Calvin wins any hand here, or of course it's Tempai with Calvin Dealer. Tempai. So now we have another pair here. 1 through 3, 5, 5. 2 pin. Another pair here. Possible 1, 2, 3 Sanshigu. This is a great draw with the 4. Gives the potential some mention with the
What is
3-sided.
what is Will doing over here? Okay, just going to probably pull in the value tile and try and get the hand over quickly. Or
Yeah,
his
well,
hand is too messy for it.
Will clearly didn't want to play last hand, and now he gets a hand he also doesn't want to play. So it's just, what do you do from now? And he's going to get all the Yakuhai and go. 1-2-3 Sanchiku is the play. Out goes the 4. Definitely locking it in. Timer is expired officially.
Like, I don't know. I thought it was a Kokushi hedge at first, but.
Four, so well, you cut the other 4. You probably need to cut this 4. Think about the 2 instead. I don't like that because I like the Peiko backup if we draw 3-pin. Meanwhile, it should be 9-9. It is. Five mon goes back. 5, so it just does not want to be that 1-2-3 Sanchiku. But it never has any value unless it is. Now there's a 6. Could just call it down for the Tanyao only. And we'll do so. Ishan 10 still. Hatsu goes back. A whole bunch of Sozu starting to pop up in the hand. But probably too late to actually go Honetsu. Shaw, pretty worthless here. We'll go ahead and Sekigiri the 8, though. 3-pin. That doesn't help. I mean, I guess it leaves you your Yakuhai play, but Will was hoping for more here. 3 mon goes back. 1, so yeah, just has to keep the overlapping shape. Ooh, the 3's a really good draw here. This is now perfect Ishan 10.
Yeah, the red clock means that time is over, and this is the last hand.
Yes, there's no +1. This is the confirmed last hand. Seven, that is Tempai. 2 so, 5 so to just shut this game down. Seven, the Honitsu play slowly getting there, but there's the 5 so. And there's your game. Arturo picks it up with a 1,000. The Hanchan did end. Well, not too sad about that South 4 outcome. Just unfortunate the South 3, the Dora push that Richard felt he had to make. But the winner here going to be Arturo with first place. 43-2. That's going to be what, a plus 28.2? Will with a plus 12.5. Calvin with a minus 6.7. And Richard take the big hit. I think that's a minus 34.
19 and 15 for the Uma. So Richard, who was in first place, now drops down. But Arturo, that should probably put Arturo in first place. He came into this game in third place overall. So I think after this game, we'll see him leading the whole pack.
And whatever drink Arturo is having there, he certainly seemed to enjoy it. Just chugging that down. But we are at the end of Hanshan 2 now.
Yep, and they will take a lunch break. They have about an hour and a half for lunch. So Hanshan 3 will start at 2:30 Eastern. And I am going to tag out, and I think Corak will be back with Amy for game at 3.
All right. Well, I'll see you back in a little over an hour, though, to our audience. And thank you, Jenn, for the commentary. As mentioned, we will be back in about 85 minutes.
Thank you, everybody. Don't go away. Keep it on, too. Helps our watch hours.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to round 3 of the May version of the WRL Majors from Sparrow's Nest. This is Corak. I am joined by Amy.
Hello, nice to see everyone again. Or hear everyone, I suppose.
Yeah, something like that anyway. But with that, when the camera is ready, we can go ahead and check into the action. I think they're getting the table set up and such still.
The post-lunch slump is very real, so I'm hoping nothing too bad happens on the table to any particular person.
Well, with lunch, I think always the first concern is, did everyone make it back in time? And I think the answer is yes, at least for this table. The overall tournament, of course, has to deal with other people. I think I'm hearing that everyone made it back.
Maybe they're still finishing setting up the table or something to that effect. Do we know who's on the table? Let me see.
I heard the name Nolan, so if we look up on the official WRC app for Hanshan 3, it's probably table 3, which according to this is Justin, Toshiharu, Nolan, and Hauran.
Yes. Yeah, I'm interested to see what happens here. Anyone who's been part of the New York scene will definitely know Nolan and Hauran, also known as Randy, though they are frequent visitors of Sparrow's Nest, as well as some of the other local Riichi clubs here in New York. Toshiharu, I've seen a few times. He seems like he primarily comes into tournaments, and then I'm not actually sure who Justin is. Face to name not recognizing, but sure, we'll get some exciting plays out of these players. So looking forward to that.
Obviously we're stalling for time. So in the means of stalling, okay, I'm gonna quick update of the overall scores. Arturo in first, 66.5. David in second. WRPM Pro Eric in third. And WRPM Pro Tomas in fourth. And Yishen in fifth.
Yeah, not too far for any of these players to try and grab first. It seems like they're all kind of battling it out in the same roughly 10 to 20 point distance. But we're going to go get started on our game soon. As our players start drawing their tiles, it looks like Justin is going to be east first, followed by Toshiharu, Randy, and then Nolan in the north seat.
Let's see, the Hanshan has now officially started. The clock is moving. Looks like a Tanya type hand. It's a Tanya Pinfu type hand.
All of our players are real good at looking at their hands without sorting them to know what to discard. So,
well, usually your first
luck
discard is like, okay, what's my loose honor that has nothing to do with the rest of this hand? Okay, do that one.
It's true. A lot of them are pretty standouts.
5 bonds, nice little draw. Was a 3, 4, 5 there. 9 pin creates a 7, 7, 9 shape. Pay pair up. This is the north seat, so can use this potential Yakuhai, call and go. 2 creates a 1, 2 Penchon there. 4 is a great fill with a 3, 4, 5. 2 will be held for a little bit. Maybe 1, 2, 3 Sanjiku, but a long way off. 2, 2, 3, 3 in Sozu now. Maybe a Chanta angle. 9 so goes back here. 7, okay. Now you have the Dora shape.
Has been getting simply incredible fills and great upgrades to his hands, so he's progressing pretty quickly. Nolan with a like unfortunate backfire that could have been maybe Chitoi, although I don't think you really think that when you're really looking at it at first.
Well, that's the thing about Chitoi too. When you don't get it, it comes. When you want it, you're just stuck in Ishanten forever.
There it is. Now Ishanten from Chitoi.
4, 5, 6 here with the Sozu fill. Meanwhile, Toshihara by far the best hand with nice little Riichi Pinfu Dora Ishanten, but stuck in Ishanten still. 2, 3, 4 here. Possible Sanjuku shifts. Cuts the 6-0 for now.
Oh no! There it is again.
Well, you always have sacrificial pairs for Chitoitsu. I've been told it is possible to get a Chitoitsu without discarding at least one pair in your pawn, but I've yet to see it. It's a myth. It's like Bigfoot.
Seems like most of the hands are kind of playing themselves outside of Randy's there.
2, 3, 4, 5, 5 there, and the Manzu. One so worthless goes back. Ooh, Dora pair. Keep that for perfect Ishan. It should be 3 mon or 6 mon. You could
I
even
can
cut
see
the
the 7
7 if
pin.
you're really
Yeah.
greedy, but then you're oftentimes at a really bad weight at the end, like maybe a 2 mon Kanchan, not ideal. Dora draw here also doesn't fit. Could go 1-3 and just brute force the Tanya from it. Instead goes with the 4 mon, keeping the 6-6-8 shape.
One
One
mon's
mon.
a bust.
Yeah, that is definitely not it. Hatsu, nope. Haku, nope.
Nope.
So on, yes, that actually does fit in very nicely. Advance the hand, could go 2 pin or 5 mon, goes 5 mon. Forzo, nope. Karigiri cuts the one from the hand instead of the one that was drawn. 4 pin, good floater with the 2 3s in the pond. You can't really use it, so back it goes. Chewed, nope. And poor
And again,
Toshiharu has had this amazing hand for a while now. And Wall just says, oh, you ought to be Ishanten. Well, I heard you want to do Tempai, but I don't care.
to be fair,
That
each
is
10 is right
Tempai.
about. So it is.
Riichi Dora 1,
Instantly.
4 7 pin. Justin with the dealer Riichi.
Toshiharu's going to take a little bit of a safer route around.
Yeah, not the direct
This
route. Makes
is
the final shape a lot harder to use. But here the question is, how much does Randy want to push?
the
I don't
one,
think the
so I
2
believe.
pin looks that bad.
Two.
And he doesn't either. Out goes the 2. This could just be pay, but yeah, there it is. 7. Gets a 7, but it's the wrong suit. Needs that 7 pin. Sakatoshi here. Toshiharu's hand.
Yeah, a bit of a trap there. This is Tempai,
This is
dropping either
Tempai. The
6
question is,
or
will it
8
be
mon.
I'd take a 2 mon Riichi. Wait, no, that's not Tempai. It would be the 8 mon. I was like, if you can get a Kanchan, it'd be preferable. But no, this is just the 7 Kanchan or the Shampon, both of which are kind of bad, and ends up taking the Dama here. So no Riichi's been declared other than the dealers.
Not sure if Randy is looking for an upgrade or potentially trying to fold out.
Now you have to be looking for an upgrade here. The idea is getting the Peiko fill with a 6-pin Dora draw, Yurichi on the 4, and then have Riichi Pin Fu, Peiko Dora 2. 6-0 is a terrible tile. This may be just a Sumagiri Riichi. Instead, just throws it back and
Nope.
stays Dama.
Interesting, because the upgrade of 6 pin would actually cause him to deal in on that 4-7. So maybe, I don't know. I think at this point, maybe I would just consider slamming, but
I feel, especially if you're willing to throw the 6-0, you should just throw the stick out.
yeah.
But this is being afraid of dealer Riichi with a bad weight. A lot of people get very scared of that situation.
Yeah, it looks like
Hatsu,
Toshiharu
nope.
might be out, potentially.
Ooh,
Oh, an
Anko with the
Anko
8
8
pin.
pin.
Ishan 10 could potentially just call for Tanya.
I'm not sure how bad the 8-so looks. It looks like at least 2 or 3 of the 7-sos are out, so the 8-so is probably going to be worth pushing for Nolan if he can reach Tempai. That's not it.
That is not what I would consider Tempai. I think Tumon is safe, but okay, those are the 6. That's right, that's already come out, hasn't it?
Yes, the 6 has come out and the 8-so becomes what is called Kabe or blocked off. But in this case, nothing happens. It's just an exchange of exhaustive points.
2 players Tempai. When you're dealer, you're like, hey, I got my 3,000. Wait, you weren't supposed to be Tempai. I only got netted 500 from this. Of course,
I
you do
wonder if
lose the
anybody would
stick goes into the pot.
suspect. Yeah, I wonder if anyone would suspect that Randy is Tenpai pushing that 6-0.
I would read either Tempai or Monster Ishanten.
Yeah, that's generally how I would think of it too. This hand, pair of south, pair of east, so
Pair
double
of
east
east for
very
yeah, you just
possible.
call and go with this. Potentially except Dora with the 2-2-3, 4-pin being Dora. Yeah, this hand plays itself. Could even be Chitoitsu, but that's a really sad way for that hand to develop.
I think I kind of want to hard push double tone Dora if I can. Oh,
Oh,
double
well,
tone,
about
there
that
it is.
plan. Good luck
Who
with
could have
that
known?
one.
Who could have known?
Possible 789 Sanjigu and says, no, I don't like that 9. I think it should have
Immediately.
been one of the dragons. I think that just missed that there was a 789 in there.
Or he was reading perfectly that Nolan held all these 8 pins.
Well, that's about the saddest draw imaginable. I go 2-pin.
I think I also cut 2 pin. I really like the pin, the Ryonmin Dora acceptance.
I feel you go 2-pin, the plan is you're cutting south-south later anyway. But regardless,
Dora
one Mon,
connecting.
I mean, there's a distant Itsu now in Monzu, but this hand is just a complete mess.
I don't really like committing to the distant Itsu. I think in terms of like efficiency, it's good for value,
Oh,
but
it
it's
was
just
Chitoi.
so far. Oh no. Oh, another pair
Well,
up.
the problem is Toshiharu is also going to, double Yakuhai Honitsu. I'm sure I'll get the East any second now.
Yeah, the Haku is one floating in Randy's hand, so that one might come out a little sooner. But
Yeah, if it would come out any second. Oh, and now you just have to go 2-4. You could go Hatsu if you're, yeah, it's 2-4. If you do pair up the 4, you don't have to cut the Dora, but you're probably cutting Dora.
just looking for one more tile to convince him to cut Dora, it seems.
Which is the normal player. Ooh, that's actually a really good tile.
Oh,
Out goes the East.
drops the double
Abandons the double
east.
East and now says, oh, that's where they were. Okay. Toshiharu now actually in the driver's seat with the double Yakuhai and the Honitsu's coming along very well.
Curious if you drop the east pair looking for Tanyao, perhaps,
It's
instead
definitely a
of
Tanya
double
play.
east.
No, it's absolutely a Tanya Pinfu play. Yeah, the
Oh, there's
5's
the
kind
other
of an
one. There it
ideal
goes.
draw there. Figured something would connect. One Mon, though, is a complete miss. There's the
Kind of a great
Haku, second
kill.
Yakuhai. Toshiharu way out in front of this hand. Super wide Ishanten.
The rest of the table has to be pretty wary now, thinking it must be some sort of Honitsu maybe based on the cuts, especially with that Dora drop.
Yeah, well, with the Dora drop, it's either Honitsu or it's just Tempai.
There's the
Oh.
Chitoy again.
Yuck. Do you ever just
Oof.
get like 3-so or 6-so? No, it goes with the 2. Oh my goodness. Just take the
Tempai.
3-sided. The extra value doesn't make any difference. 4 to 5 is irrelevant. 3-sided now. 3-6-9 for Mongon. Toshiharu, definitely the heavy favorite to pick up this win.
The 9s are locked up in Randy's hand. A couple 3-6s floating elsewhere.
Two of
Justin
which are
maybe
right here.
I think I just throw back the 7 Mon and
Yeah, I
just
don't like
kind
the
of hold on
7.
to these big chunky shapes.
You also saw the overflow first with the 1 and now the 4. You have to be reading that as Tempai. Yeah, even here, Randy could push the 3 for a wider shape, but it's just not worth it.
This is Ishan 10 for Tanya, it looks like.
5 pins a really annoying tile. 2 Mon is a miss. Again, just waiting 3-6-9 for that manga. And it feels like it's a matter of time.
Yeah, Randy's in a precarious Ishan 10 situation also, it looks like.
Now, Nolan draws it, flips it down, face down in disgust, and is now twirling it. Not the only person at the broadcast table we see that just really enjoys twirling the tiles. It is a bit of a tell, though. And by a bit, I mean it's a complete tell.
Yeah, you can definitely tell when players are dissatisfied with something coming into their hand.
One pin does nothing. Two on, nope.
I wonder if
Two,
Nolan
nope.
will drop that 8 so
If you have
if he reaches
Tempai
Tempai.
against confirmed Mongon, it's kind of 50-50 there. I think if you get the Peiko, you have to just slam anyway. If you get the 7, it's a little more questionable. But if you fill on the 4 side, I think you just have to deal in.
Ooh. 3,
This
5,
says 2
7 shape.
Dora. Do you ever like 7-4 pin? Or
The
even
thing
just
is, this
5-6,
is
7?
Sanchoku. This is guaranteed
Oh, you're
Sanchoku bar
right. This is just the
2 if
deal
he
in.
drops the 3 so,
I
and
think
so
you
he's
have to just
really
throw
thinking
it.
hard.
Yeah, there it
And
is.
it
Out it
goes.
goes. Deals in. Yeah, Sanchoku Dora 2, I think you just have to throw that. That is really unfortunate, but Toshiharu had a stranglehold on the hand and delivers, picking up the Mongon. 37,800 in first will be dealer in East 2.
I think for Randy, that was definitely a worthwhile push, especially if he was going to throw that Zoo reaching. Makes perfect sense to me.
Beware the
Unfortunate that it was
Sanzo.
just kind of hanging out on that.
Yeah, so you just had the goods there. And if you clear the 3, the 6x is a decent chance of coming out. Because the other hand is not in a good shape tempi. That's the type of tile that pops out. Got Tinfu hand, maybe more Tanya with a 7 Onko. This is a set of tiles that I can't see because the hands are in the way. The hands are in the way of the hand.
Yeah, I think this is also maybe a Pinfu type
Yeah, it's
hand
definitely Tinfu
eventually.
structure. The problem is this south, because that's the Yakuhai and Dora.
But if Randy pairs up the South, he'll be very happy as one of the only people who can openly call it.
Yes. The problem is when you get the solo door like this, the question is how long do you wait on it? 678 Songku now provides a backup plan. 5 so pair up 2, 4, 5, 5. Could just be Haku. Goes the 8.
Nolan's hand is searching for shapes.
1, 2. Creates a penchant there in Monzu. 3's a great
Perfect
fill.
fill.
6, 7, 9 in Monzu now. 9 so actually fits perfectly here with a 7, 8.
Justin just kind of cutting efficiently based on his hand.
Ooh, out goes the Dora. Yeah, thinks the shapes are good enough that it's time.
I think right
And
about
he
this
wanted to,
time.
yeah, he wanted to cut that Dora. I was like, probably not. If the
Yeah,
hand's good, Randy
unfortunately,
needs to follow, but the hand's just not there.
doesn't seem like Randy's gonna have too much luck pairing up that South Dora, as one is in Nolan's hand, one was just cut. So unless he draws it quick, it might be might be out.
But we also have to consider as a potential safe tile against dealer later. Hatsu pair up should just be 7 so here. And you can go with a Penchon, which is going to be the play. Cuts the 1 mon. 3. Not Tanyao brained. Sees the 1, 2, 3, 3, and doesn't immediately go, ooh, I could cut 1, 2 and go Tanyao. I think it's definitely more efficient to just cut the 3, though.
Yeah, he says I don't really need it again. Oh, there's the 1 mon again. The Penchon's
4
trying to
mon, that's an
stay.
Onko. This is super white Ishan 10.
I think 6 so here, yeah. Just
Yeah,
the
6 is by
absent
far the most
floater.
efficient. 6 so, or 6 mon pair up. Also has a 7 in there. 1 so, back it goes. Not really playing for the Itsu. Ipeiko fill. Man, if she's using the Hatsu as the pair in that had Tanyao. See, we just had to wait a bit to get to the time. And then you're draw the 9 the next turn and just be sad.
This is also a potential Tanya shift, cutting the 9 pin.
Ends up cutting the 2. We'll need the 6 twice now.
And I
Versus
believe
needing the
Toshiharu
3 and the
cut 1
6.
earlier, so
Yes, it's a really rough position. I think I would have just gone with the 7 or even the 5 is an interesting play. Oh, that's a nice pull. And now you even have to think about Honitsu. If you get the Tempa, you probably don't take it on a Riichi Peiko 5-pin Kanchan. Are you on
I
Con
think it
here?
depends. But oops. Another 3
Okay,
stroke.
I'm going Honitsu. I don't care.
Yeah, this suddenly becomes
Tempai!
very callable. Let's
Dama
just con
waiting 7
7.
mon. The problem is I
Yeah.
don't think that weight really improves ever, so I just reach you this.
I mean, I guess if you draw the 5 mon, there's some wiggle room, but oh, there it is.
Ooh,
It is
that's
done though.
it's just 6-4. You shouldn't even be thinking anything else.
And so it goes. So the 2 here,
No,
not an
it's actually
upgrade.
worse. Because you're losing it on potential foo ends. Okay, Silvigari Ricci. That
Okay, there
was
we go.
the I don't know what I want to do, so I'm gonna take a turn, think about it, and then go, oh yeah, it is kind of stuck. So it is Ricci Peiko, but remember a sumo on the 7 would be extra foo.
Yes. Yeah, that's the food count that catches a lot of people as they're going. Oh, there's a 7. Is it going to come out immediately?
Uh-oh. May just be Hatsu Hatsu though.
I like hedging Hatsu Hatsu here, potentially going for Chinitsu. Is actually going to cut the 3, so I guess it is Suji. That does break up the shape there a little bit, but perhaps it'll be fine. I wonder if the 2-pin would come out at all, as I do not recall Toshiharu's discard specifically. He had cut the 3-pin early, so if you believe in Sotogawa, the 2-pin is perhaps possible.
5 mon. Well, that's the end of this hand. Yeah, there is the south edge safe tile.
As I recall, 7-mon doesn't look that bad. I believe Randy has one, Justin has one, and Nolan has none.
Yeah, I think it was 2 in the
So
wall
there's
as
just
well.
2 hanging out.
Which honestly, with a garbage Kanchan like this, is great. You'd be thrilled to find out there are 2 in the wall here. Oh, the 8, Sunanko. That was probably the upgrade he was looking for, was a Sunanko.
Thinking about Ching here maybe for K-Ten. Decides
Maybe
not
not even
to. Gets
K-Tan. Could have
rewarded.
played it down for Tanyao.
Okay, believes in the Sotogawa 2-pin. Drops it. Obviously, it's fine. Nolan says, oh, there's
Uh-oh.
another 7.
Actually, that's Ishan 10. Could end up Shumpon 7 Monhatsu.
Yeah, Nolan has one of the Hatsus. I believe it was maybe dropped once very early, but it hasn't been seen since, so that's a very suspicious tile. Oh, that's
Tempai, I'd
Senpai.
Riichi. I don't care, I'm reaching this.
I definitely dropped the 4-pin. I think it's okay. Probably not ideal. It is not fully Genbutsu. Oh, Justin says, no, thank you. I guess I'm leaving.
As I said, it's been an issue
Gee.
at this table that people are generally not willing to take dealer fights with a fight against a dealer Ricci with a bad weight. It's a consistent thing we've seen on this table.
Yeah, it's interesting because Randy is obviously fighting a little bit. He's just cheed.
Well, with Randy, it was just because the tiles were safe, and now your Tempai good weight. Oh, there's the
Ooh.
Hatsu.
So it's never been cut. There's 2 in Justin's hand, 1 in Nolan's hand, and obviously Randy has no clue about this and has to now decide, is his Tanyao Tenpai worth it? And the answer is probably not. You don't
I'd
really
shove
want to
it.
deal. Ooh,
I'd shove it.
5.
I'm not a believer in Shumpon. Which is also why I would reach you this 7 Hatsu is. I wouldn't believe that they're on the Shumpon.
I probably would have also pushed the 4-pin Riichi, just because I think the Hatsu 7-mon looks decently good in the wall, but it looks like
When a
everyone
second
else
Riichi comes
is.
out, then the Hatsu's a lot more suspicious live.
Yeah, absolutely.
But there we are, 2 players Tempai.
No player's Tenpai
Oh, no.
actually, because Randy
Just
broke his
oh, right, because
Tenpai
he
on that
pulled it out.
Hatsu.
Satoshi Haru will pick up the 3,000, no losing the Riichi stick and getting a repeat. Right, yeah, because Nolan said, I don't want to throw that Hatsu.
Yeah, and
I was
Randy
thinking so much
agreed with
about
that.
how much I would have pushed it. It had to be two players. I'm like, nope. Nolan playing defensively and does not deal in. We'll lose the Tenpai payments, of course. But we are now in South 2-1. Pinfu type, actually a bunch of pairs in here. A
Yeah,
bunch,
this
a
table's
decent number.
been kind of pair favored. If we watch some of the VODs from previous games, it looks like a lot of pairs and Chitoi, Toy type hands. Though it seems like a lot of our players are rejecting that, choosing instead to go for much more normal hands.
Yes. 3
There's
pairs up. It's just Todd now. Yeah, it goes with the 1. Pretty worthless tile there. This has a Hatsu pair. Could just probably call and go. Kind of sad there's no Wested here. I kind of want to play that towards Kogashi.
Yeah, the problem with calling Hatsu in that hand is that you don't really have any other shapes of any other kinds to support anything in that hand for call and go. So even if Nolan was feeding tiles, there's just nothing to really grab onto. So I think in this particular type of hand, I wouldn't call immediately. I might let the first Hatsu fly by if my hand is still in that sort of starry shape when it comes out.
I
Probably
agree.
call the
I
second one.
probably passed the second one even if the hand
Mm,
didn't improve because I just don't think
mhm.
I'm winning anything and you just get in a lot of trouble. And I
Yep.
call a lot.
While we were discussing this, it looks like Nolan has actually, funny enough, paired up a bunch of tiles as well. So 3 Chitoi looking hands on this table between Randy, Toshiharu, and Nolan.
3 Chitoitsu hand, also known as Yuck, Yuck, and Yuck.
Yeah, Nolan
Dora
is
drawn here. Oh, that's a surprise. I would definitely keep the Shaw there with the Hatsu. That's the kind of draw that can push you towards making a more aggressive call. Because if you're stuck with it at
mm,
the end, hey, it's Doratanki. Even if you end up in a
mhm,
really
mhm.
dumb position where you've called 4 times, it's still Doratanki. They know you have it, and yet they're still stuck. East pair up. Now 2 Yakuhai there for Justin. 1 pin is a blank.
I'm not really sure what I would hope out of Toshiharu's hand at this point. It looks like the Chitoi, but at the same time, not too great. Oh,
Anko here on the
just draw them
4.
up. East, does this get called? It does. It looks
Yeah,
like
you
yes,
have
I'm going to
to. When you have
call
two
it and
Yakuha,
start
you have to call.
shooting.
The question is, you play for 2 Han or 4? The answer is
Okay.
not making a decision yet.
Yeah, it cuts off the bad shape, the 1-2 penchon, which, hopefully it doesn't immediately
Oh,
backfire with the
Hatsu!
3. Oh,
Yakuhai number 2 has now been called. Was the other one the open hand I was
and
looking for, and I noticed holding that pay. Because the pay pairs up, then you just go for the Honichi. You don't have to think too hard about it.
although we know that
Or,
Pei is living in
ooh.
Randy's hand.
Ooh, that's Shinipeko. Uh,
Rejects it for
uh,
Tanyao
uh,
Chitoi, I imagine.
Marian Peiko. Ah, I had dreams and they've been crushed in a second.
Nolan's like, I gotta prioritize EV here. Is
Okay,
Tenpai
goes
now
in,
on the
takes it. This is
7?
Riichi Toitsu Tanyo on the Suji 7, but it does look very Chitoitsu heavy, that pond. Whole bunch of those middle tiles in multiple suits.
Yeah, deeply intriguing because there's a lot of basically everything Nolan cut was sort of like penchon, not sorry, penchons, like Kanchons 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. So you could imagine he was just slimming down a really bad shape because he got better shapes. It's also interesting because you really don't think he's going to end up using the 7-mon, and so if you did not read this as Chitoi and you read this maybe as Honitsu or something else, the 7-mon might come out. Randy, Biggie Peiko chance here. Is going to cut north north.
Griso isn't it. Out goes the pay. 3 so goes back.
Once more.
8 pin. Nope. We'll go ahead and
Oh,
call this down. This is Tempai waiting on 7 so.
7th, I believe, is Suji off of Justin's 4 but it's not anything. Oh no, it is also Suji to Nolan from the 4 Riichi tile. So 7 kind of hanging out for both players. 8 mon, not quite.
Just
There
draw
it
it
is, 7
yourself. Just as it, okay, well, you're not going to help me. I'll do it myself. Gets the 2 on here. This is extra foo as well. You have the 4, the 4, the 2, and the 2 sumo. You can see hand moving around is yeah, wait, this is 40 foo, isn't it? Yes, it is.
Yeah, so they're doing a little discussion just to confirm right now, but it should just be 2 and 40 as the points are exchanged, plus Homba and Riichi sticks.
700, 1300 base. I believe there was 1 Homba. And there is 16, the confused look on Justin's face.
4422. So
Yeah, I
Toshiharu
see
overpaid
800 on the left. So
slightly.
yeah, there it is.
Yeah,
There it
yep,
is.
there it
Okay,
is.
yep, that was the issue. 1,400 as expected. Had given 1,600 instead, and just like, I don't think that's right. Always good to make sure that the scores are correct. Or it is
Yeah.
your duty on the table to make sure the scores are correct, and you are supposed to do it for your opponents, even if they accidentally give you too many points.
Yeah, it's a good show of sportsmanship. It's very good on all of your tables, but it's always nice to see it on the stream as well, just to remind everyone that these are the things that you should be paying attention to, the extra food counts, making sure that the payments are correct. And you never know, that 100 points might really matter towards the end.
Well, this is a bad hand. That's a tune pair. Maybe call and go. The rest of the hand is, I guess it's better than it looked originally. It's not good.
Catching up a little bit.
I think I saw
So
another tune pair, so we may be mochi-mochi here.
Ormon's a great draw for that.
7 pair up. This is a pair-based hand. Dare I Dream
Once
7
again.
Sunshigudoko, though.
So there is that Chun pair, Mochi Mochi, waiting on the same pairs. And
Told?
there's an
Okay,
East
well that
pair
fixes
up.
the problem. You don't have to worry about getting the tune. Just use it as your pair, ultimately. You won't know that at this point, but you just do start suspecting things you get towards the middle of the hand. You go, wait, are they just really stuck in the wall, or am I in the doomed position?
One East was dropped by Justin already, so it might be possible that it actually ends up being East
Ooh, might be
pair. That
Honitsu.
is the pair.
3 so pair out. This hand is bad. Hatsu pair
Hatsu
up.
pair up.
I kind of like the 4 so because I don't ever want to be cutting the Dora here.
Randy's gonna call and probably hedge the Honitsu here. If he ends up calling just for Tempai, that's what it is. But
Ooh, 8's a great fill here.
now, which of your Kanchan Shabo pair things do you want to chop off?
I don't know, but I want Tanya, so it almost has to be the 9 so.
Fremon is a great fill also.
Why do I want Tanya? Because it's a hand. Therefore, I want Tanya. All hands must have Tanya. It's in the rules somewhere.
So Randy is full committing to the Honitsu now. That's a Dora pickup for
Ooh, 5,
Nolan.
6,
So
7
the immediate,
Sanshuku.
yes. Chitoy. Shiharu feeling a little bit of apprehension about that 6-mon, considering Randy
Ooh,
potentially
Ishanten.
doing something.
Not ideal. We'll need the 7 mon to complete that new Penchon. We see 2 of them
Two of
here, and of
them
course, I believe
here.
1 is stuck in the hand already. Possible 1, 2, 3, but I don't really buy it. If you do, you can cut 8 pin, but yeah, 4 is the cut from the Monzu.
You
6,
could
okay,
get
shape much better.
Justin's hand could become Chanta as well. It's a little bit more work for sure, but if you were to cut 8 pin, you could try and do 1, 2, 3, Sanshoku,
Oh,
just draw the 9
well,
pin and
I
fix that
just cut the
problem.
8. I would absolutely cut the 8.
I think 8, I think there's an argument for 3 so. I don't like the
Yeah,
3
I
pin
don't. No, I
cut.
don't like the 3 either.
Um, maybe 8 so here.
I just throw the 2 back. Instead, those go with the 8.
I think the 2 being Suji to the Dora makes him a little bit more apprehensive. We are sort of entering the center rows of stuff.
I'd throw the 4. I'd go 7. I like the 7 a lot here. Because it keeps your Sanshoku, and you could just have Ryunman wait on the other end if you draw the cheapest side on the other shape.
There's the Formon.
And you can't call a 4 with this shape, so stuck in Ishanten. 5. Speaking of 5 pin, oh wow.
Nice.
I would have cheated the 5.
I think maybe Toshiharu just doesn't like the Arazuke form. Nolan is going to
Oh,
take
open for
5,
Sanshoku
6,
Dora 1.
7. Yep.
Waiting on the 6.
Yeah, now that Toshiharu has Yaku, he might be inclined to call, but I think he was sort of apprehensive because the Hatsu had not been dropped previously, and so he was maybe worried about being Mochi Mochi with somebody. Sevenmon, you're definitely wary now. Randy has 2 open Monzu calls. I don't think you want to drop that.
Yeah, I don't think you're cutting Mons. I think, yeah, just giving up on this hand seems very reasonable. But Toshiharu needs to be fighting this. The hand's just too good.
Yeah, with 2 Dora, Anko of Hatsu. Nolan thinking about his life choices with that 1 Mon.
Well, part of the problem is he got himself in this position in the first place with the calls and so many Monzu in the hand.
Yeah,
So I think he
Justin's
actually
just
should push the Shuji 1, 4, and you
1
just
pin.
shift up. Out goes the 1.
Mm.
5. Oh no. 6 so it is right by the door up, but it's safe. That's just
Senpai.
Senpai. You take the 3. No, wait, that's not 3 sided. It's just a 4. Yeah, there it goes.
Yeah, it's just 5, 8
Riichi Hatsu
pin.
Dora 2.
But waiting on those Pinzu that seem to be
Doesn't
fairly. Oh,
matter.
never
Nolan's is
mind.
okay. I just needed the Riichi to get into the middle before I won this hand.
He said, "Thanks for the donation. I will take 500, 1,000, and a free stick." Nolan was kind of closer to 4th, but now has pulled himself back up. So Randy, unfortunately, having just lost his dealership, is going to have to do a little bit of hustling before we enter South so that he doesn't start South in a really bad position.
I think we get East 4. He's still just playing for generally the raw value. I'm not thinking that much about placement this early. You can, but I just generally don't bother until you get to around South 2 or so. Some players I know will be thinking about it like East 3.
Having
But
played
I'm definitely
Randy
one who
several
delays.
times, yeah, I think I tend to start thinking about it right about here just to see if my East 4 hand is good. Because obviously, if it's good, then it's easy. But if it's bad, I have to consider what I should be doing. Having played with Randy several times, I can say that he is a pretty thoughtful player. He's got a lot on his mind every time he plays.
All right, we have a south pair and a west pair here for Toshiharu. Of course, it's being the west seat. We're still in East round.
Yoshiharu might be thinking about 789 Sanshoku holding on to the 9 mon there.
Long
Something.
pause on the East.
Somebody is interrupting the table from the outside. I think maybe a
Yes.
positioning thing or something, or a score
My
discrepancy,
guess is
perhaps.
I have a guess. Someone said realized they didn't have the East pair, and there was a false call. We'll see. Okay.
So no, it is from a score discrepancy. The previous sumo, probably with the extra foo, something just got fixed. But onward with the hand. I think I just cut it back, yeah.
Yeah,
Randy's
it's
hand is
either
actually
that or the
quite.
nines.
Oh,
Oh,
East pair
East
up.
pair up. I think it's just 8-9. Also, I mentioned I think that's a 7-mon Dora. Yeah, 7-mon.
Yeah, I could also see 5-mon being cut there just to keep that 5-6-7 shape completed, but I also like the 8-9. I don't love holding on to penchons like that when I have other good value and callability.
Another 4 here. Just throws it back though. Chewed worthless.
I actually think Randy's hand is pretty good also, but it is a little trapped. There's the
Oh,
East.
there's the
Nolan
East,
must
and you
pawn
have to
that
take.
immediately.
Yeah, it is
The
the last East. If you
value.
don't take that, you're going cheat toys. So this hand's good enough. You just have to take it. Tanya Chef potentially does have the 799 to deal with though. Well, this was cheat toy, unfortunately. And it's not anymore. Jiggles the tiles around as the players at this event have definitely been using that as a tell. It's not been one or two
Here's
people either.
Tempai. Nolan, our dealer, is Tempai.
I
I
believe
believe
it's
waiting on
2-5 pin.
Kizu. Yes.
That's a good fill, but again, the hand's just really far behind. Wants this 6, but it's just the door indicators. He wants some value. Yes, it is the 2-5. Could have switched to the Champone, but keeps the 2-5.
Justin with an awkward Shanten. He, I believe, is headless, or he has the 5-5-5-7, so it's kind of awkward. Is this called? Yes. Toshiharu says, I will take that. Thank you very much.
As Toshiharu's Yaku. I like
Maybe just
998.
I think I like maybe the thing is that like changing your Shanten, so it starts with the 8, so at the very least. I think changing your Shanten here is um yeah, so this is like an awkward headless Kanchan.
7
Another 7
pin.
pin.
Nope. Chewed? Nope. Chewed?
And
Still
again,
no. One
not
so probably should have been kept, but we'll see.
he cut the 2-so earlier, so he would have been on a bad furry
Mm,
10-1-3 Kanchan if he reached Tempai in a way.
then that was the reasoning behind it. The 1-mon doesn't help. 6-so, that is 3-sided now. 3-6-9, so. Was he all? Uh-oh, it's just a deal in. I don't see
Oh,
how
there
you
it
avoid
is.
this.
It is just west, though, so it's just 1,000 points. I'm deeply intrigued going back a little bit to why Justin cut the 2-4-mon out of the 5-5-5-7 drawing 3-so, but I guess we'll never know.
We are now into South Round. Justin is dealer here. 34,000 in second place. 3,900 behind Toshiharu. We see a West pair here. West Omco
Which
now.
Funko?
I mean, it's not very far from Tempai, but the shapes are awful. I see
This
a
kind of.
Kanchan, a Penchon, and a Ryanman in
Hmm.
there.
Yeah, it's not really leaning anywhere in value either. He has the 9-mon that could connect to Dora, but he has no Dora itself.
the situation of what's your value? Well, you just draw a Dora, and then you draw a second Dora, and then you draw a third Dora, and all of a sudden you have value.
Yeah, value especially important in Akanashi when your Doras are limited compared to Akaari, which is red 5s. But, Riichi Tanya Pinfu Sumo Dora is also Mangan, so it's not impossible just to stack all of your Yaku.
Yes. 8 here, 5, 5, 6, 6, 8. 8 here, you're gonna have the overlap. The shapes managed to get worse somehow. 5, 6, 8, 9.
It
One
could
of
be
those where you're
bad, but
moving
also
forward,
if
but bleh.
you... Yeah, I imagine if you're Justin, you might want to hold on to that just to see if you draw 2 Dora, because then you have 2 Dora, and that's great.
It is. Well, it's more what's your other plan than anything else.
He does have...
Oh, I would con.
Con?
I'm dealer. I
Con
don't care.
immediately?
This hand needs draws. It needs to get more draws. I really don't like this 4-so cut.
I think I also might consider conning here. I just like having all of my shapes to potentially draw into, so the Rinshan may not be harmful.
Well, it also
Especially as a
tells you how you
meme.
can progress the hand, and on top of that, you know what else
Yeah.
it does? It shows everyone else dealer has 32 fu.
That's true. Many foo for lots of points.
It's effectively one Han closed, but it means your hand is not open, and everyone knows you have the extra fu there.
Someone in chat said long East round, although we're still only 30 minutes into the timer, so I don't think it's that long. This is Tempai. 2-pin 9-so
Okay,
Shabo.
I'd cut the 9-so. Yeah, let's do it. Go for it. All sorts of value upgrades if you can get it in Pinzu, but you need to cut the 9. And we look at this hand, and it just pairs everywhere. Brute Force
Chitoy
Chitoy.
again.
9 pair up, and this is the problem, is now what do you do? Now the con looks worse somehow.
Yeah, I mean,
These
are you holding
shapes
on to the
are
con without
just
doing
bad.
anything?
Yeah.
It's really kind of stopping the hand from
Ooh,
progressing.
perfect draw there. Riichi Pinfu Tanyao gets the third Formon, so it's a pair and a run.
That's Tempai as well now for Pinfu 4-7, so if he reaches
You
on
just
5-8,
chase.
then...
This isn't a hard decision. You're in fourth. There's a stick on the table. You must chase. If you deal in, you deal in.
And chase he does, committing.
And now you
Ooh.
have the 2-1 Onko and is sitting, why do I still have this Dora in my hand? Obviously wanted to toy too, but it's not there.
Can't really let go of that Dora either.
Just, of course, now has safe tiles for days with the 4 Shaw.
Although if he wants to progress his hand, it's a little tougher. Ooh, Nolan looks like he is going to continue moving forward. There's the 8-mon. Nolan does have that floating 2-pin that can be a lot of trouble, so kind of looking to see if he reaches Tempai or not. Justin says, I'm out, thank you very much, and decides to leave. Although we already knew that from the second Shaw cut.
Yeah, when the second one goes out, it's just done. And there's the 9. Yeah, Justin wants nothing to do with this, even as dealer. Oh, there's the Dora.
Ah, the 6.
And the problem is, yeah, now Nolan's going to get in trouble because if he gets Tempai, he throws that 2 and deals in. But I think it's a reasonable call on the 6. Oh, there's the 5. Doesn't
Sumo
matter. Just
again.
Sumo at reach. Sumo, Pinfu, Tanyao. No Ura.
No Dora.
No Ura. If the 2 would have been dealt, it would have dealt in for Mongon. But the 5 is not the Ura, so that is 420, 2,600 all. Therefore, Toshiharu expanding this lead significantly, now almost 13,000 ahead of second place, and will be dealer again. Or no, that was South 1, so it would have been 1,300, 2,600. Sorry, they switched the indicators on me a little quicker than I'm used to that time.
Let's see here.
Hatsu pair, maybe call and go as a 2-3 where the 1 is Adora. Possible Chanta route as well.
Potential Sanshoku even. There's 1, 2, 3, 1, 3, the 2, 3. So
Chanta, Sanshoku, Dora, maybe Hatsu. I mean, that's a Mongon.
a pretty good hand for our dealer who can continue trying to run away with additional points. And with this being, again, another a cumulative tournament, you do want to try and bank points where you can.
Yes, and something I've talked to with other players is WRC is 15-5 UMA, which isn't particularly big, even in Akanashi, where placement is effectively worth the same as 10,000 points. That means unless you have a 10,000 point swing on a decision, you're generally playing for placement, but this early, when you're thinking maybe a quarter or a third of a placement when you're making a decision, that's only 3 or 4,000 points. So it drastically changes the perception when you get towards the South 1, South 2 positions.
Randy here, hedging maybe like an Itsu. It's still very far, but his other shapes are sort of lacking, so the Itsu would be great value if he can draw a couple more things. That's one
Naimon,
of
that's
them.
it too. Yeah, that definitely seems to be the play here. It also has a Dora in hand, needs a Tuso. But 2 of the Tuso are stuck in this hand. The
I
question,
believe
what pair you
Toshiharu
really
also
don't
has
want to use?
one.
You really don't want to use the Tuso as the pair there, so
Thinking about that 6, but decides to stay closed. Gets rewarded with a nice Roundman shape, but now potentially has to give up value in either the Itsu or the Dora.
Haku goes back. Friso. Ooh, that is pure greed. I would have held that Friso. Because the shapes indicate Friso's most often the pair, but if you decided it's just Chanta, then maybe you brute force it.
Randy pairs up that 1, so that's perfect for him because now he has a pathway to Itsu Dora 2. Can also cut the Wests, no problem.
9-pin useless here. 2-pin. I guess it's just deciding it's using the Hatsu as the pair. It doesn't have to worry about anything else. This is
Oh
an
no, the
upgrade,
wrong
but it's a really
side.
frustrating one. Could go Shaw or 7-9.
Has the Shaw been cut? I'm not sure if the Shaw has been cut at all, actually.
If you're reading it as good, you should cut the 9 here. If you're not, you should be cutting the Shaw. It goes to the 7-9.
I think this is also the correct sort of greed play because then if you are a Shabo Dora, you can pretty much guarantee yourself that value if you're able to get
Yeah,
it.
either you sumo the Dora yourself, in which case you have a ton of value, or someone throws the Shaw and you have a pair, and of course extra foo. Well, there is one of
Yeah.
the Dora popping out. 5, 6, 7 now. Cuts the 9-pin, keeping the tune as a safe tire. Oh, that's Tempai! That is an easy Riichi. That is one of the
Yeah,
easiest Riichis
immediate
you will
slam.
ever see. 4th place, good value, good weight. Randy, Riichi Door 2, 5-8 so.
Yeah, and even on sumo guarantees, I believe Mongon with the extra
Mongon, yes, because it'd
foo.
be 4 Han at that point.
4 and 30, but everyone else now has to think about what they're doing with their hands and their various items. I don't
Well, the
believe Justin
problem here
here.
is the loose tiles, the 5, but this hand is not worth fighting.
Justin agrees, decides to get out. He's a little too far from Tempai with no value for any kind of fighting purpose, I think.
Haku goes back. Taunt? Nope.
Funny enough, it looks like everyone is sort of battling their Shantens. They're not really drawing too well here.
7 so. Might go 1-2 here. Nope, goes to the safer 6.
Which has become Nakasuji, or the center Suji, between the 3 9 drops from Randy.
I don't know how much I trust Nakasuji as much when one of those sides is the Riichi tile.
Well, it was good enough for Justin, and he gets away with it that time, so I guess it works out. I wonder
Well,
if
the problem is
Amon
now he
here?
has to decide here. I'd go Tumon, but yeah, it goes okay. Goes the 1-2, which is what I was thinking last turn. No, Sumo, Reach, Sumo, Dora 2, Mongon, or
Any
would require
Uros?
multiples. Nope.
No.
Doesn't matter. Still Mongon, 2,000, 4,000, and the stick back. And we have a bit of a fight here for last place. And even
Yeah,
second isn't that far off.
Toshiharu currently comfortably in first, but now that it is Randy's dealership, he can easily grab points if he gets a big hand. And even if he doesn't get the biggest hand, anything from those middling 2-3 Han hands could still bring him much closer.
Randy will be dealer here in South 3. And that
Wait
is
to come
not
back
an ideal
indeed.
hand, but it has an East pair at least. It feels very Chanta and disconnected.
Yeah, he has a lot of those floating tiles, but they're not really good floaters either. The 1-6-9 pin there, 2-6-8-9. There's some overlap in shapes, so not sure.
Not even gonna really consider the Chanta. I think this is a position where if you're Randy, you just call anything, and if you get there, you get there, and if you don't, you don't. Because you don't really want to give up your dealer with this score line in South 3. And that is the
Yeah.
play. We see the East call. Question is more, how long do you hold these honors? I think I got 1 pin here. Or 9
Yeah,
mon, maybe. Yeah, I like the 1.
I like the 1 pin also because this gives you hedging Honitsu chance for anything that's not Pinzu, right? He has 3 Sozu, 4 Manzu, I believe it is. So depending on what he draws, he could try and hard force
Yeah,
Honitsu
it's a
to
long way
lose.
off, but hey, this is really what you're looking for. Now the question is, do you want to brute force the Monzu Honitsu? The answer is not hard force, but we'll go ahead and push the 8 and see what happens. 2-4-6 creates a Rankan in Manzu, or potentially just a Kanchan if you use the 6 as a pair.
6 being the only pair, I am inclined to kind of keep it as a Kanchan 2-4. I think here maybe it is Chun, just for
Chun's Dora.
efficiency.
I'm never cutting Chun there.
Chun is
Nope.
Dora. That's true. My bad. There's
Nope.
that 9
9
pin
pin. There's a
again.
backfire. 3 zone Onko. 1-3-3-4 cuts the 1. 5 pair. Well, now you may end up having to throw Chun anyway, but throws the 7 so. And that pawn should look very suspicious. 2-2-7 as your first few discards. There he goes. Huh? Wait a second. And that's why you
Oh,
don't throw the
didn't fire
Chun.
up. Might come out anyways. Not now, but
Not
I'm not
yet,
sure if
but
Justin will.
ooh,
This
that's an interesting
is.
shape. It D-shunt. It just has to be Haku here, doesn't it?
You could Sakigiri Forso if you were really
No, I
scared
think
about
that it's a really
something.
good floater when you have the disgusting Shampone where one of your weights is inside your other.
Yeah, for sure.
It's just
I
so
think this is
inefficient to cut the 4 there. It's actually a really good floater. Ooh.
Well, now you cut it.
Yeah, now you kind of have to.
You got big shapes. I think here.
Hatu? Nope.
This south is being held on to for dear life, maybe. I do think that Nolan as double south also it's worth holding on to. If it wasn't double south, I might have dropped it a bit earlier depending on other things.
3 pin goes back. Shaw is not it. Yeah.
That 9 pin.
Randy haunted by the ghost of 9 pin past. Pay does not help.
Yoshiharu having a wide Ishan 10 in the Pinsu shapes, looking for a lot of things that are just not coming to hand yet.
Here we'll shift this down to a 5-6-6. 8 so is completely isolated. And when you have a 6, 7, 9 in your pawn, that getting the 8 is never a good feeling. I can see the 3 Penchant call. Now Ishan 10. And no, it's okay, fine, I'll call 2. I need my tune, give me my tune. And Judson
Another
says, how about
Sozu.
I don't give you your tune?
There is one left in the wall somewhere, so maybe it's coming up.
Yeah, Justin says, no, we're done here. Three.
9
Oh, is
mon,
that
maybe?
Chanta? I think 6. I think those were only Chanta calls. I'd have to check.
Yes, it was 1, 2, 3 so and east. So it could have been Chanta, but
Yeah,
I
I
think
think it's a
maybe.
mistake to cut the 9 in that case. Not a major one, but definitely I consider a mistake. 4,
Oh,
well, that just Tempai.
that's
You reach you on the 5
Senpai.
here. You could even reach you on
Okay.
the 2 if you want to be really funny.
I mean, the 2 is technically protected by that 4-pin con, even though it's not considered a con.
Yes, and there it is. Riichi for Riichi or Riichi Tanyao, 6, 9 pin.
I don't believe he's Riichi'd, actually. I think it was Dama
Oh,
5
it's
pin.
Dama? You're right, it is Dama.
I think he's concerned as first place, doesn't want to donate the stick, and doesn't want to potentially have to throw anything extremely dangerous.
Tempai, yeah, like say Adora.
Yep. There's the south call, so gonna drop 3 mon here. Surely.
Yeah, you have to.
So that is technically Nolan's tile, but
Was
he is
actually Furry 10,
Aruzuke.
yeah. But if it's the Furry 10 right in front of you, it doesn't matter. That's
Yep,
not
and
actually in one of the
now
pro broadcasts we had in this channel where someone did that, dealt into an Ochizuke Shabon that was the non-valid win, and then someone threw the actual winning tile and the professional chomboed on it. So they do it as well. The ones in Japan with the much more experienced play. Could also. Oh
oh
well, that's the
no.
end of that hand. Nope, never, 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 never.
Randy technically still has a way to
Oh,
oh,
there
there
it
it is!
goes. Mongun.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, 3 mon coming out there is actually great because it guarantees that Nolan cannot be Furry 10 off his own pond. He's only temporarily Furry 10. The tune there, interesting, because you could have tried to wait and Shabo the 2 mon and then Tonki, Hadaka Tonki, your tune as your final weight, but Randy
Well, the
says,
idea
well,
here was that it's my dealer. I really don't want to be fourth going into all last, and if this clears, I'm in an excellent position. But still, live Dora with 2 obviously Tempai hands, late third row live. I guess the only argument for it is there's not double roan. We do have head bump in WRC rules, but that is a rough push. It hurts, you know it hurts him when he has to throw it, when he feels he has to throw it.
yeah, it's really tough being into your third row. And as dealer, you don't have a lot to defend with either, so you kind of have to prioritize trying to keep tempi. And maybe you were hoping that, as happens in so many cases, everyone has a tune and no one was able to do anything and nothing happens.
Yeah. I probably would have folded, but I definitely would have spent a lot longer on that decision to where everyone would have known I drew a tune. But anyway, we look at these hands. Pinfu hand. We're supposed to 678 Sanchoku later. Pinfu hand. Am I noticing a theme here?
I think it's just
And Pinfu
Haru.
hand. Wow, what a surprise.
Yeah.
The most efficient hand is the one most hands are building towards.
Onto these dragons for maybe some quick calls. Justin is not too far away from second and could even try for first if he wanted to try and directly hit Toshiharu for some value, but just gonna kind of hedge his bets. Nolan here is
Then
Ishan 10. The 3-mon, I believe. 3, 8, 1-mon. All good draws for him, as well as 6, though, I think it was.
Tolm goes back, 2-pin. Actually, a decent floater, but throws it back.
But
Possibly
commits to
Pako
the
upgrade.
shapes. So
Just going
Toshiharu
to
here
call this
probably
down for
gonna,
Tanyao.
yep, try to get out as fast as possible with his first place.
We're at all last. There's no reason not to.
Exactly. Especially because Nolan, as the dealer, is the closest one, so you certainly want to stop him as soon as possible.
5. We're going to hold with
Gonna
a
widen.
4-5. Tune worthless, though. 5, 7, 9. Throws the 5 back. Interesting. I might have cut from the 1, 1, 2 there.
I believe. Did Nolan
Tempai.
somewhere?
Waiting on the 5.
Which Nolan did just discard. I think maybe it's.
Could go 2,
Wanna
4. Could
s-
just throw it back. Goes to 2, 4. No, it's just 5-mon for Tanya only. Let someone else.
Unfortunately for him, at least 2 of those are seen. 1 in the pool, 1 in
Oh,
Randy's hand. 3, so there is 1 left in the wall. Yeah, Toshiharu here is full steam ahead, kind of not really paying too much attention to anybody else, besides
Ishunten.
maybe Nolan.
Orpin goes out. Justin seems to mostly be out of this.
I mean, he
Tone
cut
goes
off the
back.
2-4 shape, so maybe not fully out, maybe just decides that that's not the shape for him because he has these other shapes. It's like an awkward 2-shan-10. Although maybe
Tatsu.
Justin is also sensing danger from Toshiharu
This is
having smoke
Tempai.
greed.
To bad Tempai, and Randy needs a lot more. Yeah, I don't mind even just throwing it back.
I wonder if there's a world in which he throws maybe 5-so, 9-so, and seeking 3-4-5 Sanchoku.
It is possible. There's also an Itsu route, but you're getting towards row 3, so it's definitely not ideal.
Yeah.
Now, I do like the 3, 4,
And
5, 6. Even if you do end up with some weird Furiten, it's fine. 3-sided, excepting Dora.
maybe 2-so
Just
here to swap
shift
it
up.
out.
Yeah, you want to be able to get the 3, 4, 5 Sanshku shift.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
There's
This
the
is
Dora.
Riichi every time. Riichi, Pinfu, Dora, 3-sided, 2, 5, 8-mon.
I
Just
don't
the
believe
hand
Randy's
Randy
Furryton on
needs.
that, actually.
I don't think he is either.
There's one
Oh,
of the
well, there's one
2s.
of those.
So Justin has shown himself to be pretty fold heavy, but the 2-mon here is considered 1 chance since he sees 3 of the 3-mons, and it's not close to the Dora, so maybe it just comes back
Out
out.
it goes. That's
Oh
going to be
no!
a change on 4th place. Randy will escape.
Randy's readjusting his hand before doing the reveal,
That's
but
one where he
that
felt the tiles
is
were shaking. Maybe like that went a little too much, but Riichi, Apatsu, Pinfu, Dora 1, direct manga on Randy will get to 3rd place with a direct hit on Justin. And there you see the scores. Toshiharu ends up in 1st place, 25.1. Nolan in 2nd with 8.4. Randy in 3rd, minus 9.9. And Justin takes the loss here in 4th with minus 23.6.
yeah, and it's a little hard to see, but Randy's discard pile doesn't betray too much, so it didn't look like Justin had too many
Yeah, you don't
safe
have a
piles
ton of information
anyways.
there. Well, because all the information's in Pinzu, and Justin didn't have a lot of Pinzu.
Yeah, so just kind of thought, I guess one chance is about as good as it's gonna get for me. So shoves it, gets shot this time. Somebody in chat says one chance is fake, and there's probably some amount of players who would agree with you.
I wouldn't say fake, but I'd say bait. It's definitely
Usually,
bait.
I think it's so funny when you watch enough games that the epot straw is almost like very frequently the deal in tile, and so you just see players kind of hanging out on it for a second, thinking, "Man, the epot straw is gonna get me."
Oh, it definitely got Justin there. Randy, though, breathes a huge sigh of relief. Figured he was doomed to fourth place after having to dealt into that Mongon on South 3, but does escape.
Pulls himself right back up. So that is game 3. I believe there's still time on the timer, so there might be other tables playing, but we'll be back in like 10, 15 minutes with our last game of the day. We'll hopefully get a score update before that game so we can update everyone on what's going on.
And if you
And
want up to the date results, when we see them, the WRC app on Play Store has all that information. You can see all of the World Riichi League tournaments, their standings, both present and past. And with that, I think we're going to go on a break until round 4.
Welcome back, everyone. Short little break right there as we enter our last Hanchan of the day. Corak has left, but I am now joined by Gemma. Hi, Gemma.
Hi, how you doing?
We're doing good today. So today is here is the last Hanchan. It looks like they're going to start with Ishan Wu as first stealer, Lisa Knox next, Makoto Tokuda, and Hong Lin.
Anything exciting happened in the last Hanchan?
There's a bit of a fight for second, third, and fourth, especially towards the
Oh.
end. Randy managed to snag himself out of fourth place, so that was very exciting. Um, Looking forward to some action on this table as well. Ishen went to WRC Invitational and WRC Proper back
Yeah.
in 2025, so big shout out to his name. Makoto Tokuda here took third place in or second or third place in our April minors. So we've got some big
Oh
swingers on the table.
my gosh, yeah. Um, Dora is
So
the
we start. Mhm. Starting with a Dragon Dora, so a lot of opportunity for some players to get a lot of value very quickly if they can just grab it.
yeah,
Everyone's
but
hands are looking
I was about to say
pretty.
there's two Dora dragons stuck in people's hands already.
Yeah. Looks like everyone's hands are progressing fairly smoothly. Ishan, our dealer, grabs a second Dora, is probably very pleased with that.
Yeah, that's a big deal as dealer.
I
Just
wonder
whether
at what point it might come out of Tokuda's hands.
do you think do you think Tokuda would drop it?
His hand looks pretty weak thus far, so I don't think so, but it's possible. See, there's a draw that would help it. He is now Ishan 10, it looks like, but he would have to drop the Dora, so not really sure.
Is it worth
Um,
dropping the Dora? It's not worth dropping the Dora on that Ishan 10 hand. It's not. Just look at
Not
it.
on Ishan 10, but potentially on Tenpai if he's able to draw the 3-mon, because at
Yeah,
that
but
point it would be Riichi Pinfu, potentially Ipeco.
it's not
But
Pinfu, is
until
it?
then,
It's not Pinfu because he's got three
oh
rampage.
my bad, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, not
So
Pinfu,
it would
but
just be
potentially
Ichi.
Ipeco.
Maybe Peiko. No,
Oh,
don't like it. No, I see. Me, personally, I would have folded. Not worth it. There is no value in that hand to push on. You're out. You're out on those first lines of discards, no?
I think
Here
it
I am with my
depends.
strong
Some
opinions.
players, oh, opportunity. But I think that for many players early into the game, it is only East 1, so the Dora drop is not entirely unreasonable, maybe still hoping to play the hand, but now with the Dora pawn in the dealer, you probably just try to get out. Maybe drop
But
one 2-mon here for Tanyo. Open Tanyo is as powerful as Stealer Mongon if you're just faster.
That's fine. That's fine. But he didn't need to gift the dealer the mangan in the first place. He didn't need to do that.
Perhaps not, but at the same time, it would just be forcibly clogging his hand at that point. So
No, I just, yeah, and I get that, but I just feel like it's not a fast hand and it's not an expensive hand. So for me personally, and obviously, everyone has different views on how to play. For me personally, I would be finding ways to reverse out to not play this hand. Because now the hand is asking him really awkward questions.
man, if we played with Kansai Chitoy, that would be a crazy hand for Makoto.
Is Kansai Chitoy a thing in America? Like I hear Americans talk about Kansai Chitoy, and I'm like, are people playing Kansai Chitoy there?
More especially in New York, there is a league that plays with Kansai Chitoy, so there's always sort of like a joking question about it.
I think you should call it New York Chitoy then. But then, so now Makoto Tokuda needs to decide what he's gonna. Is he gonna? He's not gonna can the 3-pin.
Would consider it.
Like,
This is
he, but
Tepai, so
he
yep,
would have.
gonna con here. Seems like Makoto's taking a pretty aggressive approach to the game here. Oh,
Oh,
hmm. Okay, he would have been furry 10 with a 3-mon, so chooses not to take
yeah.
it and instead takes the 4-5 Shabo, probably hoping to apply pressure to Ishen, even though Ishen is dealer with the value. So it
So
looks
that
like at the very least.
yeah. So that 4-5, that shabo, that dual pair weight. If you use the English, like the 4 and the 5 are really central tiles. They're unlikely to come out because they're so useful to all the other players. So it's not just a slow hand. It's not. It's a cheap hand, and also it's a poor weight.
I like the bravery. I
You
like the
like the
challenge.
no, that's true. That's true. You don't. I get it. I get it. Especially straight out of the gates, you wanna get a few knocks in. You wanna prove that you're not going to be bullied on the table.
And
Well,
also just sumo.
I mean, obviously there is the game where you just pull the right tiles and you make Gemma shut up. That's always the other option.
In this case, it looks like he doesn't hit anything.
Oh,
No Condora, no Ura, but he does manage to get to Riichi Tanyao Sumo with a whole lot of Fu. I believe this is
yeah.
16 plus 20 plus 2 plus 4. 16, 22, 4. So it does jump to 50. So this is going to be 3 and 50.
It's Tanya Ricci Dumont. Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it turned out to be not a bad hand. I mean, he didn't even have to necessarily reach it. He could have just had the Tanyao and still been able to reverse out if the dealer started looking a little bit scary, right?
I think Rakato may have just thought also to apply pressure to Ishen because Ishen is dealer with so much value. He'll push anything, even if it is center tiles,
Mm.
was maybe the idea. Um,
That's fair enough. I mean,
I do see, having commentated for Shunbun Cup and some other games from the Japanese pro scene as well, I feel like a lot of American players can be very aggressive. I'm gonna hit pause on that commentary to look at Lisa's hand here as
I know, I
dealer.
was
She has
about to say,
two Ankos.
this
Is
is
this
the hand you
Uonko?
want to draw. This is the hand you want to draw. Oh my god.
Wait, is this Uonko Ishan?
Oh, pawn it, pawn it, pawn it. Ah, Lisa, your dealer. Just take it. Take it.
But like the Suonko is right there. I
I
feel like
know
maybe
it's
you
right
just
there.
don't.
It's right there, but come on, just take the Tenpai on the San Anko, no? Your
I
dealer.
mean, Toy Toy is pretty good too, but I think I passed
Yeah,
this
but
first
it's
one.
it's Toy
I
Toy.
just
It's Toy Toy and San Anko. Ah la la. No, no, don't flirt with the flush. Don't flirt with the flush.
The 6-0 is also non-committal, if she is
Yeah,
going to
no,
pursue Toy Toy anyways, the 1-pin is a very good safe tile later, so I don't hate the move, and in fact, I would probably make the same thing.
I oh no, I wouldn't have done that either. Sorry.
2-so would have been nice to hold on to, but I think it looks like Lisa really wants to commit to this Toy Toy Suwanko
I
shove,
mean,
which means that the
obviously,
next time that this 1-so comes out,
I I think it
um,
was last time I was commentating with you, right? And everything I said was wrong. So if I keep saying it's not a Yakuman, it's gonna become a Yakuman, right? That's how it works. Everyone
that's
watching
how
the
the casting works.
yeah,
Taking a
everyone
look at
watching the
everybody else's hand.
oh, she already had the 5-pin, didn't she? She already had the 5-pin. No, she didn't. Oh
Well,
mate, no,
now the
don't
flush is
no,
coming.
no, 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 yes, no. Oh, that's better. Okay, I can do that. I can do that.
So
That's
the 1-pin.
all right.
Um, in the meantime, it looks like everyone else's hands are progressing quite nicely. Honglin here
Yeah,
has
it's
reached
almost-
Tempai
you see,
on Ipeko.
here is the problem. If Lisa had called, she would already be in Tempai, and now she's
That's
not.
true,
She's the dealer.
but
Can she
it
call?
looks like...
Call. Yes, well
Oh,
done. Well,
she is going to call this. Oh, she's going for the full flush here.
why not
The
just take?
one so unfortunately does deal into Ishan's three-sided weight.
That was the risk.
So I believe it's just Riichi no Mi or Riichi Dora. So Riichi Dora paid, my bad. So this is 5,200. But I don't know. I think the greed from Lisa is worth it here. You know, Toy Toy, Saranko, Chinitsu, these are good options.
She would have had Toy Toy and a San ankle, right? On dealer. A dealer mangan. She
As
did a
long as
dealer
she
mangan.
sumoed it.
Yeah,
As long as she
that was a
sumoed
dealer
it.
mangan shot, which is a big deal. It's a big deal. Dealer mangan shot would be a big deal.
Dealer Mangan would be a big deal, and I think the Chinitsu is also a valid way of pursuing it.
But she could have got the dealer mangan tempai in the second discard, and then the other people might not have pushed their hands into tempai. No, I've got some
I
very
mean, nobody would have really known what it was.
Oh, come on. If a dealer calls on the second, was it the first round or the second round discard? I can't quite remember. If a dealer calls that early, like your alarm bells should be ringing. You would anticipate that people would react to that. No?
I like going for a little bit more greed in my first East dealership. So I think I would not have called in pursuing higher value with Toy Toy Saranko Suanko, but I could see the argument. Honglin here has pawned the East, so he has Yaku secured.
Mm. I'm coming to America in a month. A month. I'll be in New York in a month, right? We all play a game.
Mm-hmm.
We must play a game and settle this. We'll see whether Amy's greed or Gemma's British conservatism, which one works the best. No.
Maybe we will. Technically, we do have those pro exhibition matches happening in New York, so that's very exciting. Hong Lin here has a great Ishan 10 with additional value.
And this is a very
Everyone else's hands.
Yeah, I mean Honglin's hand's gone fast, and that's great. I mean, poor Makoto Tokuda. I mean, this is that's just such a cruddy deal for your dealership. That really sucks. I'm not really sure there's much more he can do than what he is doing. Here's Lisa. Obviously, she must be smarting a bit from that missed Yaku man. And then, now we just get to watch people draw and discard. Oh, and we are
Here's Tempai.
From Isha. Yeah, it's not exciting, but it's fast enough that I think it's worth that reach. You can see that you can see when they draw and discard and the looks on their face that their hands aren't moving, right? So you go, okay, well, let's see who's in, right?
Yeah, it also looks like
has to be in, right, at this point with 2 calls on the table.
he is, but the problem is that his ideal draw, the 1 pin, is also the thing that's going to get him in trouble by dropping that 3 pin into Ishan's penchant. But it could be worth it if he reaches Tempai in that way.
The door is 1 pin. The door has disappeared on the indicator thing. If you also the door is the 1 pin. So Ishan has a door in there as well, which is really tasty. And that means Lisa's hand probably can't progress because she's going to have to hold that door. Makoto Tokuda.
Lisa seems to be hard folding, and then Hong Lin here seems to be pursuing some level of value by dropping the 3-4 so and now forcefully pivoting to Honitsu. It'll be a little tough since he dropped the 7. He drew a 7 pin, but he dropped the 6 pin earlier, so he could potentially furry 10 himself in that way.
I don't think that's fine though. I mean, you could still. I mean, those red dragons are probably fairly safe discards if he really doesn't want to do this anymore.
I believe they're fully live at the moment, so
Yeah, but
unless
he's
he
got
draws
2 of
another
them.
one.
But on an early reach like that, it is unlikely that they're waiting on a Dora. Oh, no, sorry, Dora, a dragon pawn.
Oh
That's
no, Tokuda's Ipeco.
yeah,
I
Lisa.
mean, with the dragons, it could be Mochi Mochi, the same pair weight, so I don't know if I'm inclined to believe in not
For
waiting on
those
the
for those on
dragons.
here who aren't Japanese speakers, mochi mochi is like that pounded rice cake, and it's really sticky and sweet, and you pull it, and it's all like mochi mochi is what you get stuck, right? Because one person has a pair of your dragon, and you have the other pair of the dragon, and therefore nothing can move anymore. Mochi mochi. Um,
Yep.
yeah, just aware some of our folks will not be Japanese speakers.
Oh, Tempai
Empire for well, see,
on
those dragons are definitely safe now.
on the 5-8 pin, 5 pin, which is safe to Ishan.
Hmm. I think Lisa's doing well here to sort of dance around and try to find something. Okuda is also. Oh la la!
Oh,
Oh no,
on
throw it! Throw it!
no.
Yes, well done. Nice. Yes, wasn't worth it.
Yeah, it's
Right, Lisa, you can throw the one now. Yeah, and that
yeah,
unblocks.
certainly not worth it for Honglin to deal to con the Chun. That would be too suspicious. But here, just gonna take a very nice Mangan off of East Chun Honitsu.
Yep.
Managed to Mawashi that very well.
Mawashi is like the art of dancing around the dangerous tiles, like someone calls Riichi, and then you can, throw safe tiles or safe-ish tiles to pivot your hand to find a new value. Yeah, and if you're in the chat and
Genuinely
anyone says they can use
incredible.
Japanese, you can shout and we will explain it for you.
It looks like we are already in East 4 after only 20 some odd minutes, so that's
Yeah.
pretty
Ooh,
fast. Hong Lin, what
fun.
is that?
I like it. That's how to draw tiles.
My goodness.
And it's double east for him.
Mm.
Nice.
Ishan as well, very, very close. Already Ishan 10.
Mhm.
Lisa kind of crawling forward. I would say, unfortunately, Tokuda's hand, which isn't even that bad, is maybe the worst out of the bunch here.
Mm. Mm. Most definitely. I mean, you hope that Honglin is just gonna go all out, right?
I think this is the call and run hand for sure for Honglin.
Yeah.
If I can, I will, but we'll have to see what gets fed at this point.
Yeah, I mean that 4-pin door is a bit irritating. And that's the question, right? You wouldn't bury a 4-pin door at this point because you can still use it. You're likely to draw something around it that makes it useful, but the longer you keep it, the more dangerous it becomes.
Yeah, the 4 pin is a great floater though, so it instantly attaches here to the 6 pin. Love to see that for
Yeah.
him.
So now, really, as you said, it is cool. It is cool, cool, cool. As soon as something comes out, just cool, cool, cool. There's no reason to hold back as dealer with this hand. Yeah, poor Tokuda is not really. That 4 bamboo is not that useful to Hong.
No, especially in that callability area.
Yeah.
Mm. Ishan is just looking for ideally a 7 pin for maybe Ipeku, but any sort of attachment to the floater shapes in his hands would be
Mm.
great. Immediate backfire on that 4-5 though, so that's very unfortunate for Honglin. That would have been a really nice shape to hold on to. But you can never guarantee that these are the things that you're going to draw.
Exactly, that's Marjan. I mean, do you think Lisa here maybe is thinking that she could find a Sanshoku, a 3-color run there? Maybe. Maybe. Although it's wishful thinking at this stage of the game, probably. And
Ooh,
the risk
Chun,
comes
this
out.
should be called.
Yeah. Then it is called, I think. Is it called?
Yeah,
Yes.
Honglin has called it, so we're just waiting for that
And
call
he's
to go through.
he discarded the one man for that, which is, yeah. I mean, in the end, you're looking to I said you're looking to call this one out. So you're looking to call, you can pawn from anyone. So you don't want to end up with, trying to get the 3 in your 1-2 shape. Throwing the one.
Lisa in an Ishan 10 now for Tanya Ipeko Pinfu potentially.
Oh, try and get that down to a Tanyao shape. Yeah, Lisa's
Yeah,
hand has
Ishan.
quietly snuck up, hasn't it? That's not bad at all. And it might outspeed Hong now. Oh, good choice.
That is
Nice. It's
still
getting
Ishan 10.
yeah, but it's much better now.
I think you
Yeah,
just drop that 9 pin again,
yeah.
just shift
It
towards
doesn't
Tanya wholeheartedly.
yeah, and it's not even just the Tanya. The 9 doesn't help. Like you're looking for the 7 either way. Um,
Mm-hmm.
so you oh nice. Nice. Oh, nice.
Incredible.
But we can see all those 5 pins are stuck in Ethan's hand.
Is
Um,
this a 6 pin Riichi for 2-5? Oh
oh,
no!
didn't expect that. Well done.
I think it should have been a 6 pin Riichi for 2-5 8 pin, but in this case he is just gonna deal into Hong's 4 Han Mangan. So double tone Chun Dora 1.
I mean, Ishan is a very strong player, so there must have been some rationale behind that. And if he was here, I'd love to know
Mm-hmm.
what the rationale was. But yeah, you could see he was thinking about it. So yeah,
Our
difficult. I wish.
overlay has not quite caught up to us. Hong Lin's hand was in fact a Mangan, and the scores on the table reflect that.
Ah, okay. They're probably desperately trying to correct it now. Double man got all the way. So where are we at here? So I mean, this is a big deal for Honglin. Like, yeah.
Um, so now Hong Lin's hand doesn't look quite as good. Honestly, no one's hand looks quite as good as the last one. They're all kind of
Mhm.
floating honors, kind of hanging out there. Lisa's drawing good tiles to create Ryeonmin shapes.
Mhm.
Tokuda here potentially looking for a Tanyo shift eventually. Honglin pairs up that Chun, which is going to be great for him to call and go again if he can.
Ishan's got these 2 pins. He's gonna want to use them.
Honglin does pawn the Chun, so that gives Ishan another draw. We'll see if he can draw anything to accompany his other tiles. That's 4 pairs. So halfway to the Chitoy, and this is right about when you start thinking about, is it tempting you? Is Chitoy the way to go? And I don't know if it is in that hand. Honglin,
Mm.
Ishan 10 now. Yeah, for Ishan it really is like there's good value, but the speed is just not there.
No, no, it's a bit frustrating. And Hong is really, pushing weight around on this table, and I think people are sort of hesitant, do you think, to sort of really to really go for something? We
At the very least, they're being a little bit more cautious, but Hong
mm,
Lin here doesn't have any value. He's just got the Chun pawn. He has no Dora, so I think Ishan will fight it if he can.
but he is, yeah, I mean, most definitely Ishan should, but I mean, Honglen is the dealer, so there is a lot of strength in just holding on to that dealership.
That
Um,
is true, and especially for Makoto Tokuda here, he
and
probably can't really afford to feed Hong Lin very many tiles, so has to be a little bit more careful thinking about where to go. Hong Lin is Tempai's, so we're just gonna see how that runs out for him.
nice and fast.
I believe most of his weights are actually eaten up here, though, so it's 5-8 mon, and by my count, I saw at least 4 of them.
Yeah, and he's not to know that.
I like Ishin's play here, calling for Tanya, looking to pawn the Dora if possible.
Dudu Mangs is on the chat making dad jokes. When Ishen's hand is ready, there'll be an Ishen 10. I like that. I like that, Dudu Mangs.
So Tokuda does deal in on the 5 mon. He chopped it off of a 2-3-5 shape, so that makes perfect sense to me. Unfortunately, just deals in that way. So Honglin gets once again another repeat. looking to rack up those points for himself. It was a cheap hand, only 1,800 points off of a dealer tune only, but another dealership can be quite valuable depending on what he opens up right now.
He's already powered ahead, so he's got a lot of options open to him. He's got one. He's got to start a new pickle there. It wasn't quite enough, is it? He's missing the 2 pin. Yeah, he's with this kind of lead, he's got a lot of options. He can just start playing very defensively, or he can continue to chip at them all. Oh, I can't see the other side of Lisa's hand there.
Everyone move your left hands off the table, please.
At the beginning, everyone's just sort of like organizing their tiles, right? It is difficult. And the Dora is the 5-man. Lots of like central suit Doras today. Okay, I thought Lisa might have been thinking about a flush hand there, but obviously there's some good shapes in those bamboos. Probably doesn't want to.
Does pawn the Hatsu as it comes out, so is going to put herself into a little bit closer to Tempai. Hong Lin
Yeah.
picks up a nice Haku pair, again looking to speed along. He also has Dora Acceptance from 344 in his hand. I probably would have kept that 9-so and dropped 9-pin, maybe.
I have to agree. And
That is a completed shape. Could walk it over to 123 Sanchoku if he manages to pull the 1-pin. Yeah, now you've kind of left yourself in an awkward position with some floater tiles. 4-so is not a bad floater, but the 5 pins being your pair is sort of hanging out.
Yeah, I guess he just wants to sort of push this around.
This is Ishan 10, drops the 7-so that was just dropped by Lisa, so guaranteed safe. Tokuda is also one or two Shan 10 away.
Not a useful tile there for poor Ishan.
Ishan would really like to pair up the Dora. Oh, incredible weight,
That
actually.
is a
So this
nice.
is
Yeah.
4, 6, 7, 9-pin. Hopefully Lisa knows her weights.
Yeah.
Oh, here it comes.
Yeah. It was a
There it
brilliant
is.
wide weight. I mean, there was some good speed on that hand from Lisa. It was really, yeah.
So unfortunately for Ishan, just draws the wrong tile at the wrong time, but in this case it is just Hatsunomi, so 1,000 points becomes 1,600 after the Homba. Even with the Onkos, I believe it's just 442. It does not jump since Lisa did not sumo. And we speed along right into South 1. So this is Ishan's dealership, and he is very far behind looking for some points. This hand is working on itself.
Well, I was about to say Dave would call us garbage. So, well, he's got 5, 6, 7 there. 4, 5 proto shape, but yeah, the rest is not great.
He does have one Dora, so I definitely think he'll be holding on to that as much as possible to try and pair it up for quick call ability.
Again, it's a dragon Dora though. It just they increasingly become a liability in your hand, right? Because no one drops them and no one knows what's going on with them. It can be quite frustrating, those dragon Doras. Sometimes, and I wouldn't recommend this all the time, but sometimes I feel like throwing them out early and just unblocking the entire table means that you can start moving ahead as well.
Absolutely. Although I do think that this table has proven itself that it will throw the Dora as
Yeah.
Makoto threw it very early in that first dealership of Ishan's.
But of
Is
course,
going to just go ahead and call this, so I'm not sure what the call there was, but is moving towards something.
Yeah, and of course the problem for Ishan here is, even if he does try to bury that Dora Dragon, he doesn't have any
Mhm.
speed in his hand. It's not like he has somewhere else where he can get a Yaku to sort of push that forward. Um, really
So
difficult.
I did go back to look. It looks like Makoto Tokuda is going to be forcing a Manzu Honitsu. He cheat a 789 Mon. Mhm.
I would like to. I'm looking forward to coming back to look at his hand. Yeah, okay. Yeah, why not? It is a push, but oh
There's
la la,
that Dora
punishment.
pair up.
Oh, now life's like, but you've got some ugly weights. You're going to end up waiting on a 3 or a 7. It's not great. It's no. There's nothing you could do about it, but it's yeah.
Perfect fill on that 3-so though. So
Yeah.
as Tokuda called, it now puts Ishan in Ishan 10. Mm. Lisa senses
Oh.
danger and chooses not to throw the 8 Mon. Tokuda says, I don't care, we'll continue drawing Manzu.
That's a good question. Oh, interesting. Yeah, this is that sort of gives a few more options. I mean, you've got to find the Yaku, and the Yaku's going to end up being a Riichi unless someone's going to be particularly generous on this table. And that's. Do you think Hong Lin is a generous kind of guy? He's.
Hong Lin is not going to let go of that Dora whatsoever. With a Honitsu fighting on the table with 789 called, that Dora has become absolute death for him.
Oh no,
Will
Lisa
not
has
be
the
letting it
button.
go.
But she's gonna risk putting that man out. It passes. Okuda just goes forward, forward, forward. Hong
Yeah,
also.
Hong Lin probably is going to be looking to get out potentially with the Pinzus in his hand, although he still has to be wary about Ishin doing things as well. This is still not Tempai. I just throw it back probably.
Mm-hmm. Because you really work. Yeah,
Mm.
you're really you get that 4-pin and you can have a 3-sided weight. Woo! Okuda.
Inching towards Tempai on
Oh,
Chinitsu for
oh,
Tokuda.
Hong's decision to make.
Nope,
Oh,
rejects it.
very nice. Like it. Oh, and we got the
Ishin is
6.
going to slam here.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, yes, yes.
Probably wasn't hoping not to, but has to. Lisa is going to take that 4-pin for funsies to chi it. She rejects Tempai by cutting 8-so,
Do you think
which is
that was?
also not Genbutsu that I can tell.
Do you think that was to kill the epots?
I think it was to kill the epots.
I mean, that's yeah, that's a bold level of play. Okay, I want to see how it works out. Um,
Definitely a choice, one that I don't love. Makoto is Tempai. We missed that a little bit. He's waiting on 6-mon only
Mhm.
for Chinitsu.
and Hong has 2 of the 7 bamboos that we're looking for here. So
Lisa
now
has
Lisa
regained
Tempai.
Tempai.
Ooh, what are we doing here? Ooh, good. What are you gonna do?
I mean, maybe 7-mon? The 4-5 Shabo here is definitely not good, though. Hucks it right back. Guess it's half
Ah, and there's
Suzu,
another
so
the single
hoping.
bamboos. Oh, Ishan. Oh no. So there's is there,
Oh,
is there just one?
Isha!
Ishan, that was really unlucky. But nicely done.
She needs to challenge 1,000 points. You know what, Melanie? Yeah.
That.
Hong Lin's so scary,
Oh.
so different seeing him play versus playing him.
Is he scarier in real life? Like when you're playing him, or is he scary? I'm trying to work out which is the scarier version. Against him at the table or watching him? Because sometimes knowing how well they play is scarier because in your mind you could just if you're against them, like playing, right? You can't see their hands, so you can't see
Ooh,
the strong
Anko
move.
of Chun.
We've seen a few encores of value honors, haven't we?
Yeah, those Yakuhais are really flooding into people's hands.
That is the nagare, guys. That is the flow.
Ishan's in a tough place now. His hand is very dramatically lit by the sun also.
Always
6-0 is
difficult
an
these
interesting
tournaments to get the lighting right. Oh, it is very dramatic, isn't it? Oh, I like it.
So Hong Lin's still very comfortably in first, but is maybe hoping to continue drawing. Interesting draws here. I think it might be 9-pin. Yeah.
I mean, you know, Honglin, he has a nice lead. It is looking significantly less nice now. Tokuda's gotten some good points behind him. I certainly, at the moment, I don't think it's just going to be one of those games where we go into South Four and the first place is just, you know, hanging out whilst everyone fights over second, third, and fourth.
All right,
Not
Lisa, this is a call hand. You better start calling with your Chundora 2.
this is the mandate of heaven I keep hearing about. It's very
There it is.
Confucius says about the mandate of heaven, no?
Everyone's hands are progressing quite nicely outside of Ishan's, really. Ishan's hand is kind of stuck, unfortunately.
Ishan has had some bad luck, I think. How many one mans do I see in Lisa's hand a second then?
She has 2, and Tokuda has 1, and that is all the Dora currently visible. So there's still one left somewhere.
She is
Ah,
dealing.
perfect, Phil.
Yeah.
I don't reachy this. Uh,
What are you doing with your hand, mate?
Had a gut instinct maybe, but is if you just take Dama Tempai or Riichi? Riichi?
You can do either. I'm happy with it. Reach is
Ah,
fine.
Riichi.
I take it. I thought she was
She
gonna
did not
say
reject
something.
Tempai. She didn't reject Tempai. We're good. We're good.
Oh, open it through the 5 on the 7 then. Oh, I'm gonna cry. It's not a great weight though. So you know there would have been an argument, I guess, to
Just Ipatsumo, never mind.
shut up, Gemma.
Riichi,
You know nothing about weight.
Ipatsumo. Chun, Dora 2. Riichi, Ipatsumo, Chun, Dora 2. That is Hanemon, 6,000
Viva
from all
Hanuman. Viva
players.
Hanuman. Very nice, Lisa. That makes a big difference. Now, poor Hong Lin, yeah, as I said, it wasn't that tasty a lead anymore, and now
I will say for Hong Lin, though, that definitely wasn't, I don't think, incorrect for him to try and speed that hand along with open Tanya. In this case, it just didn't work out. But what can you do against Ipatsumo?
draw better tiles.
That's true. The age
the only
old.
strategy I've seen work is to draw the best tiles.
Just draw good.
It is funny how much time Mahjong players talk about strategy this, getting, you know, maximizing your opportunities, blah blah blah. But really, it is just about the tiles you draw. It is an interesting hobby we've elected to play.
Absolutely. So Lisa's hand this time, not looking too bad, honestly. It's 3 Sean 10, it looks like. Some good completed shapes, a good Ryanman. Tokuda's hand looking much worse. And Honglin's hand, not bad. Dora pair now, south, which is also Yakuhai.
Kipure, thank you for welcoming me on the stream. It is an absolute honor to commentate. Probably not as experienced and as informative as Corak or Amy here, for example, but lots of reactions.
I think Ishan here with 1 Dora is probably going to have to hold on to that. So I
Yeah.
think Honglin might find it difficult to find his Dora calling, but I do spy a couple pairs in his hand, so maybe it's Shitoy again.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't really need big hands, but he definitely needs to knock Lisa off her dealership. That is the core objective now for Hong. This hand's not great to do that. It's not great at all.
Rejects the 1-2-3 Sanshoku.
I
It
think we're
was
looking at
further, but
yeah. I think
interesting cuts from Lisa here. Oh, Okay, never mind. I was gonna say in the previous call I would have done 2-pin, but then that would have backfired on me. So good on you, Lisa.
Yeah, do you know what? Those sort of bulky central shapes are actually really more useful than people give them credit for, I think. Um,
The bulging shapes of 1, 2,
bulging
2,
shape.
3, and so
Yeah,
on.
yeah. I'm not sure. I think they call bulging shape. Is that how we can translate them in English? The nakabure.
Lin here, really kind of looking to advance his hand. He has good shapes, but not drawing too good anymore.
So we have a question from the chat. Keeper is asking whether the top two moves forward. I don't think this is a tournament style. This is a league style. So basically, there's no knockouts, which of course does impact the objectives, right? But the UMA is balanced, right? So that each jump is even. It's not so. Some leagues you might see they have an uneven UMA, which means that the jumps are different. So then you've got to be looking at, if the jump between second and first is bigger, you're going to take more risks to jump to first because there's more benefit payout for the risk. And then on the flip side, sometimes the four and the third, the gap, the jump is minimal, so you're going to take less risks because there's less payoff. But anyway, it's all even, so you can just ignore everything I just said. But as an explanation, they are just looking to gain more and more points in a big cumulative scoreboard. So
Yeah, so the way that the World Riichi League works is that it is pure scramble. There's no cuts, so everyone plays all the Honchons purely scrambled around. And in our particular league, it is best streak of 16. So everyone wants to perform consistently well. You don't just want a ton of points in your first game and then bombing the second game. You want to try and consistently play well. Um, and then from there, top 16 of consecutive 16 Hanchons will get invited to play in a finals in October this year to compete for a seat to WRC happening in 2 years' time.
2 years already. That just made my blood run cold, Amy. 2 years. Gosh, it's already been a year. Better start organizing something.
Hmm. So Honglin is now Ishan 10 on 2-so, 3-so, and South. Lisa has been trapped in Ishan 10 for God knows how many turns at this point, and Tokuda is Tenpai.
Right.
Honglin. Okay, so Honglin is absolutely going to pawn that South and chuck that 1-so.
Yeah, of course.
Now Tenpai.
So waiting on was it the 2-5 weight? 2-5 bamboo weight from Tokuda, right?
I believe Tokuda is 2-5, yes. Now has to be concerned about Big South. Oh, upgrade in weight here. Throws the
What?
5-pin in for 363.
Yeah, 3 bamboo. Yeah, great. But I think it's unlikely for Hong to come out here.
Oh no, the 5. I think maybe. Oh, there it is.
Mhm.
Riichi Pinfu Ipeiko. And I cannot see what the Ura is off that hand.
Yeah. But I mean, what can you? Okay, there you go.
No Ura. There it
Yeah.
is. No Ura. So just Riichi Pinfu Ipeiko, which is 39 plus 1 Homba becomes 4,200, and Tokuda gets his Riichi stick back.
I think it was a really tough spot for Hong there. I can see, of course, you're going to call the South. Of course, you're going to do it.
Yeah.
You had a powerful hand. You were getting into Tenpai. But then when you're that short, when you've got that few tiles to work with, there's no more dancing, and you shouldn't be dancing. You should just be risking at that point. He played really strong. It's unfortunate. It's really unfortunate for Honglin there. But
He did have a chance
everyone's
to
played strong,
change
so
his weight to something I think worse.
yeah, and also it's not like any of those tiles were obviously safe. I don't think. I can't recall the board at the point. It really probably a very difficult, frustrating choice for him to make, especially when he had such a lead. I mean, everyone has been playing really strong.
Tokuda.
I should just say that, right now, everyone has been playing really, really well. It's been a really exciting game to watch. But sometimes the luck just isn't with you, and today it's punished Hong. But it's really quite close, first, second, third.
Tokuda had, I don't think it was double Riichi chance, but he is Ishan 10. Um, Honglin and Ishen both have decent hands as well. Lisa's is probably the weakest out of the bunch, but that means she can draw well anytime. And there's that Riichi waiting on 2-5 pin.
That's what you like as East, isn't it? A nice double-sided wait, really quick. Yeah, beautiful.
And it's not even, the door is not even relevant at this point, so
No.
it comes out easily for everyone. Here's it from, oh, there's a
Oh,
pair of them. Oh no. Well,
Lisa,
that's
yeah.
not callable anymore, but if she wants value, that's what she would take. Oh no, that 2 pin.
No, that's just unfortunately. So I could, you could see where she almost misclicked. So there was just a moment. I was like, no, don't. Yeah, but it's all right. That was just unfortunate. I'm sorry, Lisa.
Very unfortunate. She didn't really have any information to go off of, and even though the Dora is safe, it is still valuable. So in this case, she is going to deal into Riichi Ipatsu Pinfu from our dealer. So that's a cool 5,800. And now, funny enough, Honglin is first again.
Yeah, and first, second, third are really close. Ishen in fourth is pretty far back. Now, sometimes we always have these conversations. You shouldn't play your hand when you're this far back because you can't change your position. I mean, it's unlikely he's going to be able to change position. However, when you're in this league situation, all of the points are important. So that advice is not relevant. He should, if he can get a big hand, he should just get a big hand, even if it doesn't change his position.
Absolutely. If it continues his streak of 16, although,
I think
Yakuman
it's
is always technically on the table, not for this hand, but he does have a couple more opportunities.
I like this American in ambition, optimism, enthusiasm. But yeah, I mean, and it's going to be really difficult to build that big hand because you can see first, second, third are so close, and they're just going to be making. They're just going to make quick, tight hands, right? Hong just can get 1,000 points. It's fine. That's all we need. Um,
I imagine also there's a strategic move here for Ishin to not deal into things and hope that either Tokuda or one of the other two hits one of the top three there for big points and brings them closer to him, and then his
mm,
Gyakuten is still hard but not quite as difficult.
yeah. So Gyakuten is when, for those who don't speak Japanese, is when you change your position, you go from second to first, etc. Um, yeah,
Tokuda
it's
is really hoping to hold on to this dealership. Pons the East.
wow. Ishan's tiles though are flooded in light.
They are
I'm not sure if
glowing.
that's a good thing or a bad thing. Like, can he see the tiles? Is he just blinded by the light? Inquiring minds.
Oh, interesting. Tokuda steps back in Shanten a little bit. One pin goes back out. Yeah, he could have kept the 1-3 pin here, but I guess he just read the wall and knew that better weights were coming for him.
Yeah, the 1-3 pin is a lousy way, I think. I think trying to sort of find a better position was the right way to go here. Oh, Lisa, all I can think about is your green dragons.
Oh, there's another one.
Oh, is that a one man? Okay. That completes a shape over there.
That 7 pin might get him in trouble later with Tokuda holding on to 5-5-5-6 and also Lisa here. Great fill on the 4 pin.
It's
Tokuda has
funny.
such a wide Ishan and he's just hanging out. Oh no, the 3-1.
Those are blinding tiles. Yeah,
I
Lisa
can tell
really.
you. Hmm,
Ah, done. Yes, good.
okay.
4 pin, 6 pin, 7 pin.
That 7 pin is going to get him.
Hmm. What was the ninth? Yeah. Ishan is just really not drawing. You got to think about outside hand Chanta here, right?
Yeah, Chanta Dora 2 with that tune would be very nice.
Yeah.
Um, I will say, speaking of the light, oh, here's that 7 pin potentially. Oh, no, dodges it. Gets out. Hears us from across the way. I was gonna say, playing in person, you can tell that the table's not actually that bright. You can see
Oh
the
yeah,
tiles pretty
it's the
comfortably.
yeah. I thought it might be league. Yeah, it was interesting though that yeah, Makoto here
I
threw that one
know.
bamboo, and I'm surprised that Ishan didn't call it to just try and get that Chanta. As I said, like
I
all of
think
the points count at this point because he's got the 2-9-9. So there, the 2-9 bamboos there. He could have called it and got himself a bit closer. I mean, it's a stretch. It's a stretch.
I think it's more so that cutting the value of Chanta down to 1 open is very difficult for
Yeah, but
Ishan
you
because if he keeps it closed, he could have potential Mongun by having the Chun pair.
yeah, but
In this case,
you still have three hand with the chun pair. I don't know. I would have, yeah. And I said you're just trying to find points at this point, right? To keep your, to try and sort of, have a better situation on the leaderboard. Because it's not you're not just playing the people on this table. You're playing the leaderboard, and there could be someone who is 1,000 points ahead of you. So if you can get 4,000, 3,900 points, whatever it be at this point, you can get above them 1, 2 places, which is that's a good thing.
I think that going for higher value in here is a little bit more correct for Ishan because he's so far behind that even if it is small potatoes in this game and potentially impactful in the greater game, it limits his hand pretty severely if he opens. Like he must pursue Chanta and he must pursue Dora Tonki essentially. Whereas if he keeps it closed, he can still shift to maybe Chanta Sanshoku and have great value.
It
And,
was quite
it
late
all it
at that
takes is a
point.
couple nice draws.
It was halfway through the game at that point. I would have, yeah. And he's still throwing the four mans in, which makes me feel like he was committed to the hand. So if he was committed, you call. That
I think he
that would be my
did it in
feeling.
a way that wouldn't hurt him if somebody reached on the table. Because, like you said before, fewer tiles, fewer defenses. So
Yeah.
I think he was sort of hedging his bets in different ways. But in
Hmm.
the end, Tokuda simply sumoed his
Well, yeah, I
tiles.
mean, honestly, on this
It all
table, everyone
closed
seems
off.
to just draw the tiles themselves. So it doesn't really matter what you do. Yeah, it's been a really difficult game for Ishan here. I mean, as you said, I think when we started this game, Ishan is a super strong player. I think he won. Ishan, if I'm correct in remembering, Ishan won a qualifier seat through to WRC 2025. So he didn't even have to go through the quota system in the US. He just won it outright in like the big tournament. Um,
No, I think that's a different player. Ishan did go to Invitational through the ARA board, and he qualified by being top, I believe it was 16, 17.
Oh, okay. So I forgot that you
Yeah.
have a. I forgot you have a qualifier. Sorry, that's why I'm
Mhm.
mistaken. I forgot that you round everyone up for one massive qualifier. Okay. He won in a qualifier, which is amazing. And I can't
Yeah,
remember.
Ishan's a strong player for
I seem to
sure.
remember he did really well in 2025 as well. I could probably bring up the results if I was the sort of thing that we need a team behind us, like feeding the information. If you ever go to Japan and they go to the studios there, they have like little people in their ears, like giving them information about players. It's much easier. Anyway, I'll look it up on my phone. I will look it
I
up
think
on my
Ishan's play here. Makoto, your elbow. um,
phone.
I think that between Honglin and Ishan, they're sort of hedging some Tanya type shapes. Ishan might be hedging a 2-3-4 Sanshoku if he can get it, because that's great value. 1-2-3, 2-3-4. Makoto, your elbow. Setting up an early Suji trap, perhaps. Six mon is an okay draw here. I think maybe the 7 pin or 9 mon. Okay, is going to cut a little bit more efficiently and go straight for the 5 mon. Vague Chitoy, Ishan 10, Shabo hand. Honglin is just going to try and shove Tanya. He wants to get to his dealership. He's not that far away. Ishan maybe hedging Itsu and now gives it up for Tanya. Maybe.
So Ishan was placed 87th in the WRC 2025. When you think that's out of 255 players, has 80 professional players from Japan as well. That is an amazing placement. 87, really, really good. You've got to remember as well, when you're playing in the World Riichi Championship, lots of these people, they're playing Mahjong every single day. So when we're sending our folks, of course, we're playing on the weekends, we're doing our best, we've got our day jobs. If you come to compete in the championship, you are competing against professionals. They make their living doing this. So to get 87th is really, really impressive there.
Everyone's kind of inching forward here. Lisa is Ishan 10 as well.
But the East is stuck on Tokuda, which kind of adds to the stress, right? But Hong still has a dealership.
Haragiri 3-pin here. It doesn't really support the hand, but is just going to move forward.
Katagiri means empty cut, or swappy doppy, as Dave likes to say.
That is 2, 3, 4-pin. I believe Tokuda is actually Aruzuke. There's no Yaku in his hand currently.
Atazuke is where you add the Yaku with the winning tile. Not, it's really interesting because traditionally in Japanese mahjong you weren't allowed to do that. You had to have the Yaku in your hand. You couldn't add it with the winning tile. And there are still some forms of mahjong in Japan where they play. You have to have the Yaku. You can't
This is
call without the
Tenpai.
Yaku. You can't even call without the Yaku.
Oh, okay, interesting. Cuts the 5-pin instead of the 8-pin. Because it is, Lisa could have had Ipeco there, but chooses not to take it, just goes for Riichi Pin Fudora. I also apologize. Makoto has no Yaku at all. He's not
Oh, well
Aruzuke,
done.
there's just nothing.
Yeah, well, Makoto, I mean he was just fishing. He was looking for the tempai payment, I guess, but I mean very elegantly steps back there, and that's gonna make everyone wonder what's going on, right? Yeah, Hong really wants to get to tempai. Really wants to get to tempai. Yeah.
Honglin doesn't really take too many steps in any direction, is just going to kind of inch around. That is not Tenpai still.
Still edging.
6-on, which is safe.
So I would argue that Hong should maybe. Oh la la.
Oh no, the 7-pin deal in.
I
So
was about to
this
say,
is Riichi Pinfu Dora 1 plus 2 Homba, so 4,500 points. Ishan is just not having it.
I mean, for Hong, I probably would have actually, if there was an opportunity, call that hand into tempai to get the the tempai payments. I would have really started being quite aggressive. Oh my word, it is close. So there's no bankruptcy here. There's no Toby. So poor Ishan
Yeah,
has to continue playing.
um, it would have been Ipeco as well had Lisa cut the 8-pin instead. Not sure why she didn't. Maybe something was calling to her, but in this case, she is just going to take a smooth 4,500 points and continue moving.
So Hong, if he gets 1,500 points off anyone but Lisa, he draws with Lisa. So whoever is the referee over there should be quickly searching the rulebook to find out what happens in a draw situation. Oh, I guess no, because then it would go to no, I'm lying, right? Because he's dealer, so he'd continue his dealership.
Yes, that's
Oh,
correct. I'm not sure why we're on Lisa's hand currently when we should be on Hong's, but we'll get around there eventually.
yeah.
Yeah, we do have, what is it called? A Tamahane, I believe it is. So when the dealer wins, he gets to repeat. And so
Oh,
Hong
yeah.
Lin here is just going to be looking for some hands to pull in some points.
Just to correct, a tamahane is head bump, so that's where only one person can
Ah, my
win.
bad.
Agariyame is
Agariame. Yeah, Agariame.
is where if the dealer, the final dealer wins and they're top, then it stops. So all of those things, they're very like they're crafted for gambling scenarios, right? Because the parlor wants to keep as many tables happening, or the constant table turnover, right? Because they get money after each hanchan completes. So you have things like, bankruptcy, agareyame, to make sure you keep getting good turnover on your hanchan. Hence why we don't see them in rule sets that are intended for leagues, competitions, etc., etc., etc.
Ishin's hand here is actually really good for Junchan Sanshoku.
I
He's
feel
been
like an
cutting
outside
those
hand has
center
been haunting
tiles.
him. Yeah, an outside hand has been haunting that gentleman. It could be big, right?
Would be really big, which would be a nice way to pull himself out of the hole. He unfortunately, even with a direct hit, unless he hits some massive Ura or something like that, probably won't be able to change placement. But at this point, it
Okay.
would be worth pursuing value so that he can try and continue his league streak. And
Yeah.
at least be a little bit less negative than he currently is.
I just want to give a shout out as well to Hong Lin. Like, he drew that door, that north wind. He drew that north wind and he threw it straight out because he knows that his objective here is to get not the most expensive hand, but the fastest hand. And holding on to that door would have slowed him down. That was
Yeah.
I don't want to say the right play because there's never, ever, ever a right answer in Mahjong. But if you're playing Gemma Mahjong style, that was the right play.
I like the north cut immediately as well because it really is like a guest win for Honglin. It is directly beneficial to his competitor Makoto, and it might not be directly beneficial to Lisa, but if you hold on to it, it's gonna come bite you later.
For Haitian here, I'd throw it out. He's seen it. He knows it's safe. Okay, you're not going to do it. But I would now be looking at the pure outside, the Jin-chan, right? That's where I'm probably going to be prioritizing. I understood that, but again, Gemma style Mahjong would be looking at the Jin-chan as a priority here. The Umo is not in your future. Well, again,
Ooh,
just
incredible
one
draw.
tiles. Yeah, I mean, wow. Jin-chan Sanshoku, beautiful. It'd be a nice way to
Yeah,
end the table
so
for Jen, right?
yeah, for sure. Really not looking to draw into that 6-pin because I believe that also puts him into Tempai, but um
Hmm.
just kind of pending his weights a little bit. I believe the 6-pins are mostly consumed by other players' hands, so I think his chances of drawing it are fairly low. But when we say that, that means he's going to draw it immediately. Okay, that's not it, but
No, sure. My heart was in my mouth then. I was like, no, please.
it looks like everyone is progressing quite smoothly. This game started off very quickly and has now slowed itself down.
Well, Hong now he's got some decisions, right? He needs to know where he's gonna go there. He's gonna keep his shape over in the pin. Oh, Ishan, you've got decisions to make as well.
I think you have to throw that
Ooh.
one back because the Sanchoku is too good to pass up.
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess I'd be tempted to throw the 2-pin. You could
I mean, three pin would guarantee Sanshoku because then you would just be waiting on Con 8mon. So I like holding onto the 2-pin there. Lisa did reach Tempai and has now regained.
Tenpai.
Oh my God, Honglin also Tempai on the 4-7 pin, and
Yeah, you have
Ishan
to
is
instantly that one.
drawing.
Yeah.
Oh, Tempai!
Yeah,
And he lives this time. Oh my gosh!
Oh,
Oh no!
he's gonna get it.
Oh my gosh, everyone is Tenpai and Makoto draws a
Oh,
dangerous
Tokuda,
tile,
the
but is
leader.
like, I cannot, has to leave. Honglin is fighting it
Oh,
out. There's the 2-pin. Oh my goodness, what an incredible South forehand. So
oh my.
Makoto is fully out, but the remaining 3
Yeah.
players are duking it
No
out.
choice. No choice but to just keep throwing tiles back. Oh my word. Oh, I thought that was a man. I thought that's going to be the 8-man. I'm really rooting for Ishan here. I really want him to get this hand. Obviously, I love a Sanchoku. I always love a Sanchoku. But Ishan deserves this Sanchoku. He deserves it. Sorry, everyone else who I'm not rooting for. And
That's not
Makoto.
it.
Oh
Oh
my
no.
God, you must feel awful,
Oh,
Makoto.
there's the 4-pin for Honglin's Riichi Tanyao
Go
Pinfu, I
on, go on,
believe.
go on,
Dora
go on, go on,
1. So Honglin
go on.
here is going to grab himself a manga and Riichi
Yes.
Tanyao Pinfu Dora off of Lisa. So boosts himself into big first place.
Oh,
Grabs the Riichi stick.
I'm taking my lead back. Like you, well done, Honglin. That was a bit of an anticlimax now going into this round. I don't really. That was a big deal.
Yeah, absolutely. Ishan chasing the dealer after the dealer chased Lisa, running around. The only person really out of it's Makoto Tokuda, who gracefully left the stage.
Mm. I mean, Ishan, if you'd ever need to go back and watch this, that was such a beautiful hand build. I mean, absolutely fabulous. Yeah.
Yeah, real commitment from the start as well, cutting
Yeah.
all of his center tiles.
It is a sad day for Sanshoku lovers, and I am the greatest Sanshoku lover, I think.
So now we
But
are in South 4-1. Honglin gets a dealer repeat, and now Makoto and Lisa have a bit more of an uphill climb.
I
Um,
mean, Lisa's probably going for second now, right? She just wants to get second back. I think first is probably a bit high, even for Makoto. He'd have to really, reasonably, feasibly, he's going to have to direct hit Hong to get the first back.
yes, it is a little bit over 12,000, I think. Actually, it looks like it's, excuse me, it looks like it's exactly 12,000. So a Mangan Sumo does it because there is one Homba. A direct hit Mangan also does it, but a 52 does not.
One of our audience members have said they don't believe in Sanshoku or Chitoi. I am horrified that you put Sanshoku and Chitoi in the same sentence. I mean, these are Sanshoku is just the king of Yaku. How could you even
Blasphemy.
do it? Yeah, I mean, Chitoi for plebs. Um, yeah.
Yeah. Banco of
This is
8
a place to
pin.
forfeit the match, Ishan. Ishan has been working really hard. He's been playing really, really well, and I think considering he has not had the win behind him, he's done really well. It's really tough.
Yeah, he's really worked towards some really, I would say, really pretty hands.
Yeah.
Honglin, in this case, he doesn't technically need to repeat, but he's going to be looking to do so safely if possible because he wants to bank up points in these games. And so he's got a
Exactly.
good Tanyao hand here, inching ever forward. Tokuda, again, I'm not sure. With that hand, it's a little hard to say if he's hedging value or if he's just hedging speed because you don't want Lisa to catch up.
I didn't realize that Chitoi had a gang. Apparently, there are people who like Chitoi. And Chitoi just tortures you. You know, if you're going for Chitoi, most of those pairs are in your discard pool. It's just the way it goes.
Lisa here
Sancho.
is going to reach a 7-pin and 3-so. She has South in hand. I don't know if I like that Riichi.
You don't like that, Richie?
I don't know. She already has 3 of the 7 pins, so it's really like a 3-tile weight, 2 3-sos, 1 7-pin. So it's not. I mean, maybe she'll make me eat my words. No, but
I understand why she's doing it, right? You've got to assume there are no more hands being played after this one, so she's just trying to grab some points.
I think
right?
I would have Dama this for potential upgrade. Either Ipeco or maybe even Sananko of some kind. It just feels very cheap unless she's able to hit Ura, which, that's a valid strategy, banking on Ura. Whether or not it works out for you is a different question.
Yeah, I guess the question is, well, you could upgrade it in terms of shape, but you're unlikely to upgrade it in terms of points. So in that respect, if you're really just trying to dig out a little bit more value before this ends, I mean, she's not going to drop down to 4th. That's not going to happen. So if you look at that sort of
That's
risk
true.
benefit, the mitigants, and all of that,
Hmm.
it's not a comfortable reach, but I think there are good arguments for it.
I think it's just because her Gakten condition, again, trying to overtake second here, is pretty steep. And so, see, there's the
Oh,
Ipeco upgrade, but I think for me, I would have been looking for a little bit more value so that if I did Riichi, I would try to hit Tokuda directly. If not hitting Tokuda directly, then at least trying to get some higher EV out of it.
mhm. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I can. Yeah, I'm gonna say that I can see arguments both ways. We'll see what Chelsea
Chitoy
does.
arguing in the comments. There's a 9-pin. Right. There was never going to be Pinfu, but there was Ipeco potential and there was higher EV for this. So Hong Lin says that I don't need to fight this anymore. I'm just going to leave.
Yeah, yeah.
Um, mm, I wonder if South is still. Oh no, I believe South is actually in Ishan's hand.
Yeah,
I was
Honglin, yeah.
wondering if there was like a con opportunity.
I thought that
Chun
red was interesting. Okay, he was gonna push that one. Okay. Okay.
probably thought that the no times cut Chun was safer than anything else in his hand.
Yeah.
Um,
It's often those honor tiles can be quite safe. They are difficult to use.
Even into row 3, it's a little bit hard of an argument, but in this case, it works out. It turns out all the tunes are kind of hiding in the back wall. Um, both Makoto, Tokuda, and Honglin have decided they are out, so there's no problems with them, but Ishen still trying to find something to try and push forward, but his hand shape is not great.
There
Ah,
are strong opinions in the chat about Chitoy. I'm fascinated. I mean, Chitoy it's just it never feels good. It never feels good, right? Sanchaku always feels good. No?
I like Chitoy when I'm folding. When I'm trying to run away and I somehow fold myself into Chitoy and then I snipe someone from afar.
What I hate is when my hand's like, do you want Cheeto or Toy Toy? I'm not going to tell you which one, but whichever choice you make is going to be the wrong one. Sanchoku doesn't do that to me, ever. It's always the right choice. You're all in very abusive relationships with your Yaku. Yeah, back to this poor South 4. Yeah,
Oh
Ishan
no.
is, and he's got that
Ishan's
piece, and he's quite rightly holding on to it.
his
He's,
hand was in fact Chitoy Toy Toy based on his discards. He is sitting here trying to figure out where to go.
I mean, the good thing about Ishan here, I think he's doing the right thing because he doesn't need to hemorrhage any more points, so he doesn't need to throw that south. Right, he doesn't need to, losing more points is, I think it's Dina Chiba, right? The book, he says that, it's a game of not losing points as much as it is gaining points. So, yeah, so if you haven't read Dina Chiba's Riichi Book 1, you should go and read it. Unfortunately, there is only one book. He taunted us by calling it Riichi Book 1, and then there was no sequel.
So that is game. Lisa is going to get 3,000 points from everyone who is not Tempai, and her Riichi stick is going to get lost to the table. So Unlike other game forms where you may see the Riichi stick going to the first place in points, in this case, it is just gone. Um, and that is going to be the end of this Hanchan. So Hong Lin is going to take his very satisfying first place, working really hard for that. Makoto Tokuda is going to take a comfortable second place. Lisa will get third, and poor Ishen will just be in the pits.
But it was a great
Not
game.
for yeah, not for any particular reason. Watching Ishen play, it was just sort of unfortunate happenstance. But he made
Right.
some beautiful hands that just didn't work out, and in this case, that is going to be the end of day
Yeah.
1. So we have played our 4 Hanchans, and they will continue into tomorrow.
Yeah, but some very strong decisions by everyone. I really enjoyed watching your play. If you come back to look at this, thank you very much. I will study your play so I can get better myself. Yeah, and I've now started a conversation over on the chat about Yaku. Don't go too deep, guys.
Remember, these are all just hands that could happen, and things will progress the way that they end up going. But that does it here for us on day 1. Tomorrow we'll hopefully be back with another set of very fun, exciting games with lots of up and downs from our players. Any quick announcements? I suppose we will plug in that the M.LEAGUE event is coming up, since you mentioned it earlier. Gemma is coming up to New York.
I'm coming to New York.
Gemma's coming over to New York because we are holding a World Riichi M.LEAGUE tour happening in Las Vegas and New York. So Gemma will be joining us for the New York side, but we encourage everyone also to check out the Las Vegas side, which is a 2-day tournament. Also, similar to this, not quite a league, but a 2-day tournament with a lot of pros, a lot of very exciting people flying in from Japan.
And it's an amazing swag bag. Honestly, I can't go to Vegas just because of timing. It's a much longer flight for me. If you can get to Vegas, you should definitely go to Vegas. It's going to be really, really, really amazing. I'm gutted I cannot make it out to Vegas, and I can only get as far as New York this time.
And we will see some M.LEAGUE pros, some of our World Riichi Pros there competing as well. Those games will also be streamed with commentary, so it's going to be great fun for everyone. There will be incredible swag bags, as Gemma mentioned, from all of our different sponsors like M.LEAGUE, Alban, JPML I think is throwing in some stuff, and Sukeban International Podcast, so
it's a big deal.
Walk away with some cool stuff. There's also the M.LEAGUE pop-up shop.
Yeah, they got some cute stuff. Yeah, it's gonna be really good fun. And I think there's another announcement coming very shortly about another little perk that is going to be available for M.LEAGUE fans. It's really targeted for M.LEAGUE fans. That will only be available at the this tour. So watch on the socials. I'm sure someone's working out how to write it now.
Yep, and you can find all the information for these very cool things, along with our World Riichi leagues and such, all over the World Riichi website. So, go forth, find information, and inform yourselves on cool things. But that does it here for us. Thank you so much for joining us for this stream, and we will see you tomorrow.
Yeah.